But I've decided this morning to be happy. I've decided to break with the habit of a lifetime and not start the programme off on a downward thing. I've decided to be up, and to be a jolly little person today. And to say, basically, to the RMT, I got home quite all right, thank you very much indeed, without any thanks due to you. And I got on a tube train, which took me all the way to Richmond, so I didn't need to go near Waterloo Station, and it didn't make any difference at all. I got on the tube train, I got a seat right at the front. By the time I was there, no builders on the train or anything else. It was really good. It was really good. I got home quickly. I had a seat. There was no crowding. Nobody's standing there, with their crutch shoved into your face. When you're sitting down on the train, all of a sudden there's people up really close to you, and you think, oh, take it away, for goodness sake. Sometimes I say that. Sometimes I don't say that. It depends how I'm feeling. So I had really a nice journey back, actually. And there were no guards on the underground. And you'd have thought out of all the because this is what the RMT thing is about. The big thing is about the guards on the train who apparently can keep you safe. Well, we've managed, before. And on the underground, you don't have any guards at all. It's done automatically. And Ken Livingstone had a bit of a mare of a day yesterday. He sort of put his foot in the door after the door had started closing and then held up the train for 2 minutes. Nothing like Ken Livingstone for doing stuff like that, is there really? But apart from that, it's good. Life is very good. Busy week this week, busy week next week, and then it's Christmas. And then it's all finished. It's all finished. It doesn't matter, actually. Gemma Collins is telling one of the newspapers today, she apparently goes round putting money in envelopes, pushing it through people's letterboxes. Yeah, of course, dear. I do the same thing. Also, the woman who claims she was struggling on benefits is now a millionaire because of her bingo wins. And I thought, oh, so you're struggling on benefits, dear, still managed to afford to go to bingo, which is quite nice. I didn't see Virginia's interview last night, but I shouldn't imagine it's good news for Prince Andrew. I mean, most people don't like him, but the trouble is, people never liked him. They don't like Sarah Ferguson. Looks like one of the daughters could be kicked out of Kensington Palace. And, well, I don't know why that is. I think because the public have just become a bit bored. One of them, apparently, has a full-time job. We don't know what sort of that full-time job is. One of them works in an art gallery where she earns $36,000 a year. So she's not done very well at all, has she? And the other one, but both of them work part-time. Because they always seem to be out with sort of daddy. Although not recently, obviously. A little bit embarrassing to be seen out. So he's sort of saying, should we go out for maybe afternoon tea? And they're going, give you a rain check on that. Give you a rain check. But yeah, let's go to Pizza Express in Woking. Which table do we sit at, Daddy? Which table were we at? What did we have to eat? Was it dough balls? Because we're eating dough balls now, matey. Thank you for ruining our lives. Thank you for ruining Christmas. Christmas is going to be very dull at Sandringham. They're all going to be sitting around, nobody wanting to say anything when Andrew walks into the room with his little present, which will be about 5'7" tall and about something like that. That'll be well wrapped. And they'll all sort of sit there and they'll go, should we? Because you know that they on Christmas morning they get up, they have their breakfast. Prince Philip arranges all the presents on little they're silly things because they buy silly presents like soap on a rope. They don't buy jewellery and stuff like that. They've got all of that stuff. So they do that, and then Philip does it, and then they all open the presents. Well, this year's going to be embarrassing, isn't it? Andrew's got no money. What's he going to buy them? He's going to have to go to Poundland. He's going to have to buy a few little things. They're all going to be sitting there going, so. Tell us about the documentary, Andrew. Why did you do the interview? Who was it who told you to do the interview? Because that's what I want to know. I want to know, because it started off, we thought it was Sarah Ferguson, who apparently he runs everything past, or over, or through. And I begin to wonder whether or not she was the one who said, listen, you should do this interview, it'll be good for your public image. Couldn't have been worse. Could not have been worse. And then they threw his PA under the bus by going, she decided. Of course, she's not going to say anything. She's been sidelined to something else. I mean, to be honest with you, it's like working for Meghan Markle. You don't last too long. You last a little while. Prince Harry was in something the other day. I think they've made it up. They said he's worried that the marriage will not survive because of Sarah Ferguson and Andrew. But there again, Andrew was a bit busy, so he had things to do in his sort of official duties for the royal family. And so Sarah Ferguson said that the marriage could have finished ages ago. It finished ages ago, but now, strangely, she's living with him in a house which has got 40 rooms, and he pays 250 quid, I think, a month or a week for it. Whatever it is, I think that as the girls, and he's been demoted in the royal family, as the girls get this as a grace and favour house, I don't think they have to pay for it in Kensington Palace, they should be kicked out. They should be kicked out. They should be made to come into, and pay the proper market value. That's what it should be. That's how it is. William says he recycles as much as he can. I don't. I'm not very good at recycling. Love the glasses. On, off, on, off. Honestly, it is. It's like watching a detective show, isn't it, really, with Connor? It's sort of, OK, now I'll put the glasses on, and look, nobody recognises me. I'm now invisible. Wait a minute, I take them off and go, hi, Connor. Like you've never seen him before in your life. He puts his glasses on and off like there is no tomorrow. Whereas me, once they're on, they're super glued on. They don't come off and I just peer over the top. And I don't know if you're short or long. Are you short or long? I'm sure you could tell me that. There's no secrets here on this programme. You're short. There you go. Yeah, we thought that. Ollie said earlier on to me, he said, he'll be short, And I said, well, there you go. I mean, you can't have everything. Oh, we're back with the backpack again. With the empty Tupperware box. What was... Boxes! Wow. What did you have to eat today? What little gem was it? It'll be pasta. You had lasagna. Oh, I had lasagna. It's a bit... And soup! Soup! How lovely. What flavour soup did you have, dear? Was it a nice flavour soup? What was it? It was your mum's. It doesn't actually have a flavour, it's just called mum's. Lovely. Perhaps you could market it in Waitrose. Here we've got oxtail soup, chicken soup and mum's soup. What is it? We don't know. You're ahead of it, are you? Too late. I've patented the name, OK? Mum's Soup. I've already sorted it out. You'll have to deal with me now. I'm the managing director of Mum's Soup. So you didn't know what the soup was? You just had soup from your mother. Kind of chickeny broth. Could be anything, couldn't it, really? I'm not sure about that. Really? My mother used to make a soup and then add to it throughout the week. That's what used to make a good winter broth. And I worked in a pub where the landlord did exactly the same thing. He would start off with a chicken soup at the beginning of the week and then he'd chuck everything into it. And I mean everything. Wife, stockings, pants, everything all went in there just to sort of add to the flavour. And then by the end of the week you had a real good thick broth, which you could have with sort of, what do they call that long thing? Baguette. French stick in my day. Used to sound a bit ruder, didn't it? We're having a French stick. Of course you are. But it's a baguette. But then you can't slice it down the middle and butter it. Bless you. Off he goes. How he makes it through the bus stop, I'll never know. I bet they go, here he is again, with his Tupperware boxes, with his mum's soup. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. So here's the royal family on the balcony. And, oh, look, we're going to airbrush Andrew. There he is, sweaty Andrew. But it can't be. Because he doesn't sweat. How he doesn't sweat, I'll never know. According to her documentary last night, he gushes. She said he also can't dance. Well, I mean, why would you think he would? He's been brought up to do Scottish. She said it was hideous dancing. Hideous dancing is about as bad as it gets. That's not like, your grandfather dancing, is it? That's hideous dancing. Terrible. So if you saw it last night, do let me know, please. And isn't Beatrice's new husband a billionaire, says Jill? I don't think so, dear, no. He's actually a married man with a child. So, again, they can't pick, can they? They really can't. Andrew's reported to have 60 million. How? Well, I asked myself the same question, as indeed to the newspapers. Where did it come from? Can't have come from working. He hardly is a busy worker. And Jackie says, new Apple launch that lasts for a year. It's called Cosmic Crisp. Cosmic Crisp. Wonderful. And lovely red shiny one, says Jackie. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I'm not sure about an apple that lasts for a year. Steve, starting the show happy. You on the Jelly Babies again? No, I've done Jelly Babies for goodness knows ages now. Ages. Katie Price's reality show is back. Usual bunch of old hooey, isn't it, really? Really, it's just it's a pile of old dreadfulness, I think. There's nothing you need to know about her that you can write on a grain of sand. Also, you remember that Prince Andrew fixed it for David Beckham's little girl to have her 6th birthday at Buckingham Palace. I mean, I bet the Queen was thrilled. I'm sorry, you're doing what? We're throwing it over to Harper Beckham so she can be a princess for a day. You creep. You creep. Also, the return of the packed lunch. Oh, there you go. That ties in nicely, doesn't it, really? And also reinventing the wheelchair. Plus, Britain's big freeze. And James Haskell from I'm a Celebrity, the one who's married to Rich and Judy's little fitness daughter. Apparently his gym business is £170,000 in debt. Wondered why he went on the programme. Obviously not doing as well as we thought, actually. Can only go better, can't it? Waitrose are ditching the 10p bag, and they're now going to do, I think, a 50p and a 75p bag. 50p and 75... Well, that's a bit expensive, isn't it? 50p and 75p. But yes, that was very good. I walked from here and all the way down to the embankment. And a train, literally, if I'd run... I got to the bottom of the stairs and there was the Richmond train. I could have actually got on it, but I thought, blow that for soldiers. So I didn't bother. I waited till the next one and it came along in 4 minutes. So I was very happy, got a seat at the front and just sat there and then had a little quiet sort of, nodding my head down, which was good. I found you a £12 million Christmas tree, just in case you've won the lottery and you don't know what to do with your money. And the other one, the Boxer mother, right piece of old scuzziness, threw her baby at a policewoman, causing her irreparable damage. She's a cage fighter, this girl. And you know what? We've never sent her to prison. She has previous, and we've never sent her to prison. She's on, I think it's 2 years prison, suspended. And you think, what message does that send out to a scumbag like that? We'll name and shame on the programme this morning. Steve, talking of Christmas shopping, I treated myself to a lovely orange and grey skirt in M&S in Marble Arch, says Matthew. It's a shirt, actually. I didn't know they did orange and grey. That sounds quite a nice colour. Producers promised to wear something bright tomorrow, like sort of, yellow or sort of orange. I don't believe it exists in the wardrobe. And they say it does exist apparently, but he's going to be too embarrassed to wear it in. Oh, did you wear it? You wore it on your Saturday night out? Oh, OK. There you go. And one here says, I took my missus out to a fancy French restaurant. Very expensive, very tasty. The lady on the next table to us had a combo of chicken breast and frog's legs, but she had a fantastic personality. Thank you. Here all week, seats at all prices. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says here, I've lost it, actually. The sweat was dripping. Do you know, I've never heard of sweat dripping off people. Even in nightclubs, people perspire graciously. Maybe at the gym, but not in a discotheque, upmarket or whatever. I'm sorry, there's Sweaty Andrew, they'll be saying. Oh, no. Nobody sweats unless you're really horribly unfit. And I'm assuming, judging by the size of Andrew, he is horribly unfit. I would think I'm probably horribly unfit as well, but I don't sweat. Not over, not so much, when you shake your head and the water droplets go from side to side, almost like a dog coming in who's been swimming in a river and then he goes like that, and you go, stop it! Water mixed with phlegm and all the rest of it that comes out. You get one of those sort of boxer dogs where they're dripping with it, and what are those other ones called? Siberian things. And they're big dogs. They're big dogs. And they're literally slathering the whole time. Husky. No, bigger than a husky. I think it's called a Siberian... I can't remember what it's called now. Somebody will tell. A doggy lover will tell me. But they do... What was that dog? Beethoven in the film. What sort of dog was that? Because it was like those ones, the ones that really, really... It's a what? St Bernard. Mountain dog. Here's the mountain dog. Hello, mountain dog. It's a St Bernard. Little bottle of brandy on board, But again, a mountain dog? Yes. Why? Because it lives in the mountains, If it lived in the valleys, it would be a valley dog or a house dog. A friend of mine, though, had a house cat. It never went out. He lived in a flat until it fell out the window one time. It was sitting on the ledge and the window kind of blew open a little bit and it fell out. It had gone to sleep. You know what cats are like? They sleep 99% of the time. If you go to, and that applies all the way through the big cats, even up until lions. And you go to a zoo, you'll very rarely see the lions walking around. They've already been up, they've had something to eat, they go back to bed again. They sleep, I think, 23 hours a day. I've had producers like that. Seriously. No shame around here. They always go, oh, Steve, I could just go to sleep now. And I go, yeah, okay, but, let's wait till we've done the show, shall we? And then we can go to sleep. But I was amazed I did get home quicker yesterday, much, much better. But I did go to a place, I'll have to tell you in a moment. I bought a sausage roll. I felt like treating myself. I'll have a sausage roll. So I did. In Villiers Street. Yesterday, I leave here, and as I'm walking down, I'm thinking, oh, wait a minute. Bypass the bus stop. You're not going to Waterloo Station. You don't want to stand there with 3,000 odd people waiting for the train that might never appear. So I thought, to save any embarrassment and me really getting hot under the collar, I'll go straight to Embankment. So that involves going from here, walking down, doing a left, crossing over the road by Charing Cross Station, little road next to it, Villiers Street, straight down there at the very bottom, It's the Embankment Tube. Brilliant. And it's so easy. I mean, you just walk down 2 flights of stairs and there you are on the platform. And on the way down, I saw this shop. Producer thinks he knows what it's called. It's a chain, we think. But they have a big board outside. You know, the sort of board you walk into. And it says, sausage rolls. And I thought, do you know, I just fancy a warm sausage roll. Well, of course, they never are. They're always cold. But they put them in. Yeah, that's it. Simit Saraya. Yeah. And they're sausage rolls. The sausage... Is it Turkish? Well, the sausage roll isn't... It's not a sausage as I know it. It looks more like it's sort of a wurst or something like that. A bit like that. I know my sausages, I tell you. There's no... You could put... Do you know I could do a blindfold test on sausages? And I'd get them right every single time. You put your hands out, I put it in my hand, I go... I could tell you exactly what that is. I know. You know, I could squeeze it. I squeeze it, and I can always tell. Anyway, so I saw this picture, and it was hanging over each end, and I thought, you know, I fancy one of those. Then I thought, no, sod it, I fancy 2. So I go in there, and the girl sidles up mine to the counter. Yes, please. And so I go, I have 2 sausage rolls. And so she puts them in a bag. Then she puts them into this machine, which I'm assuming is like a microwave, which, of course, heats things up. But she didn't leave it in there long enough, so it wasn't really that hot at all. In fact, most of the sausage was stone cold. But by that time, I'd walked down the road to the station. How much do you think 2 sausage rolls were? Bearing in mind that 2 sausage rolls from Greggs is £2. They're £1 a sausage roll. You get a discount if you buy a few more. Just under £10 for 2 sausage rolls. Well, we shan't be shopping in there again. You know, it's like stopping at Herman the German, the sausage shop. They've never got anything ready at all. I've tried them about 3 times. Useless. Totally useless. This was gone 10 o'clock in the morning. They didn't have anything ready. You know, it'll take a few minutes. I don't want to wait a few minutes. I'm ever so sorry, love. This is London. We're very busy. But just under 10 quid for 2 sausage rolls. And they weren't very good either. So shan't be going there again. I couldn't believe the price of it. Luckily, because I'd originally produced a £5, and then I thought, wait a minute, I have a feeling this could be a little bit more. I was not wrong. Steve, having watched Panorama last night, can you tell me when Miss Maxwell was made Admiral of the Fleet? Says John. Do you know, the interesting thing is I didn't see the Panorama. I know they stretched it out for an hour because they had so much material. I mean, basically, it was the destroying of Andrew with her pleading, this is Virginia, to please believe me and all the rest of it. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. All I know is that he's not a very pleasant person. And he's not been very pleasant for a lot of years, but nobody ever tells him off, which is a shame. About time his brother kicked his rear end, as they say. Steve, I watched the Andrew show last night. There was one thing that confused me. The photo of his arm around her was supposed to have been taken after Tramps, yet there was no sweat on his clothes. No, I don't think that was taken after Tramp. I don't think it was taken on that day either. In fact, I'm 99% certain it wasn't taken on that day. I think it was taken another time. She's already admitted she might have got confused over dates and times, but there's no doubt she went. But then surely you could ask Tramp, was he in on that night? Because it would be on their CCTV. Well, I don't think so. The police would know. I mean, you can clear this up so fast. You don't need to sort of call him a liar or something else. But, you know, why didn't the BBC let people know Panorama had changed to Andrew? Steve, says Jackie, why didn't the BBC let people know Panorama had changed to Andrew? What do you mean changed to Andrew? They were always going to be doing it. Shane says you can't breathe in Sydney with the bushfire smoke. It's only 3 days into summer. Wow. Steve, I'm preparing mentally for a discussion with my landlord. He took time yesterday, just after coming home from the funeral, to change the gas cylinders, and I have to ask him to do it again, as he gave me a wrong one. Butane is pretty much useless below zero. But in the meantime, listening to you whilst charging with a lovely shortbread mince pie, says Monica, my favourite cabbie. Honestly, a mince pie. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I can go a mince pie. Steve, I met Prince Andrew once. I actually confused him for a small lake. Yes, because he was sweating a lot. Matthew says, you talk of Katie Price, I love her. I've met her several times when I lived in Brighton. Yeah, she doesn't live in Brighton now, of course, as you can well imagine, and she's just about to have the house repossessed. So if you really want to drain on your economy, that'd be the sort of person to go out with. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We'll do the papers. I like the story about James Haskell, because they all seem to want money for going in the jungle, don't they? And seeing as he was a total nobody, he hasn't changed anything at all. But, the wife, oh, God, honestly, how dreary is she? That's the one who's been convicted of drink driving, you remember, and admitted to her father that she'd smoked dope. She'd smoked dope. What a fool. What a fool she is. And the reason she got nicked for the drink driving is because she crashed the car up at Hampstead, which is where they were living at the time. Now I don't know where they live. In Judy's mind, she could be anywhere. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Also, a £12 million Christmas tree. Can you imagine if you were that rich to have a tree that was worth £12 million? It's in a hotel in Italy. They have had more expensive ones. I've seen a £17 million tree. The most I've spent on a tree, 60 quid. 60 quid. If I was pushing the boat out, if I could have, something quite large and impressive, I'd probably go no more than 80 quid. No more than 80. 60 would be about my mark. This particular one, I got a little bit cheaper. Quite a bit cheaper, actually. And so, but a little Alex is going to come back today to make it more erect. At the moment, it's kind of, it was erect and then it slipped. So now it's a bit leaning and it doesn't quite look right. An extension, well, I could have an extension, but it's actually quite high. It's actually, it's way above my head. Way above my head. Because I thought at one point when he actually bent it down, I thought it was going to snap. You know what it's like? Ow! Don't do that. What's on the top? Nothing. I don't have any. I just put lights on a tree. I don't need anything more than lights. But I need to do them properly. I'm gonna devote some time today to doing it. Then I've got to go and find out why the cab company have made what I see as a monumental error, on the price of my cab. On one of them, it's like 3 times the amount it should be for the week. How they've worked that out, I've got no idea. Also, CCTV usually lasts a few months before it deletes itself. So if there was any CCTV, it's long gone. Well, no, not necessarily. It's only if you leave it in the machine. Ours does 3 months and then goes back to the beginning and starts all over again. But most supermarkets and jewellers take out the disc at the end of the week and store it and then put in a new one. So I know how that works. Steve, the Christmas market across from you in Leicester Square had a German sausage stall selling a variety of sausages, including the Bockwurst. Very, very nice. See, the trouble is it's never open when I'm leaving here. When I leave, at the time of the morning I leave here, it's not open. We can hardly send the boy out to go and start hunting round London and the Strand to go and find a sausage for us. The vegan boy, yes. Would like to go and buy sausages? No. Why not? I'm vegan. Okay, we're not asking you to eat it or touch it. I'm not buying it. I can imagine that's what it'd be like. We'd have to literally push him outside the front door. There would be a lot of pushing and shoving. Outside the front door, do not come back until you're clutching 8 inches of heaven. Okay? And once you, then you can come in. Only then. I'm not going to put up with any other time. Start messing around with me. Gemma Collins has done a 2-page interview with just about anybody who'll listen to the rubbish that emanates from her mouth. And this time she says she puts money through people's letterboxes. Hard-up fans, apparently. She goes round and she puts money through their letterbox. Of course she does, dear. Of course she does. Jackanory. Also, Paul Gascoigne kissing fans on a night out with a mystery woman. There are always mystery women that he goes out and kisses, aren't there? Because I never had much time for Paul Gascoigne, really. A friend of mine did a book for him. It was a ghosted autobiography. Charlotte Dawson. You remember Charlotte Dawson? That's Les Dawson's daughter, who's apparently glamour model. Drops her TV career to thank Bruce Forsyth. He's got a lot to answer for. Seriously, the talentless Charlotte Dawson. Really, it's like loads of these people. And a car hire scam crook has got to repay 1.4 million quid. We'll tell you more about him and the coffee chains failing to reduce the amount of sugar in festive hot drinks. I've not had a hot chocolate for ages, but they are full of sugar now, especially if you have the squirty cream on the top. That is that's my favourite. That's my favourite. And marshmallows, yeah. Yeah, the little tiny marshmallows, not the big marshmallows, but the little tiny ones which you buy a packet of. They're quite nice, but the trouble is it's like heart attack in a mug for me. I think I'll have one later. Why not? It's 4:30. Remember Louise Redknapp? She was in a group called Eternal, but she wasn't really very good at it. Then she split from her husband, and now she's got nobody. And she's sending fans wild. She's posing in her undies, but saying, asking people if they wanted to pop in for sex. She's got a 15-year-old son. I mean, they're embarrassed enough by this silly old woman's dreadful droning on about, here's my undies, I'm sexy and I know it. And I'm going, you're not. You're absolutely not. But she's trying to sell an album. So you don't do that. You don't pose in your underwear and then say, would somebody like to come round for sex? I mean, just don't do it. It's just not acceptable. I don't sort of put a sign on my door saying, pop in if you're feeling a little bit interested. You know, it doesn't happen, does it? But obviously she thinks it does. She just makes herself look silly. Very. Steve, can you explain to snowflakes that some drinks like hot chocolate, for example, are supposed to be sweet? There's a very simple way to drastically reduce sugar in them. Don't order them, says Monica. Well, I mean, how much do you have to tell somebody? It's hot chocolate, so it's full of sugar anyway. And then you've got the marshmallows, and then you've got the cream. I mean, quite clearly, that would indicate to me that is a drink that's got a lot of calories in. Now, some people are very lucky. They don't actually, get affected by calories. I do. So, as I said to the producer a short while ago, if I actually have a drink like that, that'll be it for about 3 months. So, I do love, I have had it at Winter Wonderland, a big hot steaming mug of hot chocolate with sprinkles. So expensive. I have to take out a sort of a third mortgage. Matthew says, I'm going to see Chelsea against Villa tomorrow night. I think we now call it Villa. I believe so. It's Aston Villa. And of course the chorus is Up the Aston. Okay, that's how it works. It sounds, some people have said to me, no, Steve, it's Up the Villa. And I said, I don't think it is. I would know that. I would know. So it's up the Aston. And that's very good. I should imagine we'll probably do very well, actually. Although, actually, as I've just realised, we're playing against Chelsea. We might as well just not bother getting changed. Might as well just a lot easier, just sit in the dressing room and they go, by the way, you've lost and Chelsea have won. We go, thank you. You didn't need to get your shorts dirty and then you could wear them for another day. That's what we like at Aston. Steve, no doubt Prince Andrew has security, so surely they could back up his story about not being at Tramps. Well, so they say. I don't know. I don't know how far the bodyguards go with him. I shouldn't imagine they enjoyed working with him at all. Steve, do you like decorating the Christmas tree? Will you be dangling some golden balls this year? Says Eugenie. No, just lights on my tree. Just lights. I don't need the need to hang giant balls on the tree. It's not necessary at all. I'll show you. Do you have a tree yet, Ollie? You saw one in Tesco's. Oh, right. You're looking for a little tree. You don't want sort of something too big, do you? How big's yours, Luke? How big's... It's not too big, no. Quite mini. What do you call mini? What size? What, for a tree? That's a very small one, isn't it? Honestly, I wouldn't know what to do with something like that. That'd be a very odd-sized tree. They did do one, actually, in Paper Chase. They did. It was a little... What's that? About 9 inches. And they did little tiny balls that went on it. But to be honest with you, I kept knocking it over and it really annoyed me, so I threw it away. I thought, don't mess with the Allen if you're a little Christmas tree, because people always go, there's a story about a little Christmas tree, isn't there? Well, not in my flat, there isn't. And here's the little Christmas tree, sod off. It's not even festive. My advent calendar's lovely. I've still got some in the boot of the car. Perhaps I should... 3, 4. You'd like them? Well, you'd like them because they're all chocolates. Shall I? I gave you one, didn't I? Are you sure? I give you one, Luke. Oh, that's right. Vegan. We don't do an advent calendar for vegans. They're far too complicated. You've got a vegan advent calendar. Of course you would have, wouldn't you? Nothing worse than a show-off, honestly. Yes, and Thomas has got Netflix, and Luke has got a vegan advent calendar. What's in it? Nut roast in one, some pulses, some bean sprouts. Must be a right manky old calendar. A kidney bean in each one. What's in it? Just some vegan chocolate. Oh, they make such a thing, do they? No, well, it's like the same as diabetic chocolate. That's not very nice either. That's sort of, it's basically laxative. So if you're going to eat, diabetic chocolate, make sure you're near the bathroom. You might not make it any further. It'd be like, awful like that. And it seems to go through fairly quickly. I can remember once I had, years and years ago, I went to the doctor to get some stuff, sort of like sort of laxative kind of things. And I remember taking it, and he said to me, it works very quickly. And I said, yeah, whatever, you know what doctors are like. They always over-exaggerate. My God, this thing worked quickly. Barely had the last mouthful disappeared down my gullet that we were rushing for the bathroom. But anyway, made it. Came out, got to the top of the stairs. Whoa, back down for the second time. And it was like an exercise workout, you know, from both ends of your body. It was very traumatic for me. But a vegan calendar, that's lovely, isn't it? With vegan chocolate. You've got 2. Yeah. Of course, I should have remembered, because some people cheat and open up all the windows straight away. Although my producer at the weekend, Nick, gave me an advent calendar that's not... it doesn't have a present behind each thing. It's just a little window you open. There's a picture of an angel or somebody trying to get in your front door to eat. It's very pretty. Sorry? I didn't think it was boring. Oh, that's quite nice. Vegan chocolate sounds boring. Do they come with fillings? Like, do they have sort of banana vegan chocolate or something like that? It's all the same for... Yeah. Oh, how boring. I do, because a friend of mine's got a chocolate shop in Richmond, and he owns the factory that makes the chocolates that he sells in the shop. But I only ever go for the soft ones. No, funny. You'd think it would be completely opposite for me, but no. All the soft ones. So I always go for strawberry, raspberry, lemon, banana, apricot, blueberry. All these different soft fillings, which are my favourite banana. Banana. I like a banana. Orange is okay. But if ever I'm going through a tin of Quality Street, I always go for the soft ones. The ones, you know, you can bite into and you don't take fillings out and stuff like that. That's quite nice. And so, and I like that. But, I mean, some people sort of, you know, suck them slowly. Not me. I go straight for it. Crunch. Crunch. And then sometimes, and I've also got some boxes in the car. I just realised the other day I only had a look of liqueur chocolates. And I love a liqueur. Do you like liqueur chocolates? You think you like that? That's the ones where they look like little bottles and you bite the top off and then pour it in. You like those ones? Oh, good. Oh, we'll have to bring those in tomorrow. They're actually quite nice. We could do an entire programme tiddled, couldn't we? We do. Yeah, I know we generally do. We're having a liqueur chocolate. Good King Wenceslas. That's all I'm telling you. On the feast of some bloke he knew called Stephen. And then they go, when the snow lay round about, deep and crisp and even. We don't bloody well go out, stay in, honestly. There's all this snow out there, and they're brightly, like you're in there trying to remain upright, and they go, brightly shone the moon that night, though the frost was cruel. Are you kidding? The frost was cruel. He went back in, you could have cracked his fingers in half quite easily. And then this poor man came inside. God, we're plagued with them round our way. Poor men. It had to be a man, didn't it? A poor man came inside, gathering winter fuel. So he's basically nicking branches to come and sell to you. That's what it's all about, you know. And then they go, hither, page, and stand by me. I think not. You know, it's like Scrooge. Hey, you, young boy down there. Do you know the butcher's shop on the corner? I certainly do. Go and get me the biggest turkey? No, pound of sausages. And get the sausages, bring them back again. And tell me, have you seen a sovereign? It be ever so Oh, shut up. Have you seen a sovereign? All right, it's only a yes or no. No, good. Well, you're not seeing one this time. Shut the window. Let the poor kid fall over all by himself. But I do like all the cows. But I do sometimes wonder what was singing. Hark the herald angels sing. I don't know what a herald angel is. I think they're the ones with the trumpets. Which means I don't think you're going to get a look in on this one, because they quite clearly, unless they're ventriloquists, cannot, you know, hark the herald angels sing is a kind of a bit of a misnomer, because they'd be too busy blowing the trumpet to be able to sing, unless they can do two things at the same time. And then away in a manger, two ways in a barn, and you've got the shepherds out there on the hillside. I don't know what they're doing, but they all came down to town as well at the same time. And then you've got the three wise men, and they sort of popped in. But I think Hark the Herald would be my there you go, they've all got horns. Look, every single one of them. So they hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn king. And then the chorus is, hail the heaven-born Prince of Peace, hail the Son of Righteousness, light and... You see, still once a chorister, always a chorister. I could do an entire Christmas concert by myself. We could have people like Ian Dale and Nick Abbott on backup vocals. Can you imagine? And Henry could be playing the piano or the organ or something like that, the lute. Dear. Matthew says, which paper is Louise Redknapp posing in her underwear? Oh, God, honestly. I'm not going to tell you. You're going to have to find it out all by yourself. That's going to be your mission, should you choose to accept it. Graham in Woodford Green He says, where did you get those sausage rolls from? Down Villiers Street on the left-hand side. Well, in fact, they can only be on... It's called what? Simitsarari. I thought they were terribly expensive. For a sausage roll. I mean, that's so expensive. Anyway, me and my son, says Graham, paid around 13 quid for a slice of pizza and a Coke in Leicester Square once. Just the once. Yeah. There used to be a place on the corner. I got a takeaway Chinese from there once. They put it all in the same bowl. That was nice. But I think it was about 9 quid. Quite expensive. Steve, yesterday I bought a couple of lights. I'm looking for a tree decoration. Also the Jehovah's Witness Advent calendar. I certainly won't be opening any doors, Steve. Thank you. Thank you. All the old ones. And another one here says, would you like to tour Tippy Valley? They have some history from the Stonehenge riots. The Stonehenge riots? What would they be? People dragging a stone across. Have you ever given money to charity? Yep. Somebody says you've ruined Christmas. Ha! Of course. Of course. Diabetic chocolate, says Steve. It's pure laxative. No, it just works on different people, different way. But they will say you don't need to buy diabetic stuff. You really don't. You really don't. Another one here says, how many lights have you got on the tree? Oh, God, blimey, we've got loads. 1,000 on each of the trees outside and 2,500 inside. But I'm about to change that. Which is good. And another one here, which says, look out for the Clan Do Whiskey Liquor, an old favourite. You're overpaid, dear. Hot chocolate treats and £10 for 2 sausage rolls. You're worth it. Yes. Of course I'm overpaid. I think Prince Andrew's overpaid as well, but I don't come with his history. Thank you very much indeed. Jake, my captain speaking, off to Birmingham Airport to catch a flight to Bremen in Germany. Not flying the aeroplane this morning, instead off to teach 24 budding young pilots at Lufthansa. 24. It's going to be a bit crowded in the cockpit, isn't it? 24 people. How lovely. Have you ever tried an eggnog latte? I think not. No, we don't do anything with eggs at all. And, Steve, I thought you were getting a train set that went round your tree. I bought 3 this year. 3. But that's battery, so I'd have to change it because it's elsewhere on the property. Tabby Company, nice this freezing cold Tuesday, the 3rd of December. And listen, if you managed to make it into work yesterday and you use South Western Rail, well done. Congratulations. We're not going to be beaten. I don't care what they do. They can stop the entire railway system. I couldn't care less. I shall always manage to make it home. If I don't make it home on the underground, I'll make it home on a bus. Takes a bit longer, but there you go. What have we got? Life. Kevin says, I remember from last year it was decided your balls were the best. And I'm sure your balls were even better this year. Steve Allen's Best Balls Allen. Steve Best Balls Allen. They are huge. But I just haven't got them out the tube because they don't fit anywhere. They really need to be hanging from a tree outdoors. I think, but I don't have a tree outdoors. It's a shame, innit, really? Steve. Have the producers sorted out their outfits for February, or will you let them wear a sparkly jacket, says little Julie. I'm going to have to leave it to them to decide what to wear to the... this is my sold-out one-man show. Oh, it's cash. It's cash. I've got a party before then. For my 40th birthday party. And so the company, Global, are going to throw me a party, which is quite nice. So I think it's just for LBC people with a few others thrown in for good measure. There'll be, I'm assuming there'll be sort of some nibbles and something like that. But I have insisted on one thing. No balloons. I don't know. I might have to change my mind on the balloons thing. Because a friend of mine said, what do you mean no balloons? I said, I just didn't fancy balloons. But then, you're right, I might have changed my mind by the time we get to it. Which is only next week, which is actually the day after we've done the election. So there'll be the company party that night, and then the next day lunchtime. Go, I tell you, it's Sozzle City round here. It's the Steve Allen, well done on making... You're not well, are you?
No.
I think we worked that bit out. It's lovely. Why, when you produce the cup of tea, does it look like Jaws in the cup? Why does it look like that? Everybody else manages to make it so that, it sort of looks interesting, and you manage to make it so that... When they did that in Jaws, the first time we all saw it, went, oh, it's so scary, and then you realised it was just a rubber shark with a man in it. It kind of ruined it a little bit for me. But the music makes it. But every time Luke makes a cup of tea, the tea bag is kind of doing the last swim for its life. It's a bit like a minke whale in the Thames. Why do we have all these whales beaching themselves in the Thames? Probably because there's no fish. There's nothing in there. They've got nothing to eat. They sort of swim in. They get a bit disorientated. One of them had so much plastic in its stomach. So much plastic, like 100 kilos of plastic. I've always wanted to swim with whales. But, you know, I've never swum with dolphins. We said that we did that on the programme yesterday, swimming with dolphins, and somebody said, "Oh, it's lovely to do it." I said, "They're quite dangerous, dolphins. They are quite dangerous." You swum with a dolphin, intentionally or not? The dolphin was called Dexter. Oh no, we were doing the story the other day about the orcas, otherwise known as killer whales, and they're known as killer whales for a reason. They kill. It's as simple as that. I've seen them when they've been going along. Another whale which has got a calf with it, and they will separate the calf from the mother and they will drown it. I know it seems impossible to think that whales can be drowned, but yeah, anything in the ocean can be drowned. And so this was drowned. Somebody saw a thing the other day, they reported it to Country Life magazine, and it was like a kestrel type bird, which you see hovering. This one managed to grab out of thin air a kingfisher. And they said to watch it was amazing. It grabbed the kingfisher, flew to a river, hovered above the river and drowned the kingfisher, and then took it back to eat it. So they've obviously learnt how to do that. I think it was like a kestrel, like a kite or a kestrel, one of these things that can obviously hover over water, but it held the kingfisher under the water till it drowned and then took it back to its. That's a bit frightening, isn't it? I don't know. It's like, what did I see the other day? Oh, monkeys trying to open clams. And they've learned to take a rock and throw it down on the top of it to open up the shell so they can get at the goodies inside. You think, how do they learn these things? It's like, I don't know if you've ever seen on YouTube the squirrels, where they set them an obstacle course to get nuts off a tray, and they will hang upside down, go up inside. They're terribly inventive. Producers can do that as well eventually, but I mean, you know, it's years of training. And another one here says, maybe we need more whales to clear the plastic from the sea, says Lee. Well, they're not doing too badly by themselves. The only thing I hate about whales is whalers. The Japanese whaling ships drive me to distraction. Seriously, I would happily go round and drown the whole bloody lot of them, you know, because these whales, they don't know what's going on. They're just happening, you know, to sort of swim along. Next thing, they get those harpoons in, they drag them on the ship, and within a space of seconds, they've taken their fins off, which they throw away. No, the fins they keep, the whale they throw away. I mean, seriously. What use is any sort of fish without anything like that? Little Julie says, I've been bringing Yorkshire tea bags into work. I think we've actually got them. We have got Yorkshire tea bags, which I quite like. Makes me feel a bit butcher than everybody else, you know. Why, you know. My friend, what's not a butch tea? Earl Grey. Earl Grey, that's mamby-pamby, airy-fairy tea, that is. Yeah, oat milk's even worse. That's even more pretentious. That's just ridiculous, isn't it? So you've got Earl Grey tea with oat milk in it. Dear God, and a sweetener. You're really a lost cause, aren't you, actually? There's nothing that we can do to help you on this one at all. Earl Grey. Now, I remember somebody saying to me, oh, Earl Grey tea, that's a bit puffy, isn't it? And I went, oh, Earl Grey tea, I love it. I absolutely love Earl Grey tea. I mean, in fact, strangely enough, I tell you that, and I drink Twinings Earl Grey tea because A, I like the packaging, B, I like the taste of the tea, and C, it's a status symbol all by itself. And because Twickenham has got an association with the Twining family, and then at the top of Fleet Street, opposite the Law Courts, there's the Twining shop there where you can go in. They've got all sorts of things. You know that they sent me the Twinings Advent calendar. You know that? Yeah. Lovely, absolutely delightful. My friend Rob Goldstone he says, today is my birthday and I'm named after a nun. What, Rob? What nuns are called Rob? He says, you don't get that kind of information on the Beeb. You don't, actually. There's a reason for it. So happy birthday today. If anybody else is celebrating, you're celebrating with Rob Goldstone. And hope you have a lovely, lovely birthday. What do you get somebody who's Rob's age? I don't know, Philisan, I suppose. Something like that. Some sort of some tenor pants for men. They're always very popular, aren't they, I think. Anybody tried Lancashire tea bags? Don't be silly, they don't make them. Lancashire tea bags. Sally, Sally, pride of our alley. Steve, swam with a whale shark in Australia, amazing, says Sue. Right, well, at least you're still here in one piece, so that can't be too bad. That's shark's fins, not whale fins. No, they literally disband the whole lot. We know that they throw sharks back in again, and I think you find that they mess with whales as well. There's a lot of stuff that's thrown there. Why do you have so many birds following the blooming boats around? Steve, another one here, says, are you looking forward to Christmas? Absolutely. You'd never tell by listening to this programme that I actually have a liking for Christmas. Easter as well. In fact, anything like that. Anything which involves some sort of celebration of something. And Christmas, of course, as we all know, it's got nothing to do with Christianity, it's got nothing to do with churches, nothing to do with Jesus' birth. It's pagan. It's pagan, but you can't tell people because it's been around for ages. All people think about now, kids, you ask them what they think about at Christmas and they go, presents. It's as simple as that. It doesn't come to anything else at all. It's our second cup of tea this morning. Not vegan tea. Not with oatmeal. It's very nice. Do you know, I had a banana drink yesterday with oatmeal in it. I bought it from Marks and Spencer's, and it comes in a little sort of paper carton thing, and it's banana milk with bran. It was lovely. It was ice cold, and you shake it because otherwise you get bits. And then I obviously had something yesterday that made me feel ill because I woke up last night. I just nodded off to sleep. I was just sort of lying there in my Winnie the Pooh pyjamas, and I was sort of thinking to myself, I bet I look devastating. And so I uncovered the mirror on the ceiling. That was a lost cause. What a waste of 50 quid that turned out to be. And I remember thinking to myself, I think I'm going to be sick. And I started coughing. And when you sort of cough a little bit and you think, uh-oh, this might not be so good. So I don't know whether I'd had anything to eat that had disagreed with me. I didn't think I had. I thought I was quite good yesterday. I just had tomato soup, I like tomato soup. Oh, I bought potato and leek. I've got that from Campbell's. That's quite nice as well. Potato and leek. Oh, how delicious, honestly. People of simple pleasures we are, aren't we? I suppose you had potato without the leek in an inverted soup bowl. A red pepper and garlic. How lovely. God, you're a bore. Seriously, can't believe it, can you? Red pepper and garlic. Oh, dear. How exciting. And that's what people of your persuasion eat, is it? Is there a shop where you go to get that from? Where'd you go and get that from? I've never seen that on the shelves. Is it? You pick it out of the garden. Oh, Lord above. Oh, other people's gardens. Oh, right. You don't make it, do you? Oh, right. Oh, your girlfriend, that's still on, is it? Oh, well, that's good. Well, bit of hope there, I suppose, for the festive season. Is it kind of clinging on at the moment? Just about, I know. I thought it would be, actually. Yeah, well, you see, the Christmas present... I mean, if you finish just before Christmas, you don't need to buy him a Christmas present. Works out much better, doesn't it? I bet you bought her a Christmas present already. No. Are you debating? Oh, right. No, she bought them on Black Friday. That's about all you deserve. No point in paying full retail. Don't want to go for things like that. But we have got the news coming up. Only really nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC, and it's coming up to 5 minutes past. Tuesday, 3rd of December. Favourite Christmas film? Somebody says Polar Express. I hated it. I absolutely hated Polar Express. You know why? I thought the kids looked a bit freaky in it. It was something about their eyes that didn't quite work. I mean, it could have been The Train from Hell. It's quite scary as movies go, and Tom Hanks playing the conductor, great, but there's something about the kids. It was their eyes that didn't look right. And I've seen, you get kids in cartoon-type films, and I like the premise of a big train and the snow and lights, but most of it was pretty scary. Pretty scary. The elves and things like that were a bit gruesome, but it was the kids on the train and some of the voices that they gave them. It didn't quite work for me. So, not my favourite film. Not my favourite. So, somebody says here, yes, there are Lancashire tea bags. And loose leaf tea. The tea bags are dreadful. There you go. Is it funny? You do know, don't you? You do know, what is a good cup of tea. And tea bags, when you think years ago, well, in fact, some people now still use loose leaf tea. I've been out for tea in restaurants and things like that. It's been loose leaf. In fact, in Patisserie Valerie, it was loose leaf tea. Right, pain in the rear end it was. So they had to give you a strainer. You had to pour it. The first time I did it, I didn't know it was not a tea bag. It's because I poured it out. So I got these bits floating around in it. So I surreptitiously threw them on the floor, and then had to use the tea strainer, which was a bit dreary. It's a bit pretentious, isn't it? Gone are the days of doing it a la Downton Abbey. Some people still do that. They go afternoon tea over at Little Italy in Soho, which is where we were on Friday, just gone. I think they're going to start doing Italian afternoon tea, which sounds quite a nice little thing to do. Veiled cakes and things like that. That sounds like have you been to Little Italy? You'd like it. Yeah, it'd be your sort of thing, Ollie. Your sort of thing, because at night time it turns into a discotheque. It's a really nice restaurant, and you can eat there. It's in is it in Dean Street? One of them. Literally, it's in there. I tell you what it's next to. It's next to where they're showing Mamma Mia, and then the road there, and it's on the right-hand side, and it's got a blue plaque because John Logie Baird did his first television transmissions from one of their rooms in the restaurant. They've got a well-stocked bar. You'd like that. They do Prosecco. They do every brandy and nice coffee. Yeah, have you been there? Oh well. Scuppered my bits of one-upmanship, isn't it? Yeah, you are quite cultured. Yeah, the difference is, I've just realised, you might have been to Little Italy. I know the bloke who owns it, Tony Pelledri. Okay, very close personal friend of mine, very, very close. Probably been listening to the programme at this precise moment. Come up here with me, I've been there, yeah, they do nice tea and coffee and things like that. Stop trying to do one-upmanship. I'm the presenter, you should know by now. This is how it works. There is you. Well, no, actually, there's Ollie. Then underneath Ollie, there's you. And then right at the top is me. That's kind of the godlike figure, okay? That's the one whose name and talent is holding this whole shebang together. You're down there not to compete with me on where you've had coffee in London and how you've sort of persuaded the neighbours to make your soup and things like that. And then the other day, if you please, I had my friend Jamie Oliver in, and this one starts commandeering him. I'm kind of like shoved to one side, like, shove over, Stephen, I'm going to talk to Jamie Oliver. That was it, sorry. Jamie Oliver. Another name drop. And there's him going, I'd love to come round to the... I can't believe it, seriously. It was so embarrassing. I didn't know where to look. And then at the end he said, you're going to write to Jim. I said, no, you can write to him. You've met him. He's quite amenable to people because he has a cooking school as well. And for some reason, I think that there's a tie-in with Luke's family and something that Jamie Oliver... Don't go into it. I do not care. I really don't care. I'm not plugging everybody else's blooming company on this. Pretty bad enough trying to plug my own without worrying about anything else. But anyway, at least you don't know the owner of Little Italy, thank God. That could have been a nightmare, couldn't it? Because Tony Pelledri knows loads of people. But every time I go in there, I meet somebody else who's a listener. I seriously do. I find it absolutely amazing. I get in the car the other day, and the bloke says, Mr. Steve, I don't know Mr. Steve, anyway, Mr. Steve. And then he says, he's obviously been listening to me, and he's thinking, he said, Steve Allen. And I went, yes, because no point in lying about it, And he nearly just stopped the car in the middle of the road. And he said, I listen to you all the time, and I'm thinking, yeah, but I bet you don't know Tony Pelledri. And who owns Little Italy. No, because we were there on Friday. We had a lovely time. We always have a nice time, actually. Steve, I know the Pelledris. Asked them if they remember Pia. They did say if Pia ever contacts you, call the police. It's on Frith Street. Thank you. Have you tried coffee bags? Have I tried coffee bags? Yes, I've tried. So it's exactly the same as the tea bag, only it's a coffee bag. And it's the same sort of principle. What's the point? Stops all the mess. You're putting ground coffee into there. You don't want all those bits, do you? So it's ground coffee. It's not like... I use powdered coffee, which is Nescafe. And it comes in little sachets. You rip the top off, pour it into a cup. So I buy about 150 at a time. They come in a big box. You can either get 20, 50... What's the point of buying 20? 20 is ridiculous. So I always buy about 100 and 150. Steve, I'm a fan of afternoon tea. Been to a couple of hotels as well as Patisserie Valerie. And another one here. It says, spooky-looking kids in films. You remember the 60s film, Village of the Damned? Yes, all the kids had very weird blonde hair and very strange eyes. I think they have exactly the same strange eyes in Polar Express. I couldn't work out what it was. The first time I looked at them, I thought, it's a bit like watching We're Walking in the Air. We're flying very high. That was all the kids in there look a bit strange because it's all muted colours, isn't it? And in fact, if you watch Polar Express, it's the faces of the kid. They just don't look real. Look at this one here. I mean, most of them, they look as though they are from the Village of the Damned. They're very, very scary. And I don't know what it is about them that makes them look scary, but they just don't look like real people. They look like somebody's put them together, don't they? It really is very odd. I didn't find it scary because I quite liked it when the train comes in, stops outside the house because it's quite big, but then you get that peculiar Tom Hanks character. You've got all these kids on the train, and then he takes them off to wherever it is, and then Santa and all these peculiar elves. They're a bit of a nightmare, aren't they? We know what elves are like. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So if you've never been to Little Italy, you should go, actually. But the only reason I said that Ollie would like it is because late in the evening and into Sunday morning, and I think they're open till about 4 or something, it's Get Down and Boogie. Get Down and Boogie. A good date place. Yeah, I think so. Yes. We always have like a private area for us, because, yeah, a real private area. No, you're not allowed in it. No, it's only for special people. People who've been in the business. I think Chris Evans has held a couple of his car things there. He's done some stuff up there as well. Because I nearly went one time, but there was all these people out there, and I got a bit frightened, so I didn't bother going in. The Grinch is a good film. No, I don't like The Grinch either. I don't like these films that don't look sort of real. You know, I just want something that looks a bit real. Twining's chai tea, quality tea with cinnamon aftertones. Well, hey, that sounds quite nice. That sounds very nice indeed. So we'll take more of your texts and emails as we wander through the programme. And Amber says, you don't realise you're a good inspirational and impact educational to listeners. Yes, we know that. We know that. Actually, it's very strange. We were talking about this as I'm coming up to my 40th anniversary, which is on the 12th of December. It's so strange when you look at what the programme was in the beginning, back in those early days, and how it's emanated now, and how big the audience has grown. I mean, and you can always tell, because we're number one on the podcast. Did I mention that? Number one on the podcast, and we are the number one programme in our time slot, bar none. I have to keep reminding myself. Steve, keep a bag of Aunt Bessie's dumplings in the freezer to pop in your soups. I'm not a huge fan of dumplings. No, I have had dumplings. I have them, with a stew. If I have a chicken stew or a beef stew, but that comes already in it. I don't make these things. And you just sort of float around with them. They're quite nice. But this year, the Christmas the first of two Christmas lunches involves my brother's wife's eldest son, Matt, who's going to be cooking Christmas. And I've given my brother strict instructions. Either the potatoes have got to be up to par or he's not doing it again. It's as simple as that. My whole Christmas can be ruined if it is not proper roast potatoes. I have two dinners, I have Christmas Day and Boxing Day. Well, last year they were both perfect, and the year before they were both perfect. They weren't competing with each other, but on one of them I think there was about 13 of us for lunch, and the other one's about 9. So that's quite good. Oh, it reminds me, I've got to go and get Christmas crackers. And, because I always supply the Christmas crackers and things like that. So I'm looking for, I've already given strict instructions. The potatoes, small and crispy. Thank you very much indeed. I don't want to, no, we don't do make your own crackers, no. No, I just buy... Put it this way, boxes of crackers are so cheap now, there's no point in going to that palaver. If you had a big kitchen table and it was kids, and you can buy the tubes and the bits of paper and the sticky tape, and then you put your own gift inside there. You can do that with Garrard's, the jewellers. You can go in and have a box of crackers for 150,000 and put different things in, like a watch or a bangle or something like that, or some nut roast. Or anything, really. Put anything you like in there. These are our vegan crackers. You can eat the tube. But no, I always shake the crackers anyway, going around the table. Wonder what that was. I always put it nearer me. And then when you open it up, it's something really, really naff, like a pair of nail clippers, which is boring. There's never anything exciting in the present line, is there? There's never anything you go, look what I got, a complete set of luggage. You know, you don't get anything like that. Or look, a motor car has just popped out of it. No, I don't get anything like that at all. And the table is then awash with mess. So they all look pretty. I think what we should just have is Christmas crackers, but you don't pull them. A lonely Christmas cracker that's never been pulled. Can you imagine? It's sort of there, and in fact, somebody should do a story on that. The cracker that never got pulled. Every year it comes out, like Christmas decorations. And it is your love life, isn't it? It is your love life, Ollie. The Ollie who never got pulled. The Ollie who never pulled. And so what he does, he then goes and sort of, wets the baby's head again. And unfortunately, by that time, it's lost cause, I think, completely. But you could have that, couldn't you? The crackers that come back. We used to have little crackers for our tree, which we got in Hong Kong. And for ages, we had a sort of half a dozen of them doing the round. Then they got all manky and they got sort of squashed and everything else. But they were sort of part of the family, so we sort of kept them going. And chocolate umbrellas as well, which I haven't seen in this country. But I might get candy canes this time round. They're fairly popular. And they're ever so cheap in Poundland. They're £1, candy canes. And you get like a box of 10 of them. And you can, because they're quite nice, aren't they, for people? They come in all different flavours. You could just have a whole tree hung with them. Imagine a well-hung tree. What a thrill that would be for everybody. I'm doing the one-upmanship on the soups, believe it or not. He's now started going, I like broccoli and Stilton. I mean, seriously, I'm sort of down there with the tomato and mushroom. And that's about it. I can't compete with this. I've become very insecure in the last 10 minutes. We've had the whole of the ad break, which seemed to go on forever and a day. Not that I'm complaining. But it's the whole of the ad break, and he's going, oh, yeah, we have this soup and we have that soup. And the way he talks about it is as if it's royal family or something. But anyway, so I've sort of given up. I'm not competing. I can't, because anything I say is just going to pale, isn't it, really? No point. Maids of Honour in Kew, good place for afternoon tea. Yes, I've never been. Somebody says, when you started 40 years ago, who would have been the Gemma Collins or Katie Price of that time? Who would have got the Steve Allen roasting? Well, Beau Desir was fairly high up my list. And who else did we have? Oh, lots of different people. We had half the suffragettes. Elizabeth I was very popular. Mary Queen of Scots constantly got a ribbing on my programme. Mind you, she seemed to sort of get quite a lot of ribbing. And how much are the candy canes in Poundland? £6, Paul. £6, yeah. It's one of their rare seasons. Why did Rudolph got a red nose? He drinks, okay? He drinks. Rudolph has a little bit of a drink problem. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer has a very shiny nose, 'cause he drinks. And if you ever saw him, you would even say it glows. Mind you, I mean, a talking reindeer. I'm not sure whether that's believable in this day and age. A talking reindeer. Can you imagine going out there and reindeers? Because I've been with reindeers. Well, not been with them. I've been sitting on a sleigh, and they always say don't touch the reindeers because they're only little. They're not, but you think they're big, don't you? They're not. They're quite small. They're very, very small. Yes, they're really small. They do fly, but they only fly on Christmas Eve. That was that great line out of the film, wasn't it? Miracle on 34th Street, when the opposition, the prosecution said to him, "Go on, make them fly." He said, "I can't make them fly." And the prosecution went, And he went, "They only fly on Christmas Eve." How does Santa Claus get around the world? Don't know. Very fast, I should imagine. Very far. I'd love to go on that. I've seen some great sleighs where they take off and then gone. Anything that's got that. They get some really good-looking Father Christmas. Steve, you're posh. Crackers with nail clippers. Isn't that normal? Mine just have a little paper fish that curls up. Well, it won't be paper, it'll be cellophane fish, because I know it very well indeed. It's called a fortune-telling fish. And they're very good. You had little bottles of gin. They know you so well, don't they, really? You open every cracker to get the bottles of gin. You've got to have crackers over Christmas lunch because the table looks so much nicer when it's laid, unless you're vegan. In which case, you'd probably have to check what was inside the cracker. Are there sweets? Are they vegan sweets? Yeah, can you reuse the cracker? Can we put the snap back in? Do you can go? I think Davenport's the magic shop in London at Charing Cross. I think they actually sell the snaps that go in crackers. It's 2 little bits of sort of gunpowder on each thing with a piece of what do they call it? Glass paper over the top. And you pull it and they rub together and it goes snap. They're very good, aren't they? I love a good snap. And of course, the person who ends up with half of it is the one who gets to keep the cracker. So, when do you take the hat off? Never. I've been known to drive back to London with a hat on. You can imagine what it looks like in the car, can't you? Looks absolutely ridiculous. They go, "Oh, poor soul, look at him. He's driving back with his hat on." But of course, I used to sweat years ago before I was diagnosed diabetic. And so the bottom of the hat would sort of generally turn to mush because you used to sweat. Prince Andrew doesn't have that problem. He's very lucky. Do you think they all put on hats? Do you think the Queen goes, "This is so much fun"? And do you think they're well? Apparently, all the Christmas trees are decorated with crowns, gold crowns. I mean, they'd have to be, wouldn't they? One of their smaller ones is 15 foot tall. A 15-foot Christmas tree. I couldn't get that in the house. Which is fantastic. Steve, on the subject of tea, I recently discovered whilst walking about in my area that Thomas Lipton lived in Southgate in a large mansion, which is now being turned into posh flats. After reading about his life and times here, I found he was an extraordinary man and very, very generous. Yes, I mean, tea was big business. Hot chocolate was even bigger business. I've been in country houses where they used to lock the hot chocolate up. It was so valuable, so expensive. But the art of tea is fantastic. Did you smoke cigarettes, says Craig, whilst presenting in the past? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Steve, how would you get a full set of suitcases and a Christmas cracker? It's bad enough asking us to believe Randy Andy. Yeah, well, I mean, you could have that. Could you have a picture of suitcases and they go, that's what you've actually won? Is Little Italy anywhere near Spaghetti Junction, says Ian in Glasgow? Well, you wouldn't know anything, would you, really? You're in Glasgow. And another one here. Mark from Arundel says, I've just read that animal rights protesters have stolen 300 turkeys. A spokesman said that they plan to release them back into the wild just as soon as they thaw out. You get that one? No. Yes. No. They're going to release all these turkeys, they're animal rights people, and they're going to release them back to the wild, 300, once they've thawed out. Yes, once they've thawed out, I think they would be dead by that time. I think, yes, that would be a little... He hasn't got it at all, seriously, honestly. Might as well talk to yourself. There was that lovely line in Paint Your Wagon, I talk to the trees, but they don't listen to me. Of course they don't, it's a tree. How ridiculous do you have to be? Stars, Steve, morning, we forgot the crackers last year and found them in a cupboard in July. Oh, have you seen the glitter coffins available? I wasn't planning on going out to see them anytime soon, unless you've heard something that oh, they look crispy roast potatoes. That's how ours better look this year. That's how our roast potatoes better look. They've got to be... I think it's the basting that makes them go crispy. We had goose fat one year. I didn't rate them. No, I thought it was a bit of a... it's sort of trying to get us to eat goose fat. Really fancy it, actually. Duck fat, yeah. I suppose so. But I think there's don't all these little... I love a little hors d'oeuvre. I love a little bit... I love party food. Tempura prawns. Oh, this is this blooming carrot, isn't it? That people are trying to get hold of for like 30 quid. Kevin the carrot. What carrots are called Kevin? I mean, I ask you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, they shouldn't have names. They're carrots. You can't eat a bit of vegetable that's got a name to it. This is Mr. and Mrs. Carrot. Here's their son, Donald. And, no, yes, Cuthbert. It's a very popular name for a carrot. Cuthbert. Also, the paper today, Scottish Power is the worst for call waits. Oh, I hate it. I phoned up somebody the other day to try and query a bill. And having spent ages chatting to me and all the rest, we were going nowhere. And he said, wait a minute, I'll come back to you. This was 10 minutes of chatting. They came back and said, you'll need to write in. I thought we should have said that at the beginning, so you've wasted my time. Wasted my time. Tippy Valley, they drink chai tea. How lovely. Sausage baguette with fried onions. For breakfast? You think onions for breakfast? Really? Oh, right. I used to love the Saturday evening show when you had the restaurants come in to cook. It grew my love of eating out. You've been there, Steve, over the years, ups and downs in my life. Last couple of years, says Lisa. Few downs, and I'm grateful for the take serious and not so serious on life. Listen, we all do the ups and downs, Lisa. We really do. Sometimes you think things are never going to get better, don't you? Sometimes you think it can't get any worse. And then blow me down, all of a sudden things do get worse. I read my star signs every day, and always rubbish. But I always read them, and what am I? I'm Steve Allen. I do beg your pardon. We've not been introduced. Who are you? I'm Steve Allen still. Presenter extraordinaire, available for weddings, bar mitzvahs and anything else you can think of. But I know the owner of Little Italy. Start being clever with me, mate. Which star sign? What star sign would you think I was? I think I'm fairly typical of what I am. I think on star signs. Taurus, what, the bull? I don't think so. Yeah, that's Clive. What do you think, Luke? What do you like? Gemini. Well, the twins. No, not Gemini. You're Gemini. Definitely not Gemini. You're what? You're a tourist. Oh, right. Oh, Taurus. Really? How surprising. Not Scorpion either. I'm Pisces. I like water. I'm strangely drawn to water. And I'm a bit of a fantasist. That's what it says about Pisceans. They spend a lot of time dreaming. I used to have a producer whose birthday was exactly the same as mine. And then I had other people working on the programme, and all their birthdays were around March. Yours is the same as Darren. Oh, right. Oh, wow. It's amazing, isn't it? Doesn't mean anything, a star sign, does it? Just means, no. Coming up with I'm Taurus like that was sort of better than Pisces, because you can tread on us, is not really good enough. Also, booby prizes for sex writers. An award for the worst writing about sex has been given to 2 authors after judges decided they were both big flops. Brit John Harvey and Frenchman Didier Decoin were doing these. I mean, to be honest with you, does anybody read sexy books now? Probably not. Here she is, the sex slave accusers. First UK interview. I was told I have to do for Andrew what I do for Jeffrey. I felt sick, says Virginia. Why didn't she say something to somebody before this? Why did she not... if she was being trafficked, why was nothing said? I feel slightly disturbed by that. And also Ali Ross on TV. Another episode of The Apprentice reveals another hidden talent for one of the 2 breakout stars. Lottie Lyon, the 19-year-old librarian. Ghastly piece of work. Also, random TV irritations. I'm a celebrity introducing the very last thing this dull as ditchwater series needed. Care packages. Russell Kane wearing a Miami Vice jacket at the ripe old age of 44 on The Apprentice. You're fired. Former Scotland international, missing an easy chance during pointless celebrities. And Channel 4's farcical climate debate reaching peak nuttiness when the bloke from Plaid Cymru confesses, I've convinced my partner we're going to give it a go with reusable nappies. Honestly, there's no end to the excitement that you get on the television. Also, great TV lies and delusions, The X Factor, celebrity Louis Walsh, Jenny Ryan, I don't want that to end. Yeah, right. Like we all did. Also, Waitrose axing cheap carrier bags. You're now going to have to cough up a fortune. About 50p and 75p for a carrier bag. That seems an awful lot of money to me. Awful lot of money. And here's Little Mix star Perry Edwards going off to a do in Manchester because she's going out with a footballer. It's the only chance she'd get to go out. If she was going out with anybody down here in London, she wouldn't be going out at all. And eye-tracking technology has found that nipples are the part of a woman's breast stared at the most by both sexes. Oh. Have you ever thought that, boys? Just like ask. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Ollie, don't bother contributing. Okay, they're up here. Okay, they'll be up there. Who is it who's got 3 nipples? Was it somebody in James Bond? Oh, Harry Styles has got 3 nipples. Where Scaramanga's got 3 nipples as well. How exciting! How exciting! I've always wanted 3. I don't think so. Why not? Also, Gary Barlow's solo music career was a flop after Take That's first split, but he said it did him the world of good. So he's going to give it another bash to be a solo artist. I don't know why. You think he'd be very satisfied with what it is. Morning, Tuesday, the 3rd of December. It's nice to have your company this morning. I hope you're well. It's cold out there. If you're going to be standing on a platform like yesterday, it's going to be very cold. Here we go. The £12 million Christmas tree. I know, it makes sure one looks slightly naff. This one here, it's a carrot for Rudolph. This is a 3-carat diamond, which is very nice. Handbags and glad wags. A Bulgari necklace with mini purse. Diamond in a gold $1 million bill. And the emu that laid the golden egg. It's an £8.9 million ornament to go on the tree. Thus making up a £12 million tree. Wow. I'd be too embarrassed. You know that somebody would pinch it, wouldn't you? 500,000 people disrupted yesterday. You can do it. You can do it. Don't let them know that you're bothered. Don't let them know you're bothered. Just carry on and do your job. Just smile at them and go, soon be your turn. That's it, mate. You just looked up. You looked up what? Pisces personalities. Not really, no. Is it bad news? Is it bad news for Pisceans? Here we go. Pisceans are the most impressionable of the 12 zodiac signs and deeply empathetic. They often exhibit a gentle, patient nature, but one that is in want of inspiration. Pisceans can be deeply affected by and completely absorbed into their environment. Well, that's right, isn't it? I mean, that's absolutely right. Pisceans adapt well to their circumstances, both good and bad. They're generous, absolutely. Amiable, positive-natured people with a deep sense of kindness and compassion. So true, so true. Pisceans are highly tuned into everything around them, including the feelings of others. So true. So true, it gets better. Pisces are not typical people. They're too idealistic and impractical for everyday run-of-the-mill living. Pisceans are sensitive and instinctual rather than bookish or mechanical. I'm never mechanical. Also, Pisceans are socially popular because of their easygoing and likeable manner. Hello, how are you? They have an uncanny sense of perceiving what a person wants or needs and delivering it. Pisceans are reflective, preferring to allow circumstances and events to unfold and only then responding. Isn't that lovely? So we're actually... What do you want?
Sorry.
I'll just put it down there. Goodness sake, honestly. All right. Thank you. God dear. Out. Amiable. Pisceans are amiable. Very easygoing. The sort of people anybody can get on with. They're capable. Once they find the right situation, don't come in again without knocking. Okay? Of some incredible deeds. They completely and wholly engage in a chosen path to the exclusion of everything else. This obsessive-compulsive energy can be healthy and not. Pisceans can be workaholics and other kind of aholics too. It's not very nice, is it? Yeah. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? What are they saying? But we're not necessarily... I don't think we're workaholics, because I don't believe in any of that rubbish. If it's good things, I always believe in it. I don't think we're workaholics. I think we just like working. You know, you should like working. Gemini's a good journalist. Where have you just written that? You've just written that, have you? Gemini's a good journalist. What does it say about Taurus? Crashing into everything, I should imagine. Taurians, the bull. So what date does that make it? What is that? Taurus? They love one-upmanship. Well, that would have been demonstrated this morning, isn't it? Oh, I've been to Little Italy. I've had some coffee in Little Italy. You know. But you don't know Tony Pelledri like I do. Steve, I noticed a lovely large tree opposite St Paul's. Yes. Well, they were outside St Paul's. They always have a big Christmas tree. Who would be your ideal Christmas dinner guest if you could always choose, says Neil? Nobody. I'd quite happily sit there and eat it all by myself. If somebody just placed it on the table and left the room, I could be considered Scrooge, I think. I heard you mention Waitrose carrier bag things. I know that you did a piddly carrier bag from Sainsbury's. That's 20p, is it? Is it? Wow. And Donnie says, morning, Stephen, a happy feast of St Francis Xavier. Are you celebrating in the studio? Absolutely. We do all the religious festivals here. Here in the studio, we do all the religious festivals. We're very good at things like that. Out of all your LBC colleagues, who do you think can make the best Prime Minister? Who'd make the best Prime Minister? That's a tough one, isn't it? That is tough. I'm going through them all. I think it would have to be Nick Ferrari. Nick Abbott. No, not Nick Abbott. The lights would go off and he'd go into pieces, wouldn't he? But no, I don't think Nick Ferrari would make a good Prime Minister. You can put your hand down, Luke, OK? It's not going to be you. Not now, not in the future, not ever, OK? Be awful, wouldn't it, really? They come back and they go, oh, by the way, guess who's just been made Prime Minister? You know that bloke who worked on your programme all those years ago, in the year 2019? I go, yeah, what, Luke? And I went, he's the new Prime Minister. I went, oh, dear. Andrew Castle. No, because he'd be offering free tennis lessons to people, wouldn't he? And sort of doing fitness things, and no. That's why I think Nick, because he looks a bit like Boris, sort of. But I think he'd be good. I think he'd be very good at that. What about me? No, I couldn't do anything like that. I'd lose my temper too quickly. No. If I decided on something, we'd be doing it. It wouldn't be very popular. I'd be making sure that children got Marmite every day, whether they wanted to eat it or not. It would be force-fed to them. And, I'm amiable and easygoing when it's going my way. When it's not going my way, I can be like a bear with a very, very sore head. So I don't do things like that. I like Eddie Mayer, yes. Eddie Mayer could be very good, very good. Sheila could... You think another girlie in the Prime Minister's role? I'm not sure about that. I think it has to be a man. I think it has to be a man. Do you think so? You're not bothered, are you, really? No, why would you bother? You think you could do it, do you? Yeah, well, luckily, you're going to go nowhere near it, Luke. I mean, we can't have somebody like you. You know, you'd be like sort of junior Prime Minister. OK, I'm going to give free sweets to everybody and a fizzy drink on every Saturday. That's not going to work, is it? Oh, and you can all have bubble gum. Yeah! But like the young ones all over again. And we can all watch cartoons all day on the television. Yeah! And you can throw things at the television and it actually lands in the studio. So, you know, you can watch Lorraine Kelly and you can just pick up something like a tennis ball and throw it into the screen and it will end up in her studio. That's a good idea, isn't it? So just going back to Christmas presents. So Luke's girlfriend has been buying in the sales, okay, because obviously she's mean. And do you know what she's bought in the... Oh, right. Oh, it's only the sum of 50 quid, so you're obviously not that keen. Oh, you've set a limit. Oh, that's good, £50. Sorry? What's it? Well, I don't know. What are you buying her? She's got enough. I think she'll be the decider on that one. Thank you, right. You can't start deciding with somebody else you've got enough. She might say, well, I haven't got enough shoes, or I haven't got enough, you know, coats or hats or something like that, or scarves. Are you really? You're minimalistic, are you? You need to look more in the mirror. That doesn't look like minimalistic. Minimalistic to me would be a little pair of shorts and a little singlet to go on the top. I don't think it would actually be what you're wearing this morning. That's not minimalistic. That's called layering up. You know, that's minimalistic. Richard Spur thinks that he could be the best Prime Minister. He could. Oh, Ollie's going with that one. He thinks that's a good idea. Richard would be very nice. He must. I think he's working over Christmas, isn't he? He is going to be working. Like, we're all working. See, I love working over Christmas. I don't see it as a holiday. I see the whole job as a holiday. I've never sort of, you know, worried about things like that. I don't. Yeah, exactly. Every day's a holiday. You're not working, are you, over Christmas? Oh, a couple of days. Please God, they're not my days. And I'm sure that'll be fine. It'll be great. And so I must go and get some little trees from Poundland just to put them in here to make it look a bit festive. We're looking a bit unfestive in here today, and I've decided a little bit of festivity. I'm changing my mind on the balloons at my party. I've decided I want balloons now. So somebody's got something to talk to. So if sort of Luke turns up, he'll have somebody on the same intellect level so you can have a little chat. You know, have I invited you? No, there's no chance you're getting in. Who what? Who'll be more full of hot air? I think probably Luke if he was allowed in, but he's not allowed in. He's not... you know what he'd be like? He'll bring a little bag, he'll be taking the food, putting it in there and putting it in his pocket for later. I can't bear people like that, because I've actually done it myself. You know, you've gone there, you think, those vol au vents look a treat, don't they? Time you get in, they've all mashed into each other and a bit of a car crash in a plastic bag. 450 complaints. Do I what? Do I have any vol au vents today? What, here? No. Why? Well, you have to cook them. You have to cook... What do you mean, do you? Of course you have to cook vol au vents. Yeah. Vol au vents. A vol au vent, it's a little pastry thing hollowed out in the middle, and you pour a filling into it. It can be chicken with cream or, you know, bacon or... No, they're savoury. They're savoury. Yeah. They're nice, actually. I love a vol au vent. At a party. You must have seen them. Vol au vent. I think it's spelled. No, they're really lovely. Richard Spur's eaten loads of... Yeah, they're not posh, no. Aunt Bessie makes them and just about everybody else. They're lovely. But no, you can buy them already cooked. You just need to fill them and pop them in the oven. They're brilliant party food. Messy, but lovely. They really are. And you'd have them not too hot so you can pop one in your mouth and just enjoy it and eat it. They're lovely. Funeral food. Yes, I suppose it could be considered funeral food, yes. Depending on what sort of funerals you go to. In your case, vegan funerals. Because a lot of vegans die early, I suppose, so they have to go to these funerals. You would have vol au vents at a funeral. How bizarre. Really? How many funerals have you been to where you've seen these things? You've been to a few funerals. They don't know. No. They always go, oh, Luke, would you like to... You know what he is? He'll be the... In the film Oliver gets a job working for the funeral director, and all he has to do, because he's got one of those faces, is walk in front of the coffin and the hearse, and go, ooh, ooh, like that'd be you, wouldn't it? Dressed all in black with this sort of thing, ooh, cry more, ooh. That's how it was. They did it properly in the early days. They really did. Steve, the best Prime Minister, Roy Chubby Brown or Jasper Carrot? Yes, I'm not totally in favour of that one. I don't really think that'll work. Bobby the Cabbies thinks the best Christmas movie is Wonderful Life. Yes, but as I've told you before, we don't do what's your favourite movie on this station. That's for people who sort of, they couldn't hold a conversation together. So occasionally I will tell people what my favourite movie is, and that's where it finishes, okay? It's a lot easier. I like It's a Wonderful Life. I like Tom and Jerry. I like loads. I keep watching. I liked Mrs. Christmas the other day. That was a fairly good little movie. I liked Love Actually. Anything that's got snow in it and Christmas music, and I'm it. I just love stuff like that. 5:45 is the time. Should we get a check on the road and rail this morning? We resorted to the conversation of what sort of grapes do you like, red or white? I said, well, they're green. He said, no, they're white. I mean, so we've had this discussion on what colour grapes are nowadays. Because at Christmas time, all you need on the Christmas table, or on the sideboard, if you're lucky enough to have a sideboard, is a tin of Quality Street and Satsumas. I don't even think bananas are acceptable over Christmas. I think Satsumas are far more acceptable. I mean, I can eat Satsumas, and you're going to get fat. Really? Start pinching the grapes that we gave to somebody else. What was the other thing I was going to mention to you? I've just remembered, I was thinking about Christmas. I'm thinking about, so we always have, Satsumas. Always have Satsumas. No, that's it. I've just remembered. Because we used to have them when we used to play Monopoly. They've just brought out a short version of Monopoly. No, a short version. No, this is a short version of Monopoly, OK? Don't start arguing again, I tell you. Heading down the wrong cul-de-sac with me, mate. No, it's a short version of Monopoly. It's a much quicker... Whereas, in fact, all you have to do the short version of the normal Monopoly is throw the dice, and then you can each pick a set of houses. And that's in one of the papers today, actually. Steve, do you think Nick Abbott's new car could be a smart car? I don't think Nick will ever be driving anything that's considered smart. Really, I mean, most of his stuff seems to fall asleep, fall apart. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, and another one here. Amazing how many people have got favourite Christmas movies, and I never bother with them. I do watch Christmas movies, but I've got to be in the right... I think E.T. you could watch at Christmas. Yeah, it's quite perfectly acceptable, isn't it? I think so. And another one here. Where will all the extra trains come from? This is somebody writing to Darren Adam earlier on. I don't know. But, I mean, I looked at the board at Richmond Station the other day. Most of the trains seemed to be on time. Most of them were sort of... It didn't look as though there's any problem. But I decided to cut my losses and go home by underground. Because if you go right to the very front of the train, there's always seats there. And when it pulls into Richmond, you're right at the front. You get out. If you're sitting at the back of the blooming thing... You've got to wait till everybody else has got off the platform. But I was straight through the barrier, very, very quickly. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And I reckon my husband could win MasterChef. He's that good in the kitchen. He's done duck fat and goose fat roasties, but the ones which were especially tasty, crunchy, golden, fluffy and yummy, were made with groundnut oil. Well, presumably they were made with potato. And then fried in ground nut oil. You can actually do them. You're supposed to... Didn't somebody say you're supposed to rub them with semolina? That was a fairly... And sort of rough... I don't know why that came up. I mean, somebody mentioned semolina. I remember thinking, how bizarre. How's that bizarre? Front page of the... let's have a quick look. Let's go for the Mail, shall we? Daily Mail today. Here it's Prince Andrew. There you go. I knew you'd like this one. This is Andrew's new TV humiliation. His accuser told her the night she claims they had sex... she tells the BBC he's a liar. She said he sweated like it was raining at a nightclub. And new photographs show Prince Andrew and the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein at Royal Ascot. And also Ghislaine Maxwell with him as well. It's all a bit pear-shaped, isn't it, really? It's not going well at all. And so now they've got, in her own words, this is Virginia Roberts on television last night. He's a hideous dancer. On being left feeling ashamed and dirty, and on the scary time in her life. And a picture of Jeffrey Epstein in society with Prince Andrew, chatting with his old friend Caroline Stanley, Countess of Derby at the Royal Ascot Ladies' Day in the year 2000. So, 20 years ago. Amazing. Ghislaine Maxwell with Prince Andrew at the Ascot meeting. It's all a bit odd. It's all a bit odd. Ken Livingstone was caught in a heated row with tube staff the other day after getting his foot stuck in a train door. Mr. Livingstone, 74, was accused of holding up the service for 2 minutes at Willesden Green. In a video, he accuses an underground worker of trying to push him over and demands he open the door. A commuter said the door was blatantly closing when the ex-mayor purposefully stuck his foot in it. Because people do that, don't they? They actually try and stop the train. They think, well, I'm going to get on this one if it's the last thing I do, even though you've even got to stand there for a few minutes and another train arrives. First night of winter sends Britain into a deep freeze. It is very, very cold. And smiling for the camera, the notorious hate preacher, Anjam Chowdhury, enjoying a stroll near his home after being released from jail last year, and then posing with Usman Khan, this pathetic waste of space who's gone the way that so many of these people do, straight to hell. Also, move over Kindles. There's a new storyteller in town, and these are audiobooks. So in other words, every book that comes out, 9 out of 10 times there is an audio book. So when you get Stephen Fry doing Victorian Secrets, he'll be narrating his own book. I think they're brilliant. I've got loads. The top book at the moment is The Sun King by David Dimbleby, narrated by David Dimbleby. Also American Gods by Neil Gaiman. That's Neil Gaiman and 4 others. Plus David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Richard Armitage is doing that one. The Body by Bill Bryson, narrated by Bill Bryson. Adam Kay, 'Twas the Night Shift Before Christmas. We know all about that one, don't we? And Harry Potter, narrated by Stephen Fry. He's got it sewn up, hasn't he? He's definitely got the Harry Potter sewn up. So if you've never had an audio book before, it's a brilliant way of listening to a book for an elderly person. You know, you could buy somebody a little cassette recorder to play them on, or DVD player or something like that. They always work. I think they're absolutely brilliant. I've spent many a happy day listening to some of these marvellous books. Marvellous books. Also, what have we got here? Oh, it's a picture of the people queuing on South Western Railway on the platform. Somebody says, I've already cast my postal vote in case we never get off the platform. It's busier than usual, but it's definitely doable. Definitely doable. Also, birthdays today. Daryl Hannah is 59. She was in Splash, and she was also in Steel Magnolias and loads of other things. And Dan Snow, son of the former king of the BBC swingometer, Peter Snow. His great-grandfather was Sir Thomas Doyley Snow, who sent thousands of men to their deaths as a general at the Battle of the Somme. Snow said it's fascinating to be descendant from one of the most maligned men in British history. And born on this day in 1927, died in 2012, Andy Williams. He introduced the Osmonds to the world via his annual Christmas TV special. Fantastic. I've just bought, actually, a Bing Crosby CD. I don't know why they said in limited supply, but I bought it anyway, because I think Bing Crosby was super. I never got to see him live, but I've seen him singing on television and stuff like that. 400 complaints about the Pussycat Dolls. It was wholly inappropriate. This is a family programme. I'm sorry, if you wanted to bring on trashy lap dancing looking type people, then you achieved it. Somebody said, I'm all for women doing what they want, but kids should be able to watch a family show without seeing a strip show. Absolutely. Shame on Nicole Scherzinger for not realising. She should have said, right, we're all going to wear different sorts of outfits. I mean, it was just disgusting. Just disgusting. Apparently, an ITV spokesman said the performance was not considered to be unsuitable. Obviously, standards dropping at ITV, I suspect. Come on, let's get Lorraine Kelly getting her bits out and gyrating on the table in front of her. Holly Willoughby could do it. Although, to be honest with you, I think we'd much rather see Philip Schofield taking all his clothes off. Because, to be honest with you, when you see somebody on television all the time, and I only thought about this the other day, I remember thinking, nobody's ever said, oh, Pip Schofield, he's a bit core. Nobody ever says that about Pip Schofield. Why is that? Why is that? Is it because he doesn't have any sex appeal? Or is it because he looks as though he doesn't actually have a body? He's just a head with 2 legs and 2 arms. You never ever think, oh, Pip Schofield, perhaps we'll see him in a pair of Speedos anytime soon. It's not going to happen, is it? He just doesn't have that appeal to people. In fact, the more clothes he's wearing, as in Luke's case, the layered look, it's what? Holly does. Holly Willoughby. Yes. You think? Oh, okay. Oh, well. I don't know, I'm just sort of thinking, a little bit focused on poor old Holly Willoughby. It's not her fault, is it, really? The angry mother who threw her baby son at a woman police officer has avoided jail. What do you need to do now? Kirsty Bearfield, what a plank. What a sad, pathetic waste of space. She went to court, and it was due to concerns about an injury to the older child, and she's a bare-knuckle fighter, Plank. She comes from Heddon in Hull, admitted causing grievous bodily harm when she appeared at the city's Crown Court. She's had problems before, and you only have to look at her to realise she's from the wrong side of the tracks. A woman cage fighter. I mean, good Lord above, honestly. What a state. What a state. And this whale, you know, to actually see a whale out. This is 26 ton of sperm whale on the beach on the Isle of Harris. Do you know it had so much, around 16 stone of cups and carrier bags in its stomach, which obviously was a thing that killed it. Dreadful, really. Dreadful. It says that the intestines had virtually nothing in them, as it could no longer process food. It's this dreadful waste, isn't it, in our oceans now, which is particularly bad. But poor thing. Honestly, it's our second whale that we've lost. I don't like losing whales. I always thought whales were quite nice creatures of the sea. And when you actually get, ooh, blimey, it's so windy in here. It's blowing my papers around. It's never been that windy, but seriously, it's blowing papers around in here. It's dreadful, isn't it? It's not good at all. Bomb plot pal in bid to go free. This is the dead Khan meeting the hate cleric, Anjam Chowdhury. What revolting people they are, really. Really not very pleasant. And then David Merritt's son Jack was killed by a convict, part of the same prison rehabilitation scheme that Jack dedicated his life to. But David, his father, tells the Mirror his son will be livid. Politicians are using his death to call for longer prison sentences. Cold morning out there today, but it should be. It's winter. That's when we go into December. We then go, oh, it's in winter. And people go to me, oh, it's a bit cold today. So, of course, he comes in next door, you know. Oh, it's very cold. You know, that's outside. Inside, it's actually nice, toasty. Leon Adams, thank you very much indeed. As a regular listener to your brilliant early morning show, can't be to me, I thought you might appreciate these London reusable shopping bags from my daughter, Mia Tui's handbag company. They can be carried everywhere. They're little tiny things, and they unfold out. Little bag. So put it your shopping in. So next time I'm in somewhere and I don't have a shopping bag, I can use one of these. That's very nice, Leon. Thank you very much indeed. Very grateful. It's always nice to get something like that. We like little gifts occasionally. We don't necessarily plead for them. I don't want to be sort of seen as a little pleader. But I quite like the idea of sort of opening up a package, thinking, oh, that's nice. I like those sort of stuff. Steve, with the Snowflake Society we live in these days, there would be complaints if a group of nuns appeared on the X Factor. I quite like to see a group of nuns on the X Factor. I see no reason why not. The singing nun, who was out years ago, only had one hit single. It's quite a tragic story. She had the one that goes, Dominique, Nick, on the play du simplement, and it was called Dominique by the singing nun. And she was actually a nun in a nunnery in France. Unfortunately, she had a few hidden secrets which emerged as the singer sort of sang her song, which is brilliant. And another one here says Mary Crosby. I think Mary Crosby features on the album. I'm pretty certain, actually. Winter starts 22nd of December. No, it's on now. It's in now. Minus 14 degrees, I think it could hit. Minus 14 degrees. That's gonna knock everybody, isn't it, really? It's going to be absolute dreadful. Also, another one here. A lot of people talk, because Donald Trump flew in last night, didn't he? Donald Trump's in last night. I think we're trying to secretly... Donald? I'd love him to come in for In Conversation. Absolutely. I mean, they'd be going crackers round here if they go, Donald Trump's been listening to Steve and he's decided yours is the programme he wants to appear on. I'm telling you, Steve, I can't do the impression. I'm ridiculous. Mine just sounds like James Cagney gone a bit wrong, doesn't it? Really, which isn't anything like Donald Trump. James Cagney was a hero. Donald Trump isn't. But no, if his people contacted my people and said, Don, that's what we call him, would love to. Thomas. Thomas would have to be the one who dealt with things like that. And then, because we do have people, a lot of people who beg to go on the programme. We go, no, away with you. Away with you. We're looking for somebody with a personality. And, but no, I'd do him. Of course. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. It's like, if the Krays had lived and been released from prison, which seems highly unlikely. But if they were, every programme would be looking for an interview with them to get the craze on there. Oh, yes. I mean, it's only because one of them was dying and then did an interview, I think a television interview, while he was sort of literally laid up and he was breathing his last. And then the other one went as well. But, oh, God, no, you definitely want to interview people. I'd have put in bids for the craze. You definitely want to talk to somebody like that. I mean, I can't think there'd be many people that you would definitely want to bid in. But, I mean, I would imagine Donald Trump would be... Oh, you'd never get an interview with the Queen in a million years. She wouldn't. She doesn't do interviews. Mind you, I saw Posh the other day. Little, you know Posh? Beckham and Vic. She gets up everybody's nose. She was on the Ellen DeGeneres show, and she's got a very strange manner with her. I don't know if it's because she's Americanized or part British or part whatever. But anyway, she was giving all the audience free makeup from her collection. And I thought, this is just cynical, isn't it? You mustn't be so cynical, Steve. And the reason she was giving it away is because she was given free publicity about her stuff from Ellen DeGeneres. They couldn't say anything more about it, barring sort of going to the audience and handing over the stuff directly to them. And they all got Netflix for 5 years or something like that. If you're in the Ellen DeGeneres show, there's a lot of presents you get. And she does the 12 Days of Christmas, which means that, today everybody in the audience is getting a 65-inch flat screen. And then I think the end of it, she'll sort of say, right, the audience here, you're getting all 12 days of Christmas. Because for the companies, it's cheap. It's cheap publicity. And so, who would I like to be interviewed by? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I've been interviewed twice by James O'Brien. Interviewed twice. And I'm next year I'm interviewing Ian Dale, but this is for a literary festival. It's not here, it's for Ian Dale. He's asked me to do it. No idea why. No idea why. I don't know how he picked on me. I've got no idea. Apart from the fact it's being held in Twickenham. Steve, I went and saw Les Miserables at the cinema last night. It was a one live performance. Alfie Boe and Michael Ball, fabulous. A friend of mine was going to go and she said she's so tired. She said to me, I was supposed to be going with some friends, she said, but I didn't have the strength to go. I said, I know how you feel. There's a beauty product here. I like beauty products. And this one is a skincare brand. And it sells for 250 quid. Okay, which, in this day and age, 250 quid. And an IT technician at Foreo is believed to have accidentally slashed the price of this sought-after UFO smart mask by 96%. So it would have gone from 250 quid. They got it down to £9. So you can imagine that the website nearly crashed, and it's cost them a total of 7.7 million. A very expensive crash. Very expensive. All right, just take the cup. Don't say anything. Just take the cup. All right? See how cold that cup is? I know you can't say anything. I'll just speak for you. Yes, Steve. Yes, I can feel how cold it is. That's how he talks normally. Don't frighten me, mate, I tell you. And so this 250 beauty gift. And so the company lost nearly £8 million on Black Friday because so many people wanted to get it. The mask is said to combine advanced dermal technologies with Korean mask formula. It was so funny watching Victoria Beckham on Ellen DeGeneres, and she kept moving her head sort of as if she was trying to be a bit grand, as opposed to what, which is that's how she talks normally. But it was very interesting. I was watching the body language, waiting for somebody like Judy James to come out and tell you exactly what that means. It was all, just sort of thrown together, really. Paul says, it's not cold tonight. When it's cold, we sit round a candle. When it's really cold, we light it. James in Fulham, do you think that Pip Schofield's a bit goody-goody, wet? No, I don't actually, no. I think he's very clever. Listen, I mean, anybody's clever that can maintain a career that goes from children's television to adult television with one of the most popular daytime television programmes. Why do you think he's working all the time? At the moment, he's dragging the wife in, Steph, and they're doing Christmas presents, and they had a few people from Coronation Street. It's a bit predictable, but no, I think it's very clever what he does. I really do. I'm always very envious of anybody who can do the crossover on television. Very few of them can do it. Very few. Chris says that Trump in Leicester Square in conversation. I'd love to see the convoy. Oh, me too. Can you imagine the convoy? Because there's about 6 or 7 cars that arrive with him. One will be a hospital car, and then there's, all the all the sort of security and things like that. It'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? And just coming in to see me. You watch, somebody just turned on the radio, he's coming in to see Steve. How does that work? My convoy's fairly big. Consists of two chariots and a bicycle, and that's it. Thank you. Don't say anything. Don't say anything at all. All right? No, just... Oh, what was that? Oh, we can't say. Was it a hare? Where did that come from? You're not molting, are you? I don't want to discover hairs in my cup of tea this morning. No, don't worry. We've still got the shark floating around in the top of the bowl. So the X-rated, the Pussycat Dolls, to be honest with you, they are the Pussycat Moggies now. The ITV reality show. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't mind the Pussycat Dolls, but can we have them dressed properly for a family programme? You know, somebody says, I can't tell you what they said actually, it's too rude. But they split in 2009. There was a reason for it. They were crap. I went to see them at the Royal Variety Performance. I didn't go to see them. They just happened to be one of the acts on the Royal Variety Performance some years ago. And we both agreed. We thought it was terrible. Really terrible. Not good at all. And somebody else says, not really too cold out there. Are you serious? I think it's freezing. Absolutely freezing. And I've got, a thick... I don't know what they call these sort of shirt, like a lumberjack shirt, but it's quite thick material. Flannel. Is it flannel? Oh, right, it's flannel. I might go and buy some more, but they haven't got any. I think probably next week I'll have to be resorting to spending, cord shirts. Oh, do you think? Yeah. Do you wear cord shirts? I shan't be wearing them. Steve, Ian Dale's favourite caller of all time, who furiously told him that Boris Johnson is the biggest liar on 2 feet. Oh, people get very irate, don't they, when it comes into an election period, and people tell all sorts of things, and they go, oh, I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you that. And we know because we've been down the route before of people who promise you things. And then they get in and they go, oh, can't actually manage that just yet. You have to wait till next time round. We found a crook here called Chirag Patel. Chirag Patel has been jailed for running a rental racket with 19 stolen luxury cars. He's got a payback, $1.5 million. Chirag Patel, aged 40, disguised the fleet worth £700,000 with insurance details of vehicles that had been written off. He was jailed for 8 years in October and has now been ordered to stump up $1,639,661. Patel of Croydon was told by the town's Crown Court that if he cannot pay, 10 years will be added to his sentence. That's the more like it. That's the more like it. Although a woman who throws her baby at a police officer gets a suspended sentence. Where's the logic? Where is the logic? Answer is there is no logic. I tried to find out the other day, actually. Ed Gamble came in and he did Pointless. And I said, oh, did you win? He said, I can't tell you. Because it's not been transmitted yet. And I was trying to get the answer out. He wasn't budging on it. And but I think he might have done okay. Whether he did really well, I don't know, because I haven't. See, is he good? Oh right, there you go then. That's Heavy Company. 620. Do you know the cost of Christmas is the lowest it's been for 2 years? So this is what it is. This is the one-stop basket. In Aldi, £24.78. Iceland, £25. They're all around roughly the same sort of thing until you get to... they don't do Waitrose, which is a bit surprising. I wonder why they don't do Waitrose. But top, the most expensive M&S, £38.35. And this would be for the turkey, potatoes, sprouts, carrots, parsnips, stuffing mix, cranberry sauce, Christmas pudding, Christmas cake, brandy butter and mince pies. In Aldi, that comes in, all of those items there, if you buy them all differently, £22.85 for a Christmas dinner, which is not bad going, is it really? For all those people who say it's so expensive. And, when you look at it, Lidl is fairly inexpensive. Iceland's very good, £25. Then we sort of jump 26, 30, 33, 35, 35, and then 38 for M&S. But you would expect M&S to be expensive, wouldn't you? You would absolutely expect that. So, but it is the lowest. That's why they're all, making sure that you're aware of how much things are now, which is much better. Also, according to the Supermarket Sweep by Good Housekeeping. Those prepared to cherry-pick deals at different stores can bag 11 items for £22.85 or just £2.86 a head, because we've got our Christmas lunch upstairs available in the canteen. I keep seeing all the things, and you can either have 1 course, 2 courses or 3 courses, or you can just have the 1 course and you pay, I think for Christmas dinner, I think it's £5.95. And you think to yourself, can you make a profit on that? The answer is yes. Almost double. You can almost double the amount of money it costs to produce it. But because I do like it, I have been to Joe Allen's on a few occasions on the lead up to Christmas and had Christmas dinner. I don't know why we want to do it. It's funny, isn't it? You can have it. And there is nothing at Christmas that you can't have the rest of the year. You can go and get a frozen turkey. You can go and get stuffing. You can get trifle. You can get fruit cake. You can get roast potatoes, you can get sprouts, you can get parsnips, you can get carrots, you can get sweet corn, you can get gravy. There's nothing that you have to wait for throughout the year to go, oh, I'm sorry, we can't have turkey, it only comes out at Christmas. It's in the freezers all year round. All year round. Nut roast is all year round, is it really? Well, there you go, look at that. Nut roast is available all year for those of you who wish to partake of the devil's food. It's out there now, a nut roast. There is actually a recipe for nut roast, and I can't... Oh, I tell you who's actually got it. Jamie Oliver's got it in his book. Jamie Oliver. Wait a minute. Thank you. Another name I've dropped, you know. Perhaps we should have the sound of, smashing glass or something like that. Yeah, Jamie Oliver does nut roast, which is good. When you want to go to his house for Christmas and go... he recently went... I think he went to the Cotswolds with his wife for the birthday and something like that, and it was leaving the kids by themselves, which was great. Can you imagine if you own a restaurant or something or a hotel and in walks Jamie Oliver? Your heart is going to drop, isn't it? You're going to be like, oh, no, Jamie Oliver. Yes, we have a menu for Christmas. We'd like to have a look at it. I think that'd be so exciting. Don't you think so? Sort of somebody says, oh, by the way, just won a competition, and the prize is you're going to Jamie Oliver's and he's going to cook you Christmas lunch. Well, that could be nice. I mean, it would have to be so good. So good. 6 degrees in Rotherham, Steve. Very, very mild. Is it really? Is it really mild in Rotherham? I like things like that. Also, somebody says here, oh, Donald Trump has just touched down in London. Are you happy he's here? This came from the LBC website. Donald Trump, UK visit. President touches down for NATO meeting. And are you big on that idea? Seems that most people aren't. But listen, he's just here on a visit. He's the president. He'll probably get in the next time round as well. I don't seem to be any competition out there, do you? Steve, you just say you're wearing your lumberjack type shirt. And will you now entertain your listeners by singing the lumberjack song? I think not. Robert says, mince pies aren't available all year round. Yes, they are. Of course they are. Where have you been? Are you living on Cloud Cuckoo Land or something? You can buy mince pies all year round. You can get everything. Everything. There is nothing, I think, that comes with the Christmas lunch that isn't available in the summer, which only pops out at Christmas. Definitely not. I did enjoy that programme. I told you the other day. Wait a minute. Which was people repairing things. There was a couple who had an old teddy bear who'd fallen apart, and these lovely people in this sort of barn put everything back together. And there's a bloke called Will, who's very good at doing staining wood and putting teak. I mean, he's just brilliant. It's so good. Tommy Fury, you won't know who he is. He's nobody. Says a real man would never let his partner propose. I mean, sorry, Tommy Fury, so butch, and he's doing an interview with OK Magazine. kind of a bit naff, mate? You know, and any man who does an interview with OK Magazine but purports to be a boxer, get what I'm saying? It's not the best thing. 2 early pressings of the Sex Pistols' God Save the Queen. Do you remember that song? God Save the Queen, the fascist regime. And are for sale for £14,000. I wish I'd kept mine. I did. Yes, I didn't have an acetate, but I did have God Save the Queen. It was used in 1976 to test quality before the vinyl was mass-produced, fished out of a bin at Wessex Studios. Wow. Well, I mean, that's very good value, very good. I told you, Dale went to interview the Sex Pistols. You can imagine, can't you? Hi. Why don't you do, all that kind of stuff, the Sex Pistols and Dale Winton. I know, because I was there. Steve, 1.5 degrees on the way to work. I wonder why I bother. Tesco's do a nut roast gravy, says Claire. Oh, but he doesn't know that. They do a nut roast gravy. Tesco's do a nut roast gravy. That sounds nice, doesn't it? Yeah, because what you could do is you could sort of buy it, then you could freeze it, and then bring it out when you wanted it. I mean, I'm assuming you could probably freeze something like gravy for 3 to 6 months, and then you make yours fresh. You'd have to, wouldn't you, really? He's also got Netflix, and, which is my big bugbear. Everybody goes, oh, I've got Netflix. I'm thinking, yeah, whatever. Do I sound like I want Netflix? Maybe. I don't even have I don't even have Sky. I've got nothing like that. No. What do I watch? Television. I've got a choice of... No, I've got loads of channels to watch. No, it just pops up on my television. They're all built into televisions now. How do I watch the... Oh, well, I do that on a sort of a catch-up type thing. Up the Villar. Aston. Yeah, the Villar. And one says, mince pies are definitely not available all year round. Don't be so stupid. Grow up. Of course they are. Nothing worse than ignorance at this time of the morning. The programme, says Patricia, is called The Repair Shop. It is brilliant. It is brilliant. I watched it the other day. I thought they were very clever. They gave a load of people, new hope for their thing. Some of them were in tears. Jane says brandy butter might be a challenge to find. Well, you can make it. You can make it. Good Lord above, you don't have to buy everything. Somebody says you can't get Brussels sprout crisps any other time of year. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. What a horrible crisp that is. Awful. They've got one which is roast dinner. It does taste like roast chicken. They all taste the same to me. I can't tell you. If you were doing a blind tasting on crisps, then you would be absolutely horrified. And you go, they go, what do you think that is? You go, is it roast chicken? They go, no, hedgehog. And you go, because we had roadkill, didn't we? And another one here. I like the idea that Tesco's doing a nut roast gravy. He doesn't know anything about that. Isn't it funny? I'm having to help him out, and he's the one who's vegan. He's the one who you think, needs prompting up and down the blooming high street, which is great. Steve and Phil says, after hearing you talk about Joe Allen's for years, well, I've been eating there for 35 years. There's not many places where you could say, even where you live, is there? There's not many places you can say we've been going there for a long, long time, but 35 years, because we used to be down the road from it, so it was so convenient. And we would always go up. There'd be a crowd of about 6 to 10 of us on a Sunday evening. I don't know how we ever managed to do things like that, but we seem to manage it. And it's lovely, and so I've followed it. It's moved places now. It's just off the Strand, just at the end, before you hit the traffic lights to turn right onto Waterloo Bridge. It's just there on the left-hand side. And it's sort of like, how do you describe it? It's sort of it's a bistro. It's got lots of showbiz prints in there, and people who've been eating there a long time. It's what I call the place where you go to when you've been in London a while and you've always eaten there. And it's just that. And we just like it. We just like it. It's good, actually. And, Steve, you're right. Mince pies in Waitrose all year round. I don't know why somebody would ever think that you can't get minced pies. You can get everything. Absolutely everything. Also, LBC were asking you the other day whether or not Prince Andrew should return his royal title. I don't think so. I just think that when Charles has a word with him, I think they're going to get rid of him. I think they'll say, listen, why don't you go and live in Verbier? Give us back the place at Kensington Palace or wherever it is, and just stay well out. Just makes more sense, I think. Otherwise, it's just a big Tuesday. Somebody says you can't have turkey curry leftovers all year round. Of course you can. Have you heard of a freezer? What do you think it is? Heating up food? No, you make the curry, you let it cool down, and then you bag it up. And then you put it in the freezer, and then all you've got to do is take it out and defrost it. Have it all year round. I don't understand how people can't operate a freezer. I mean, surely you must have a freezer. I mean, they're about the cheapest things that are going, aren't they? Next to colour televisions. So that's definitely the way. Paul says, is Joe Allen a relation, or do you get a free lunch? I've never had a free lunch in my life, Paul. Never. Never had a free black cab ride either. Mingy little person. Supposed to sort of offer free cab rides. Oh, you're Steve Allen, yeah. No charge, mate. That'll be a first. I'll let you know when that happens in my lifetime. No. It's like I go to Selfridges. A lot. Never done anything from Selfridges either. Kelly follows me, actually. And Kelly is a fan of the programme, which is very nice indeed. She says, I listen to my favourite radio station at LBC through a radio player app, but I've just discovered the LBC app and I've downloaded my favourite presenter. It's me! The podcast, lovely. And I keep saying to people, if you don't manage to make it to the end of the programme, if you go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, then all you have to do is download the app, and you can download all of the podcasts. I mean, there's tons of them. I mean, hundreds. It goes back 7 years. 7 years, so you can download all the In Conversations, all the Steve Allen Little Bit Extras, everything. Interesting to see who the celebrities are. As I said, Boadicea, we go back as far as now, so you can go and sort of check out Boadicea or Boudicca's lifestyle and how they were sort of mentioned on the programme. But that was it. So you can, and it's free. It doesn't cost anything at all. It'll be the best gift you get this Christmas. If you've got an elderly relative or an aunt or an uncle or somebody like that, or a mum or a dad, I'll ask the kids to do it. Because to download the app is free, and then you can download all the podcasts. It's simple. It's just a click. Just a click away makes it worthwhile. So whenever you go on holiday, you know, people are going, I can still listen to the programme. Then you've got the podcast. Some people just have all the podcasts and listen on the plane. They listen to them one after the other. Makes the journey go a bit better, actually. A little bit quicker. Another one here. Oh, this is Louise Redknapp. Netflix and chill, anyone. Chill, apparently, is a slang term for sex. And, I mean, she's 45. She was an embarrassment last time round. Her 15-year-old son is going, do you have to take your clothes off? I mean, God in heaven. But there were plenty of takers on Twitter and Instagram, as you can well imagine. Hello, I'm up for it, you know. I mean, she's only joking. If only Chloe Madeley was only joking about the fact that her hubby, James Haskell, needs to be made to look better. She thinks that the bosses are making him look like a bad guy. No, he just is a bad guy. He just is a bad guy. She claims his on-screen tetchiness and rows over the weekend don't tell the whole story. Well, sorry for you, poor old Chloe. Little miss, what do you do, dearly? Nothing. You just trade on the family name. But, no, he's not been very pleasant. Not been very pleasant. I mean, he's talked about people being incessantly stupid over-talkers. And then Chloe says, he's not a bully. Well, unfortunately, you're obviously watching a different programme to the rest of us, love, because he's... now we know, one of the papers has unearthed the fact that his gyms are not doing very well. And he's in hock. I thought most people are in hock nowadays, aren't they? About £170,000. Elton John's farewell tour can't end soon enough for his Oz security. Elton had a bit of a Queenie fit the other day because 2 guards at his gig in Perth, because allegedly they manhandled a female fan. Elt said, let her up here immediately. Come on, you... And then he said a rude word, very rude word. Morons, both of you morons. The bitch is back. I mean, he is past his sell-by, isn't he? But he's still touring for about another 3 years. Another 3 years. Apparently, fresh from winning X Factor, celebrity Megan McKenna's getting her own CD. The ex-Towie star's debut album, Story of Me, will receive its first release on CD this coming Friday, which makes me think they've already recorded the blooming thing. So, in other words, it was a pile of old rubbish, isn't it, really? Whether she goes any further, I've got no idea. Steve, I can commiserate with you. I go regularly to my local Chinese takeaway. They never give me free prawn crackers, says Stephen on the Isle of Dogs. You've got a thing about tea this morning. What's the matter? Why are you all of a sudden obsessed with how many cups of tea can we shove down Steve Allen's throat today? It's the only thing keeping me warm. Although the cups go so cold in the studio. It's the only cups that go really cold. Do you know, I've got gloves with me, but you can't do anything with... Oh, there it is. You can't do anything with sort of gloves on. Thank you. Don't talk. Thank you. So much better when he went mute. Seriously, I mean, it's so much easier. I know a story about that, but I can't remember what it is, actually. And, Steve, do you think you could ask Uncle Donny to come in for an on-air conversation chat? Yes. Have you ever considered an unconventional Christmas dinner? Maybe an Indian, Chinese, or a barbecue? A barbecue for Christmas? Are you mad? No, I always have... You barbecue the turkey? Do you really? What, on a proper barbecue? Oh, right. Like an oven turkey or barbecue. Barbecue, oh, right. No, I've never thought about that, actually. I don't know what I'd have if I was eating Chinese. I mean, I don't think the Chinese have a menu for Christmas. I know they do mooncake for the New Year, but I don't think there's a Christmas menu, is there? If there is, do let me know. I'd love to eat that. That sounds fantastic. Indian, I couldn't eat Indian food lunchtime. I don't know why. That would be a little bit too heavy for me. Sorry? Turkey curry. Oh, I could eat a turkey curry. Oh, yeah. Turkey curry and chips. That just sounds gorgeous, doesn't it? I mean, good Lord, actually. I mean, to be honest with you, Paul says, dress up as a Chelsea pensioner and the ride will be on the house, guaranteed. Well, I think that's outrageous. That's discrimination. Discrimination. So I have to dress up as somebody over the age of 70 to get a free ride. I am dressing up as a person over the age of 70. You're supposed to know these kind of things. Steve, do you remember the days when cars were advertised on style and performance? Now it's all about the technology and size of the screen. Absolutely. I've always said there are cars coming out now which cost half the price of my car, which have got far more technology. I don't even have parking cameras. But there again, I've got beep beeps around it. I mean, it's constantly beep, 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 just before you smash into something. Steve, Advent, day 3, chocolate porridge. Says Tracy, chocolate entrepreneur. A chocolate entrepreneur. Honestly, how exciting is that? Nick Ferrari is with you at 7 o'clock this morning. Now, following last night's TV interview with the woman who alleges that Prince Andrew sexually abused her, a lawyer, representing victims of the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein, is launching a bid to force the Duke of York to testify in a US courtroom. Nick will find out just how likely it is. Plus, President Trump has touched down in London ahead of a summit to mark the 70th birthday of NATO. But with tensions building amongst its member states, how important is the alliance today? And Nick will have an update on last night's tragedy in Loughton. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari this morning on LBC with breakfast for 7. To everybody at the CAA, which is the Concert Artists Association, and they sent me some raffle tickets, but they're now the Club for Acts and Artists, and they always do a raffle every year, and they always send me a packet of tickets, and this year I'm going to blooming pay for them and send them back to them. It's the only way, poor old Val Pets, honestly, desperately waiting for that envelope with sort of from Steve Allen written on it. From Doreen in Rush Green, she says, thank you for the hours of enjoyment. Thank you. I'm glad you think it's hours. I'm all in favour of hours. I agree. At this time of the morning, what else can you expect? For goodness sake, we're all sort of struggling through life best we can, which is good. And somebody says, I asked earlier this morning if you smoke cigarettes. I actually meant whilst you're on air. I've said yes. And, yeah, I did said yes. Yes, Ollie will confirm that as well. I did smoke cigarettes on air. You could smoke in the studios. In all the original studios you could smoke, and it was only when we got as far as Hammersmith that they kind of sort of stopped people smoking in the offices, but you could smoke in my studio. Very odd one, isn't it, really? So I used to have people sitting in there. It was like Puffing Billy going away in there. And John in Bayswater says you have to come to a South African braai, is it, for your Christmas lunch? Lekker. I think lekker must be sort of good, I think. And means delicious. How do you know that? Oh, your mum had a dog called Lekker. Oh, right. The dog was delicious? Dear, not sure about that one. And Dutch. Oh, right, okay. I had Chinese for Christmas lunch, says Fraser, last year. We were in New York. We went to Chinatown. Best Christmas lunch I've had. Love it. Love it. Steve, how do these fake celebrity relationships go? Do they turn up where the press will be? No, they tell the press where they're going to be. It's all orchestrated. You don't seriously think that, they sort of, all of a sudden you're out there and Lauren Goodyear hoves into view. No. She's already told the photographer where she is. Some people even take the photographer with them and do it. So that's where it is. I don't get how they get photographed on a beach. Well, they've been told to go to this particular beach, and the local photographer will take their picture. That's how it works. Monica says, I offered you a free ride to the station once. You declined, probably because the offer was also for Thomas. Poor old Thomas, bless his heart. He's still enjoying his holiday, but freezing to death, I can imagine. And another one here. Ian, the skip beepers don't work. That's why he bumps into everything. You want to get my thing? It's so much better. So much better. Also, another one says, come on, be honest. Who in the past has refused to come in for in conversation? Don't know. Have we ever had anybody? Yeah, they actually come to us. I mean, we don't have to go to them. They actually approach us. There's nobody who's sort of refused to come in. There's one or two people who've missed the appointment, but that's only because they got confused at the time we were doing the recording. It's 10 to 7. That is the time. Front pages of the papers. Here we go. Stace, my sex picture terror. I think this must be from Gavin and Stacey. Can't think of it being anything else. They think it's likely they're going to bring it back. Because there's nothing new on the television. We notice nowadays there's nothing new on the television. I mean, I looked at the offering, to be honest with you, over Christmas on television. It's pathetically awful. It's pathetically awful. I mean, there's just nothing on there that's particularly festive. I don't call Finding Nemo or Finding whatever it is as a Christmas film. No, I can't bear The Apprentice. They're such awful people. I mean, they really are dreadful. I mean, I've never known... basically, they're all liars. They're all people who pretend that they're sort of businessmen. I mean, most of them look uncomfortable dressing up in suits. They'd be happier, in a bin liner. And you see these people, and some of them just didn't know anything. They were so dumb, it was almost embarrassing that they put themselves on the television. So The Apprentice, I can't get in it. I mean, I would watch it for the purposes of basically just ripping it apart. But then you can watch The Only Way Is Essex to realise that there is a poor, sad bunch of people who could barely string two words together. I don't do Love Island, no. There is nothing for Love Island that would ever tempt me to watch the television, apart from seeing the latest people to come off benefits. That's all it is, as far as I'm concerned. It's people who sort of wander about. As I say, most of them have no idea of how to speak English. Most of the blokes have tattoos, which kind of covers up the fact that they probably can't spell either. And I just don't see the point of it. And then they start turning up at all these things and they go, oh, so-and-so is a reality star. What, for sitting there in a bikini for 3 weeks? How does that make you a star? It makes you a complete plank. They're all going to end up with... You should go on it. You'll never get on. They'll need to vacuum your entire body to get rid of all the hair. Have you ever seen anybody hairy on that programme? They don't seem to exist. That's the women I'm talking about. And... But it's just, I despair at the lack of talent on television. And then the next thing is, they had the British Fashion Awards the other day. Who's your favourite out of the thing? Who's that? Megan Mora. He likes Mora. And Megan Barton Hanson. Excuse me, somebody who performed on the internet for money, turning up at British Fashion Week. How low have we scraped the U-bend? Dreadful. It's dreadful, but there isn't anything, is there? You only have to... I mean, even the Made in Chelsea lot... They're exactly the same, as I've said before, as the Towie lot. It's just that they're doing it with a posh accent. I don't think there's any reality show I like. No, I don't think so. I just think it's a lot of people who can't do anything else. And then, I've seen that they all come through here. They all parade through here. You see them sitting there with their faces troweled with polyfiller and everything else, and you look at them. Seriously, you think to yourself, oh, dear, that's the extent of your life. They're all going to end up absolutely brassic because there's too many of them and there isn't any work because they look at Scarlett Moffat. They've just kicked her off a programme. They're going, oh, isn't it a shame she was so good? No, she wasn't. That was the trouble. She was the one-trick pony who cheated everybody about pretending she'd been on a diet. I was watching Chloe Sims on Towie. She's got to be the oldest woman in television. And she was going, I think I'm going to have, like my bum lifted. That'll make me attractive to people. I thought, unfortunately not. It's not going to make you attractive to anybody. Sort the voice out. Go to a voice coach. Try and change your voice, for God's sake. At the moment, you sound like a 3-year-old. You watch. It's all going to go pear-shaped. Even poor old Gemma the Hutt Collins. Where's it going to go to? Who knows? Who knows? But it just doesn't sustain it because the public realise, listen, if poor old Victoria Beckham struggles selling her rag stuff, from the shop, then all these other people, it's going to fall flat on its face. It really is. It's not going to go well at all. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because that's the whole fun of it. But the trouble is they don't realise, do they? They have no idea how it's all going to end. It's going to end with, like poor Jordan. Oh, yeah, I'm like the big I am. The Pricey's always right. Unfortunately, the Pricey was always wrong. She was never a businesswoman, didn't have a clue about what she was doing, but she was very good about getting her boobs out. And that, unfortunately, is where it all collapsed around her ears. It's embarrassing, really. You wait till the kids have to start going out to work and people go, your mother is who? That's what it's going to be like. The shame of it. Snowflakes, Mr. Clever is a sexist, and don't please get on to Mr. Tickle. say the Daily Star. I hate being tickled. Are you ticklish? Are you ticklish? I hate it. My worst nightmare, somebody... oh, no, thank you very much indeed. What's the most what? Under your seat. Oh, under your feet. Oh, I don't do feet at all. Absolutely not. I had some reflexology once. I was like, oh, it was awful. It was. They went, just relax. I was like, I can't. I absolutely hated it. They say, we're just going to do reflexology. I think that's where they sort of manipulate you with their hands. I know. I think it has other names as well. The Daily Mirror, Andrew emailed to Epstein, Madam, we need to talk about Virginia. And there's loads of pictures. In fact, they're just crawling out the woodwork now for these pictures. They're all over the blooming place. Also, killer driver on the run. Boy of 12 was killed when a maniac drove into pupils outside a school. There's a name that the police are looking for somebody who can help them with their inquiries. Duke, sobbing American accuser, tells the BBC he's a liar. This is the Daily Mail. I'm assuming... I don't know, but this publicity is not going away anytime soon. And what happens when, perhaps it'll need Prince Charles to intervene and say, listen, you need to go away, stay away, take your daughters, because it turns out that Prince Andrew is linked to some people who might or might not have helped Sarah Ferguson. Oh, lovely. Oh, Sarah Ferguson out of, thank you, Courtney. Thank you. I know what it is. And so Sarah Ferguson was the one who borrowed money from Epstein and then gave it back when she realised the implications. And also she met some other people who also gave her a loan, because Sarah Ferguson hasn't got a clue about money. Not a clue. The Sun, royal shocker, Andrew, 5 new female witnesses. Corbyn is security risk. Boris talks to the Sun. Of course he would say that. The Telegraph, Prince Andrew, accuser. She says people on the inside keep coming up with ridiculous excuses. Well, you're dealing with the higher echelons of society. They are like that. Also, The Guardian, Jack would be livid. His death has been used to further an agenda of hate. And this is the young man who lost his life. Just absolutely appalling. The Times... 200 extremists face curbs on movement. About time, actually. Why does it take a disaster? Why does it take somebody's life to move for them finally to gear themselves up to doing something? Also, the high street store credit schemes pushing customers into record debt. You will go into debt over Christmas. You have to money manage. It's not easy. Daily Express, finally. Prince Andrew's bombshell email about his accuser, and also extinguish hatred with his kindness. This is the moving plea from the father grieving for his son Jack, killed in the terror attack. How parents come to terms with that, I've got no idea. I really don't know. That is it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. I've had my usual cups of tea. I'm very happy with everything. Just before I go, let me tell you what's coming up on the free podcast today. On the Little Bit Extra, you'll hear about the highs and the lows from the British Fashion Awards. Seriously. Even the producer wears better clothes than that lot. You'll also hear about how excited I am for the return of Love Island. Not. And you'll hear about how many pairs of Spanx Claudia Winkleman wears. And you'll learn, as I did, what a pair of Spanx actually are. So, yes. So I go yesterday. I thought, well, I'll walk down to the embankment. And when I came out the building, it was early because I'd just finished work. And I hadn't done the train back home early in the morning. So if I walk down towards Trafalgar Square, the tree was being erected yesterday. It's the usual spindly thing which they give us every year. They all look like... all the trees in the forest over there look like this. And it comes in a crane, and I'm assuming the lights will go on it. I went home and made my tree, because, it was drooping yesterday. It was leaning to one side. It didn't quite look the same. So anyway, Alex came round from Paul Cooper's place, and they've cut it down a bit at the bottom and sort of wedged it in, and it screws in, pardon me, to this big base. And then I took the old lights off it and put new lights on. So it's had 2 sets of lights. So yesterday we put 2,000 lights on, but they're really super bright little P lights. They look really good. Really good. You could see these from the moon. Well, they're all different colours. But the tree does shimmer, fade in and out, red and green, yellow and green and red and blue. Alternating. It's very nice, and I bought them on Amazon, which is great. So I was very happy with that. And I just stood outside this morning looking at it, going, I think that looks really good. Actually, the lights are much better than other ones I've had, so that was very good. So yesterday I go down, and there's more people than usual on the platform, and I'm assuming it's because it's this time of the morning. What's that? Am I facing the wrong way or something? All of a sudden, it's like a child from the Village of the Damned. You know, it's a bit like that. Or one of the kids on the Polar Express. You know, there's old hot legs in here, you know, struggling to pull a programme together and trying to get an audience. I was only saying to Matthew Wright the other day, that you'll never achieve. And, you know, because I like to be controversial. And so anyway, so I was sort of thinking, so I'll stand on the platform with half of the workforce in the country. And they all seem to be walking down my end of the platform. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, I thought I was the only one who knew about this. Get to the front of the train, there's always a seat. No, I couldn't get on the front of the train. I had to get on sort of semi up the first carriage bit. And I stood there by the door, not budging. And then eventually, when it got to queue, I managed to get a seat. But apart from that, it was fine. Got home to Richmond really early, walked out of the station. There was my bus, got on my bus, all free. Don't have to pay a penny piece from all the underground trains. Because when I go from Waterloo, I have to pay. You get charged. If it's after 9:30, my Freedom Pass comes into action. And can't help. I couldn't help it. It was a gift, wasn't it? And so I actually got home quicker than I would have done normally. And I went past, you know, the hot dog place, the sausage roll, overpriced. I looked at. I'm going to take a picture of the sign today because it says distinctly with a photograph of this overpriced sausage roll. Because remember, 2 of them is just under a tenner. Seriously, I mean, I couldn't believe anybody had the audacity to charge that in Villiers Street. Anyway, it says crispy hot dog. It's crispy. Let me explain the meaning of the word crispy to you down there. This was soggy, £10 for 2, just under 10 quid, £9.50 something. Seriously. They didn't have any prices on anything. It was all a bit lackadaisical, but I wouldn't be going there ever again. But I'm going to take a picture of the sign. It says crispy hot dogs. They're not. They're if you put anything in a microwave, it goes soggy. It doesn't harden up, does it? So why would they be crispy? I'm only assuming if they kept them in a hot plate, they might go crispy. But as I say, that's what do they call that? That's no, I know what the place is called. I'm trying to. There's a name for if you missell something, if you misdescribe it to somebody, and I can't remember what it is. If you actually. No, it's only defamation if I say you're physically attractive, and of course you're not. And so that's why that could be defamation of character. It's like you saying to me, you're a really bad presenter. Well, I'm not going to be saying misrepresentation. Yeah, it's fit for purpose. So if you go out and buy a pair of Wellington boots and they let the water in, that means they're not fit for purpose. That means the company who you bought it from have to give you your money back. It's as simple as that, because your Wellington's supposed to keep the water out. If you buy an umbrella and it leaks, you're still laughing about the other thing, are you? Oh, sweet. I always love it with you. It's like delayed reaction. You know, a week later, he'll sort of sit there and go, and you go, what was that about? He said, you said something last Christmas. And you think, good, 2 funny items in a year. We do sometimes look back on them, don't we? We sort of, you know, we sort of look back on things that make us laugh. In my sort of business, it's standing in the shower naked. That always makes me laugh. And depressed at the same time. But anyway, it doesn't matter actually, because we have a shower in this building. There is, and only the one. We have lots of showers, but this one's mirrored shower. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I mean, that is guaranteed to ruin your day, I'm telling you. Because you get out of the shower and you think, who in God's name is that fat bloke in here with me? And you think, well, it can't be Nick Ferrari, he wouldn't be in this early. And you just suddenly realise it's you. You are the person getting out of the shower and you think, I'm not surprised that people go on major diets. It's generally because somebody says, you know, you're hanging a bit of weight. You know, that's what they generally... They don't bother saying that to me anymore because I say, listen, you can't pull myself apart. I do it so well myself. I don't need anybody else to do it. But I do like... Actually, and it's really good. If you actually sort of do the self-deprecating thing, you know, listen, I know I'm not good looking. And yesterday I get off the bus. Well, nobody told me they've got a bloody mirror sticking out the side of the front of the bus. I bang straight into it, take more skin off my head. I begin to look like the proverbial old man who sits there, mumbles and dribbles on the train. That'll be me. I banged my head on this thing. I went, oh! Second time I've done it. First time in a taxi, took some skin off the top of my head, and I've now got... don't know what they call it. Anyway, it's not nice. And then the other thing the other day, blood. I'm sure the bus driver shouted something rude at me, but I didn't listen. Because at that moment, I develop a limp, so they think, oh, poor soul. Don't sort of say anything to him. He's obviously not in the best way. So I got in and I looked at it and I thought, oh, dear. But no, the shower here with it mirrored, very frightening. It's the first shower I've ever been in that's mirrored. I've never been in a shower room before. Well, there was that time in Amsterdam, but that's completely different. I mean, I was having a pint of lager at the same time, but, and I said to them, is the mirror on the ceiling necessary? And I think she said in broken English, yes. And, so that was that. You know. I lie, of course. I've never been in Amsterdam. I lie again. I have been to Amsterdam. And I remember, Dale and I went. And we went there, and within 10 minutes, somebody had offered us drugs. Somebody came up to us in the street and offered us drugs in Amsterdam. Well, we were naive, you know, youngsters, you know, about town. And Dale said, he's just offered us drugs, Steve. And I said, oh, right, what did we say? He said, we said, be on your way, young man. We don't do things like that. He said, and he told us to foot off like that. You know, it wasn't nice, was it? So we didn't do drugs in Amsterdam. But we did ask the police officers where all the girls in the windows were. Because it's a tourist attraction. So we went down and looked at girls in the windows, and girls in the window looked back at us, which was quite sick. And they're all standing there in ultraviolet light. Really unflattering. Really, unless you're wearing white lingerie, which so many of them were. It's amazing, isn't it, really? I don't know why. They must have caught their death of cold out there. And the place is full of Japanese. What would be the attraction? And they have, do you know in Amsterdam they have live sex shows? I know you get the same in Blackpool here of an evening and Epping and places like that, but the live sex shows that you have to pay for. As far as I'm concerned, it's easy to go to Blackpool. Great. Loving the T-shirt. Loving the way it goes with your colourways. They've got no idea about fashion in this building. Not a clue, seriously. No, apart from Ollie, who said to me the other day he had a yellow shirt, and I said, I don't believe you, and blow me down, he's turned up in it. Although he nearly forgot. He nearly forgot. Your black T-shirt. Really nice, actually. The yellow one's very nice. Yeah, I think so. Stand up. Stand up. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if we saw you in a club, we'd avoid you. And, no, it's nice. I've had shirts. A wasp? Who did that? Oh, that's a horrible thing to call you. Not. Luke's got one. What, yellow? Oh, the exact shirt. Is it Top Man or something? Urban Outfitters. Really? Oh. No, we're not surprised he bought that in a charity shop. Actually, the funny thing is, I took loads of stuff into a charity shop years ago, and they were so ungrateful, I vowed never again to do it. I mean, really, super, super quality shirts. Some because I'd just grown out of them, or feeling that couldn't fit into them, which is probably the truth. And they were all names, labels. There was nothing that wasn't a label. And she said, oh, just put it in the corner. I thought, you're supposed to be a bit grateful. You know, there's thousands of pounds worth of shirts here. So I didn't do it again. Kind of put me off a little bit. Some very Wagnerian people running charity shops nowadays. I know, because we have them all in Twickenham. We must have about 10 or 11 charity shops. Mm. There's loads. Do you know what else we have a load of? Guess what? Apart from coffee shops. Barbers. In the space of a little thing, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and they're just opening up an 8th next to Poundland. Nice. Who, me? I haven't had it cut, not since I banged my head. I need to go in this week for the wedding. I need to go and get it. But I don't want to make it look as I've sort of cut it. You know, I don't know how Cash is going to cut it this so carefully, I should imagine. Because if she pushes the clippers over, because I just have a clipper, number 1, I think, or something like that, all over. You know, which I quite like. I suppose it's more difficult if you've got longer hair. You go, oh, just have it cut a little bit shorter on the side. It's like Dom out there. I don't think Luke asks for anything. He takes in a pudding bowl, puts it on his head and says, cut round this. Don't you? I bet your mother used to cut your hair. I bet she would have done. Yeah. No, it's interesting. It's obviously not changed in many years, has it, that sort of style? I can imagine... It's always been in. Yes, it's always been popular around your neck of the woods. I can imagine even at school, you know. And who's that? We can only see somebody's hair in the school photograph. That'll be Luke. And there is the hair. I don't think Thomas gets his hair cut that often. He doesn't know what to ask for when he goes in there. But I pay nothing. I pay nothing for mine at all. Yeah, I'm a very good customer. And sorry, you could tell. See, the trouble is, I think it doesn't really matter, does it? After a while, I'm no fashionista. Nobody's going to go, oh, Steve Allen and that great haircut. It doesn't really matter. I spend most of the time with a baseball cap on anyway in the middle of winter to keep the cold in or out. Yeah, I think I look great in a cap. It's funny that I remember going out with somebody and they'd never seen me without the cap. I was loath to take it off. I'll have to tell you the story one day when I'm very, very drunk. Certainly won't be when I'm sober, that's a fact. So Elton John throws a strop. We don't know if he threw a strop or he just threw his bag. He apparently opened the door of this private aircraft, threw the bag out, and you think, perhaps he's still having these little perhaps he's had a strop with somebody. Of who? I can't imagine. Can't imagine. Somebody says, I don't understand why Elton does not wear a Gucci suit to go with a Gucci bag. No, he always wears a tracksuit. Whenever he's travelling, he always wears a tracksuit. Always. I suppose because it's more comfortable. Given the choice, I wouldn't wear a suit ever. I don't, even to weddings or funerals or something like that. If I'm going to wear something, it'll be a pair of trousers with a black shirt on, and that will be it. I think people who have to wear suits every day, and there are people in this building, management, who wear suits, and it's worn all the time. When I worked in a shop, I wore a suit all the time. And I gradually kind of grew out of it. If you work in the city, you're wearing a suit. You see people getting off trains. Everybody's wearing a suit, and then you get Bag Lady Allen standing there with sort of, just normal clothes on. Just normal clothes. But a suit... I'd be so worried to get all creased and stuff like that. Don't want to arrive into work and they say, oh, you look all creased. And you have to... Who looks good in a suit? Yeah, Theo wears a suit all the time. Yeah, but Theo also walks around in a pair of shorts, doesn't he? And his socks. Have you seen that? He comes in his socks. He sits down sometimes. We used to have a salesman, actually, Steve, his name was, years ago. And he was about 6'8". And I'd only ever seen him in a suit. I never saw him in anything else but a suit. So, of course, I got used to seeing him in the suit because he was one of the salesmen. I had to go out to meet people. And then the one day he came in, he was wearing a pair of jeans. I remember thinking, just not right, is it? It just doesn't look right on you. You look better go back and put the suit on. Look much better with the suit. But he did have jeans. But because he was so thin, the jeans looked even longer, than they probably should have done. Squirrels are a deadly threat to trees. They're evil and they must be destroyed. Grey squirrels are the ones who got rid of the red squirrels. So, no. And people eat squirrel, don't they? I've heard of people eating... They eat it. I couldn't. I really couldn't. Oh, no. I don't like eating anything like that. I'm sort of slightly disturbed by... Chinese people eat everything. They eat, duck's feet, pig's feet, pig's cheeks. Oh, no. Even horse. Perhaps I'm a bit traditional. Snails. I've tried snails. You ever tried a snail? Have you tried frog's legs? Horrid. As Les Dawson says, what happens to the rest of the frog? Is it doomed to spend the rest of its day going around the kitchen on casters, going ribbit, ribbit? But, no, I didn't like that at all. I don't know why the French eat frog's legs. Whoever discovered that by taking the legs off something you could eat them? I mean, they're little thin... Oh, disgusting. And as for snails, it's supposed to be an aphrodisiac. The last thing you're thinking about is a bit of rumpy-pumpy after you've stuck one of those things in your mouth. There's loads of garlic. I was standing next to a woman on the train yesterday, and I knew she'd been eating garlic because practically everybody recoiled. But because I think if you've eaten garlic, you can't tell. But so I remember living in this flat in London with these girls. Happy days. And one of them came back, and we all walked in late at night, and Angela had been out to a club with a friend of hers, and they'd eaten garlic. There was like a fog of garlic in the flat. I mean, seriously, it just bowled you backwards. We opened the bedroom door. I went, whoa! So we shut the bedroom door, opened the windows, and left them to it. Oh, it was horrible. Horrible. And yet I still occasionally sprinkle a bit of garlic powder on something, but not recently. So I discovered it was about 3 years out of date. And not really, no. Oh, do you have garlic? Oh, that sounds like a kebab thing, doesn't it? Is that on a kebab? I have a large doner, salad and garlic sauce, Manuel. All right? Thank you. It was called Manuel. And a portion of large chips, small chips. But large chips would have large chips as well. You got chilli sauce? Put the chilli sauce on, Manuel, as well. I like that. That'll go down. I've never had that on a kebab. I just have the meat, and you have to repeat it 3 times. No, I don't have any sauce at all. Is that wrong? Well, it's not dry kebab. It's dripping in fat. Dripping in fat. No, no. I always go medium kebab, no salad, nothing, just meat. And then they go chili sauce, just meat. Garlic sauce, just meat. Okay, get that through your head. Yep. And so I always end up with it. And then I wrap the meat around the chips. I know. I don't care. I just push the boat out. I went to Mr. Moyles' party some years ago. He always has it in a pub, and he takes over the whole pub, and it's all food and drink, and it's whatever you want, you can have. He's very generous. And unfortunately, I think somebody spiked my drink. I was off my trolley. I wandered off down the road to find a kebab shop from a pub that's got all the food out on display, and there was so much food. And so I remember leaning up against the wall in the kebab shop going, large kebab. And there's staggered outside. Then I dropped the chips, so I'm stuck now with the kebab, and I'm going, I don't feel like this. I think I dropped the chips, I know. I was having a very bad session. Very bad. I think somebody says, do you have a pair of slippers at LBC? No, it would be a good idea. It would be a good idea, but you can't wander up and down. Well, no, strangely enough, Theo walks up and down in his socks, because he spends such a time in his suit. And Eddie Mayer as well. Eddie Mayer in his socks. Really? Good heavens above. I had him down for Chelsea boots, at least, or something like that. Or Ugg boot, pink socks. Oh, well, that I'm not surprised at. I saw him in Ugg boots. I could see him wearing Ugg boots. I don't know why. Eddie Mayer in Ugg boots would go down quite well, I think. And Ian Dale. See, I only wear black socks. I only ever wear black socks. I don't wear anything else. And it stems back to years ago when I used to get really cross sorting out socks from the washing machine. And there'd always be one sock left at the end, which is like doing all the washing up. And then you go to empty the water out and there's one spoon or a fork at the bottom. You think, well, how did that get there? People hide it. Steve, did Rod Stewart write that song about you, Hot Legs? I hope not, but I have got hot legs. No, it says, have you seen the Rocket Man film about Elton John? I haven't, but I do have it. I do have it. And another one. Why is this thing not working? Oh, that's better, isn't it? So, Steve, I had my first visit to Costco over the weekend. A veritable wonderland, going again this week. Steve, false advertising with the non-crispy hot dogs. Yeah, I mean, they are supposed to be. It said crispy. Well, they're absolutely not. They're not crispy. But there again, I've discovered that, a lot of people don't really understand what the word means. And it's supposed to be crispy. If it was the normal thing that you put around a hot dog, well, then it could be classed as crispy because it's made with puff pastry. These aren't. This is not puff pastry, but it's not crispy either. Trade Descriptions Act, Steve. And somebody says here, I'm so upset here that Katie Price has had to sell her engagement ring, says Martin. Well, she hasn't. She has 3. One she's keeping, and she's going to give to her daughter, who is Peter Andre's daughter as well. And then she's going to sell the other 2. But I hate to point out to her, she's a bankrupt. Any money that comes in from the sale of anything that she's selling goes to the receivers. Doesn't go to her. So stupid. I mean, she'd have thought she'd have had half a brain cell, but of course, as we know, she hasn't. And that she would have done this before she was declared bankrupt. Declared bankrupt means you can't have this money, dear. You can't have it. Otherwise, that's called taking the Michael. Okay, so what they do is, and if they find out about it, which of course they will because I'm telling them, they will come round and they will confiscate anything they think that you could sell, and they will sell it, and it goes towards the people you owe money to. Okay, get that through your thick head. Goodness gracious, honestly. I see that who was the girl from Love Island who ditched in being a trolley dolly? What's her name? Can't remember. Ava, Muriel, something. What is it? What's her blooming name? Oh, God, it's awful, you can't remember. She was going to be she was an air hostess, and then she jacked it all in. Amy. That's right, Amy. What's her surname? Amy Hart. That's right. Now, she can't get arrested at the moment. Well, I mean, she probably could. But all she gets are freebies. Like, can you come to the opening of this letterbox or this fridge or something like that? She had a little piece where they tried her out on... I think, what did they try her out on? They tried her out on, it might have been Good Morning Britain, but they also tried her on Loose Women. Unfortunately, she was worse than useless. I love the way they all, it's like Spencer Matthews. Oh, I think I'll be a television presenter. I think you'll be an Ace Pratt, mate. You're not going to be a television presenter. Nobody wants you. They don't want Amy Hart. She can't present. Yeah, Maura wasn't very good either. But, yeah, the producer likes her a lot. Not for the reasons of presenting. But no, I love the way they all think, oh, I think I'll be it's like I've seen people before going, I think I'll be a radio presenter, and you go, oh, good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. As if it was something they go, oh, well, I did it for a day, and you go, well, do it for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, whatever it happens to be, and see whether you can still say the same thing. And the answer is they can't. They can't. And, Steve, the weekend I saw Judy, a film about Judy Garland. I found it incredibly moving. Well, I mean, she was her own worst enemy. She had a drink problem. She had a drugs problem. They had to sort of, it was a bit Elvis Presley. You know, drugs for getting up, drugs for going to sleep, drugs for this, drugs for that. It would be very, very easy. When I first started doing this all those years ago, I can remember going to the doctor and getting some sleeping tablets. Because I did find it difficult to sleep. Strangely, now, of course, as you know, I have no trouble sleeping. I climb into bed in seconds. I'm absolutely gone. But I did buy some sleeping tablets. Not buy them. I got them from the doctor on prescription. And I remember taking one. And they were little tiny things. I mean, how they work, I've got no idea. But anyway, they seem to work for me. And I was asleep within seconds. You feel yourself going and you're, gone. Like that. It was quite good, actually. And then I thought, wait a minute, I don't want to become dependent on sleeping tablets. So I stopped taking sleeping tablets. And I didn't use them ever again. And now, as I say, all these years later, I'm easy. I climb into bed, I'm asleep within seconds. Once I've curled up and clamped my legs together, to spread the heat and the love, it works, and I love it. I could sleep anywhere. I was talking to somebody the other day, actually, about I was talking to Noreen about where you can sleep. I said, I could sleep on the floor. I could literally lie down on this floor here. I could be asleep within 5 minutes, easy. I sleep on planes all the time. I've never stayed awake on a plane. What is the point? You look out the window, you go, oh, look, still clouds. And then you think, oh, look, those people look like ants. Wait a minute, they are ants. We're still on the ground. We haven't taken off. So, yeah, planes, easy peasy. Easy peasy. In fact, all I want, I've said before, give me a bottle of water and an ice cream when I wake up. I always keep the bottle of water in case I wake up, and then I'll nip to the loo. It's lovely. Is it true you used to live in Vienna? Says Joe in Feltham. Are you fluent in German? I can get by. I can go out and eat. Actually, strangely enough, Vienna's obviously the place to go, because I think Ruth and Eamon are off to Vienna. I think they went over there and they loved it. And my brother's going there with Marion for the honeymoon. They're going to Vienna. Everybody's going to Vienna. Mainly because it's only a short flight away and you can actually walk around. What's a crispy hot dog? You don't want one. They're rubbish. They're absolute rubbish. Trade Descriptions Act. The LBC website still shows you working on Sunday morning. Well, I do work on Sunday morning. What do you mean it still shows me working on Sunday morning? Because I work on Sunday morning. That's why it would be there, Noah. Have you not worked that bit out? Yes. So, the @LBC website still shows you working on Sunday morning. That's because I work 7 days a week. Okay? The only day I'm not here, but I'm on air, is Saturday. But I work Sunday. 5 till 7. Have done for years. So, what is a crispy hot dog? It's rubbish. It's this shop down Villiers Street. They're not crispy at all. Awful. And somebody says, you should check with your doctor about your hot legs. Might be connected to your diabetes. Well, it's not. It's not. And I like hot legs. Hot legs. I mean, they're not hot at this point. Well, I don't know, actually. I haven't put my hand down my trousers to find out. Steve. Down here. I would love to hear a few words in German. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, enough for you? Managed to get all the numbers in. Until we got to 20, 21, 22, 24. So it goes on. It's very tedious. Have you seen I've done that one, haven't I? Have I seen that? Oh, quick news. Oh, blimey, honestly. 4:31, the LBC News with Lucinda. See what you mean. It's got me showing working this coming Sunday, whereas I'm off this Sunday. Yes, I've got the day off on Sunday. Yeah. So, there you go. Falling asleep on the train, Steve, is dangerous, especially if, like me, when you wake up, realise you've gone past your stop. Well, I've never done that once. Once I did it about 5 years ago, and ended up at a place called Martin's Heron, and it was like tumbleweed going down the platforms. It was like middle of nowhere. But luckily, a train came along, and I got back again. But I'd had a few sherbets, unfortunately. And so now I do close my eyes a little bit on the train, but I always wake up. Well, the one going in this morning to Richmond, you'll have to wake up because it's the end of the line. So they might go, Stephen, time to get up. My parents used to do that. If we went on a car journey, I would fall asleep in the back of the car, like we all fell asleep. Even my mother, who swore blind, she would stay awake to keep my father awake because he was driving. And very shortly, we'd all be asleep. And you'd curl up in the back of the car, and it was lovely and warm. And the next thing you'd be woken up by... I could always tell we'd got home because we had a very long drive next to our house and it was quite steep. So you could feel my father turning into it and then taking it was a hopeless situation in the middle of winter because if it got covered in snow, you just didn't go anywhere. So you used to have to park at the bottom. And we'd get up to the top and then all of a sudden, that noise, like train noise or bus noise or taxi noise, which was going in your ear... And then it would stop in the car and you go, oh, they're going to wake me up. They go, Stephen, we're home. And you go, oh, God. And you'd go into the house and it would be cold. Because my parents never agreed with keeping the heating on if nobody was in there. And so my mother would go upstairs, turn the electric blankets on, and we'd be given a hot water bottle as well. Happy days. We never complained about it. It's funny, isn't it? Steve, I love kebab meat, says James, with chips. Amazing. Recommend pants and socks in the tumble dryer on a cold morning. Oh, your place must be very, very cold. Very cold if you've actually got sort of, to put things in. That's an idea, isn't it? They used to have a bed pan that used to put it, was like a copper pan where you poured hot water in and you slid it into the bed to keep the bed warm. It was the forerunner, I think, to a sleeping blanket, whatever they call it, electric blanket, which I quite like, but they only kept the middle of the bed warm because they weren't big enough. I like a hot water bottle. Thank you. Don't say anything.
You can get a hot water bottle.
Don't say anything. What did I just say? Don't say anything. Now going to give me hard and fast rules on what to do with a hot water bottle. Whereas, in fact, I think I know what to do with a hot water bottle. Just hope it doesn't burst. If you put the hot water at the back of your neck, you can sleep on the hot water bottle. It'll be something stupid like that, won't it? Won't be anything sensible. It'll be something quite daft. Is it a hot water bottle that goes around your neck?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Have you seen those?
No, I haven't, and I wouldn't want one. No, I haven't. Do I look like the sort of person who puts a hot water bottle around the back of his neck? I'm burnt enough on my body, thank you, without actually sort of inflicting any other injuries on myself. If you saw my chest, and the only person who's seen my chest is Thomas on that morning that I burnt it, and he went, I think you need to go to the hospital. I went, OK, I'll go to the hospital. Steve, and when you counted in German just now, you sounded exactly like the opening to The Robots by Kraftwerk. Oh. I don't know that song. I do know Kraftwerk. Fahr, 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 Autobahn. Fahr, 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 Autobahn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 12. Mein Name ist Steve Allen. Stephen W. Allen. Oh, dear. That was the end of the film, the one with Judy Garland in. Ladies and gentlemen, Vicky Lester will appear today. Then Vicky Lester appears there. Bearing in mind her husband, who was an alcoholic and an old soak, walked into the sea and killed himself. And so she didn't want to go to the opening of the award ceremony, like the Oscars, I think. And she wasn't going, and the bloke went round there. He said, fine example to Norman Maine you are, he said. You know, he didn't do what he did so that you could sit here at home. I don't want to go, I don't want to go. He said, well, you should go. He said, it's your duty to go to him. And so she went. The bloke had just announced on stage, he said, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, Vicky Lester will not appear this evening. Some bloke walks on stage, whispers in his ear and goes, Vicky Lester will appear tonight. And so she then, the curtains open and there she is in this enormous dress, which could have eaten her. In fact, she might have been eaten already by it. And she walks down to the front and she said, Miss Lester, we're so delighted to see you here. Have you got a few words to say to your audience? And she goes, hello, everybody. This is Mrs. Norman Maine. And the film then finishes and everybody claps. It's really good. There's been various versions of A Star is Born, but my favourite was Judy Garland, definitely. I haven't seen the new one. I have got it. I'm a bit loath to watch. Is it good? See, you hadn't seen the original, had you? Well, I've just remembered I'm supposed to be buying a film for Corey. He's never seen The Sound of Music. Never seen The Sound of Music. He knew the songs from The Sound of Music, but he never knew the film. So I said I'd buy it for him. And then it turns out there's quite a lot of films he hasn't actually seen before. So I thought this is rapidly turning into a shopping list. So he also hasn't seen Cabaret or anything like that. So I said I might have to get him Cabaret, but I think we'd break him in on The Sound of Music, the singing nuns. When I started going, do, a dear, he went, oh, that one. I said, yeah. Yeah, so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, adieu, 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 to you, and you, and you. I mean, the writing was abysmal, but we all know the songs, don't we? And we all know that opening shot of looking at Austria is just stunningly beautiful. Austria, yeah. I've not been to that bit, no. I never went to Salzburg. I was going to go to Salzburg, and I never got round to it, because it's pretty chocolate boxy. Very, very, very chocolate boxy. But the people of Salzburg hated the Sound of Music film. For some reason, they didn't like it. Now they embrace it like there's no tomorrow. Oh, come on in, come and sing the Sound of Music songs. And they have loads of tourists who go around. They take them to the sites where they film different things, and people can take photographs, because they used the existing stuff there. Nothing was not real. There were some interior shots, but most of the exterior stuff was as was, and nothing changes in Austria. It'll stay there all the time. But it's beautiful. You go out into the Tyrol, into the countryside. It's stunningly beautiful. I don't think I'd want to live there. We used to go out to the Heuriges, which are all... You go out to a little village, of which there are many, and each village has got about 4 or 5 little vineyards, and they make their own wine. And so you go and sit in what is basically somebody's little Heurige, and it could just be a bar with a few tables and chairs, and you drink their wine, and you could stay there all night. As long as you're buying their wine, they don't mind. And so we've done that a few times, and then we went out into the country. It's so beautiful. I mean, it's like somebody has dusted it with icing sugar. It's the prettiest thing. The air is the best. The food is not great. The food is not great in Austria. It's a lot of knödels and stuff like that, and sauerkraut and salads drenched in oil. But they do in the Prater, they do there's the Schweizer House, which is the knuckles of pork, and it comes on a wooden board and everything else, and you just slice off bits of pork. It's quite delicious. A lot of and they also do these big, like a giant poppadom, but the ones they have in Austria, they paint with garlic butter. I mean, seriously, blows your socks off. Absolutely blows your socks off. And sometimes they're not as fresh as they actually could be, but they like things like that. They do chips or pommes frites. And they've got a McDonald's. They're not as backwards as you think they all are. And they've got the coffee houses and cakes and everything. And there's some beautiful scenery to look at. And every corner, a church. Every corner, a church. It's like in this country, every corner, a pub. Well, there used to be. Not anymore. Not anymore. Excuse me, can I just have a quick... delicious. Anyway, so out of the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, which turns out to be 50% of their audience, they've actually they've lost 4 million people, which is a horrendous amount. They end up kicking out the other day dreary James Haskell, who apparently was in there to confront his demons or something, whatever it is. They always come up with the biggest pile of poo that you've ever heard of. And there's me thinking he was doing it because his gym looks like it's losing money. They never tell you the truth, these people, do they? Oh, I'm going to be paying off a tax bill. And you go, oh, right, you're paying off a tax bill. Oh, well, not really, no, I'm just in here to try and further my career. And James Haskell thinks he's going to be an actor. I don't think so, mate. You're the third one kicked out, aren't you? Steve, I've just spent the last hour fixing a leak on the toilet after being woken up by running water. Oh, my Lord, that sounds a bit worrying, doesn't it? Very worrying. Have you seen or read 50 Shades of Grey? No, not my sort of thing at all. Really? I don't even know what it's about. Isn't it sex or something? Is it sex? About a girl who fancies her Oh, you've read it? Have you read it? No. But you know the storyline. Okay, fine. No. Loads of sex scenes, apparently. No, not for me at all. Not my sort of thing. I just rely on people to tell me about things. Have you read it, Luke? Yeah? No. Oh, how lovely. His mother bought it. How embarrassing. It's like, OK, we're just going to buy a book. What are you buying, Mum? What are you going to buy? You're going to make Catherine Cookson? Oh, 50 Shades of Grey. That's fine, isn't it? That must be like, being Louise Redknapp's 15-year-old son. Dear God, the embarrassing mother has now taken her kit off yet again and invited people to go round for a bit of How's Your Father. Very worrying. What do you mean the food isn't great, says Joan Felder. It's rubbish, the food out there. Listen, I've worked there for 9 years. Believe you me, I know what food is and I know not what food is. And the food over there I thought was dreadful. And it says, effectively, this one, a massive chicken nugget. That's not Austrian food. That's not Austrian food. I mean, the only thing I've ever had out there is veal, escalopes and things like that. But, I mean, the rest of the time, it's really not great. It's salads, but they don't do a dry salad. They only do a wet salad. You have to ask them, don't put oil on the salad. But, unfortunately, that's how it arrives. You have to sort of drip it off. I remember those drives home after Christmas, especially my grandmother, Steve, squished into a Citroen, bundled up in eider-downs, then getting home to a freezing house in sort of 2 bed with piles of blankets. Feeling the same a bit now. Actually, I was talking to Jenny Faulkner the other day. Wait a minute. There you go. Talking to Jenny Faulkner. And she was at a party. She was a bit squiffy. And they ordered an Uber car. So there was 4 of them. And they then go outside. They see what they think is the car. So they all pile into it. And the bloke goes, because she said there's washing in the back of the car. And he went, yeah. It turned out they just climbed into somebody's car. It wasn't an Uber car at all. They had to all get out. It was very embarrassing. Oh, dear. James was the 4th evictee. Prior was Adele. God, she was boring, wasn't she? Adele was the first one kicked out. I've never known such a dull person. Andrew, then Cliff. But James, dreadful. I find it amusing, no matter how much some people complain how unhealthy McDonald's is, when in a foreign country, when unsure of the local food, the sighs of relief they get heard when they go, there's a McDonald's. Yeah, of course, because that's what people want to hear, isn't it? It's like all the Brits who go on holiday to Spain and they go, do you know, we don't want the paella. Do you have egg and chips in the morning, pal? We'll have full English all round. And of course, most of the people serving it are English people who've gone out there to cater for the Brits who couldn't cope with anything that's got the word rice in it, or paella, or shellfish. So, it's like that old joke, isn't it? We always go to the Chinese restaurant but ask for the English menu. We don't want to eat any of that foreign stuff, whereas I am. So that's the whole idea of eating Chinese and Spanish. Admittedly, given the choice, Thai would win, wouldn't it? I think followed by probably Chinese and then Indian or something like that. A little bit way down the list. Steve, you could swap LBC programme stars with Ian Dale for a day. You could do 3 hours of politics and he'd do 3 hours of Z-listers. Yes. I don't think he'd have any problem with doing it. In the same way I wouldn't have any problem doing 3 hours of politics. It's just that it would be my variation of politics, which would be somewhat different from everybody else. Steve, any home remedies or top tips for a very sore throat? Just woken up and felt like I've swallowed a broken jam jar. Oh. And, salt? Salt garlic is always salt garlic. Like that, where you put it, but don't swallow it and make sicky poos. So you can do that, can't you? Oh, so we're keeping you up, Luke. You're just sort of doing some exercises. La 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 la, and out again, and chest out and then in. A little bit of an exercise this morning for you. Good morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 10 to 5. It's Steve. Of course, I forgot yesterday. I tend to forget. I say something, and somebody's listening. Now, Stuart in Sandy's, the fish shop in Twickenham, he bought me, for turning on the Christmas lights, a diabetic hamper. But I haven't actually collected it yet, because every time I go past, I'm always on the way to do something or not do something. And then I said yesterday, of course, diabetic chocolates are really like laxatives, and they're not really brilliant for diabetics. So he sent me a thing yesterday saying, I heard that. He said, so we'll have to find somebody you don't like to give the diabetics chocolates to. So immediately I thought of Luke, and I thought this can be the way forward. Wants to lose the weight, and it's not working by sort of dieting, because I think that's got a bit by the board now. Now he's discovered it's not working. Because I think he thought he'd actually go on this water diet for, about 3 or 4 days, and then he'd be a very slim person. Well, it's had the adverse effect. Yes, the Kate Moss look, provided you'd eaten 3 double duvets and a bedspread. That's how it is. And so he doesn't look any different at all. Seriously, he looks exactly the same size, if not a bit bigger. Somebody said in that film once, they said, oh, you've lost all that weight, dear. And somebody said, I've lost all that weight. And then the other person said, yes, and you've added so much to it as well. And that's what Luke is like. Started off, the thin Luke in his mind. And then gradually, as he sort of stood in front of the bathroom mirror, it's just not working, is it? And you finally have to admit defeat. That at that age, you cannot lose weight, unless you take up, a gymnasium subscription or something like that. But the rest of the time, you see, you've given up with the water, haven't you? You're now on tea again, aren't you? You've now discovered the delights of Earl Grey, which we talked about yesterday. But you wait till you have these diabetic chocolates. Whew, I tell you, that'll be good. You get free breakfast. It's not difficult to turn down the free breakfast. All you do is you say, no thank you, not for me. There you go. How difficult is that to weave into your limited vocabulary? You don't need to say anything, So put it as, oh, right, so you're getting the breakfast in the morning and you request what you want, don't you? So, bagel with avocado. And sometimes you have a vegetarian sausage. My God, I tell you are living that dream. I tell you, the dream of an AP on the Steve Allen Show. We have A vegetarian sausage. Whee! And avocado on a bagel. There you go. You're not Jewish, though, are you? You just like a bagel. I like a bagel, too. But I'd like it with smoked salmon. You should really have it with smoked salmon. Don't you think so? No. You don't fancy it? Do you like smoked salmon, then? You've never had smoked salmon? It's not meat, it's smoked salmon. It's the royal sturgeon. What are you on about? You've never eaten smoked salmon? Good Lord above. So you've never had fish? Oh, right. What an existence, honestly. What a shallow life you must have had growing up. You're not wilting away. That's the trouble. Where's it coming from? It's water retention, isn't it? You're putting so much water into your body, whereas before you just had the little sip of water every so often. And then you suddenly realised, this is rubbish. This is not helping at all. I'm not losing the weight. I'm going to end up being as big as Steve Allen if I'm not careful. And that's obviously depressed you a little bit. And then you obviously thought, well, actually, it's not done him any harm. So now you've started drinking the tea and probably having little bits of food as well. I mean, yesterday you had grapes. Well, you're not supposed to have grapes. They're very fattening. Very fattening. And you had the Butterkiss popcorn. In fact, since you've been working on my show, you've been a total disaster. You've let yourself go. You should look at Ollie to be a role model to you and to help you out in times of need. And God knows this is your time of need. You know, because coming up to Christmas, you're going to just stuff yourself, aren't you? There's going to be nut roast coming out your ears. But I'm not holding out any hope. I think you're going to come back in the new year and we're not going to know it's you. We're going to have double the size. We're going to have a knock on the door and you'll be going, oh, come on in. You go, I can't get through the frame. And they're going to go, well, no, yes, you can. I go, I can't. We're going sideways. You're going to be like that person in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory who just ballooned and ballooned and ballooned and ballooned and then went bang and then just exploded. But, sorry? Augustus Gloop. That could be you. That could be you. Very worrying, isn't it? I mean, I'm only doing it for your good. Because we have told Thomas about his weight gain as well. But I should imagine he's been getting some fair exercise over the last week and a bit. Only guessing. The BBC radio DJ who wants Christmas classic song Fairy Tale of New York banned for being offensive. It's a pile of down under chav bilge. Well, have you ever heard of such a thing? Radio Solent's Alex Dyke tweet on our kids singing in the back of the car. Often called the nation's favourite. I don't know what Alex Dyke looks like. Can we have a picture of Alex Dyke from BBC Radio Solent? Well, it's in the song, though. It's in a song. So, I mean, it was voted the nation's favourite Christmas track from 1987. Which bit did you not like? Which bit did you not like? Oh, what? Oh, yeah. But actually, that used to be an advert, surprisingly, for meatballs, which are still called... Oh, that's what Alex Dyke looks like. Oh, he's fairly ancient, isn't he? Oh, right. He does look a bit nerdy. I wonder, he said... One listener called him a miserable old git. Well, I mean, I don't know about that, but it's... I mean, the record's been around since 1987. Doesn't really matter, does it, really, how long it's been around? But, well, I don't know. I suppose because you can't. Because the group could come back and sort of complain about, you know, you've messed about with their song. But there he is. He does look like local radio DJ Alex Dykes. Is it Dykes or Dyke, do you think? I don't know. No, Dykes. He'll be pleased. Nobody's mentioned him before. He'll be very excited. Is he wearing a toupee? Is that a toupee? Is it? I don't know. Just go down a little bit. That looks like an unusual amount of hair for a man of his age. Producer's not totally convinced, Alex. That's your hair. Not totally convinced. I've never seen anybody grow hair like that. I don't know. Difficult. Terry Wogan used to have apparently 3 toupees that he put on. I wonder, it's a thing with men, isn't it, that men have got to wear toupes because they're never happy with losing their hair, but I don't think it makes any difference. The suspect in the school hit and run that killed Harley Watson has been the subject of complaints to police for several years. And this particular lad, there was one lady who stayed with him after he'd been hit, and she held his hand. And so she said, just so that the mother knows that I was with him when he passed over. Oh yes, that's Michael Fabricant. He doesn't believe that he's wearing a toupee. I don't know what he thinks it is. I mean, apart from the fact it doesn't fit or suit. I mean, it really is utterly ludicrous. He'd be so much better without it. I mean, why would somebody want to wear... I mean, I'm surprised that nobody's rushed up behind him and just whipped it off his head so you can see what he looks like. Because it just... I mean, who would let somebody go out like... It can't have been fitted by a professional person. It can't have been. Nobody would let anybody walk out looking like that. Just... You think it is his real hair? No, it can't be. Nobody grows hair like that. It just doesn't... You can tell it doesn't suit him. It really doesn't suit. He should take it off and then go, ta-da, look, I look like a normal person. Much easier. Much easier. Other stories today. This is, the X Factor. They haven't got an X Factor. Ella hasn't got an X Factor to judge. And Rita Ora and Rafferty Law. Why do you keep getting pictures of Rita Ora? She's so boring. Nicole Scherzinger back with the half-naked Pussycat dolls. That gets a load of coverage in the papers. And Sharon says, I've not seen you in person, but I think you must be really cuddly, not fat. I don't know, actually. Do you think he'd be cuddly or fat? Yeah.
Like a teddy bear, aren't
Like a teddy bear? I've never seen a teddy bear with black hair before. I don't know what sort of teddy bears you've been hanging around with, but the ones, that I know, that, for every bear that ever there was will gather there for certain, because today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic. And they never mention anybody with black hair at all. Black ears they might have had, but never black hair. That's not a teddy bear. That's something that can kill you. That's a brown bear, isn't it? But, no, you're not like a teddy bear. Definitely not like a teddy bear. I mean, Ollie'd be more like a teddy bear than you. By the time you've taken all of Ollie's clothes off, you'd be realising what the word hair means. I mean, he's got hair. He could, even if you shaved him, I reckon within an hour it'd be back again, wouldn't it? I mean, just that kind of thing. Do you like chockies? Yes, we love chockies. We love tins of chocolates. We go out and we buy them every year. Cadbury's Heroes, Mars Celebrations, Cadbury's Roses and Quality Street. But unfortunately, over the years, the Christmas treats have shrunk by a fifth in 5 years. So we'll run through them. We'll tell you which one is the best value, because no Christmas is complete without a tin. And some supermarkets are doing 2 for £7 or 3 for £10 or whatever it happens to be. And it kind of sees you through Christmas. That and Satsumas. Get a box of Satsumas, keep them outside so they'll keep nicely chilled and they'll last you over Christmas. And loads of, I bought in a load of Satsumas today and they're lovely. You get your little fix of vitamin C. It's very nice to have your company. I tell you, my phone's got predictive text. And you start typing... Well, I think they've all got it. But you start typing in a word and it puts up something... I just tried to type in the word parcel. Up came aerial. I mean, how does that work out? What sort of phone have I got? Amazon parcel arriving today. This is for Alex. There you go. And I shall then send that off. And hopefully John will receive that in a moment, wondering why somebody is sending a parcel through Amazon for Paul Cooper, which is not, because I couldn't put anybody else's name on there. Wayne the Trolley Dolly, talking of bagels, or bagels, I'll take both. Try one with turkey, coleslaw and sage and onion stuffing in. You can get all of that in there, can you? Oh, how lovely. I used to do toasted bagels with slices of turkey in, but I never thought of putting coleslaw with it, and especially not sage and onion stuffing, but I love a sage and onion stuffing. I had that mashed potato from Iceland the other day, £1 for a big bag. That's nice. That's very nice. Steve, our daughter was at the doctor's and asked for a return to work certificate. They said, we don't do them anymore, but I can write you a letter for £100. Yes, if you have anything written by your doctor, you have to pay them. That's how it works, I think. John the Greengrocer has responded with a thumbs up. It's my favourite emoji. Why is it called an emoji? Right. Oh, well, now you've answered the question. It was a company who started it. I never knew that at all. Steve, despite being an atheist, I prefer Christmas carols to modern pop songs. Oh, Holy Night is delightful. It's on John's new album. John Barrowman's new album has got Old Holy Night on it. It's one of my favourites. Mormon Tabernacle Choir do it very well. They have lots of different people. And Jane in Bristol says, I agree with this, Alex Dykes. No, it's a bit too late now to start agreeing. Also, apple strudel, that's what you call a pudding. That's why Arnie says, I'll be back. Oh, I tell you, apple strudel with cream or custard on it, or anything you like. But to me, it's like it's a heart attack on a plate because it's all sugar. It's just sugar and phyllo pastry and currants and things like that. Well, it is strudel, yes. Raindrops and roses and whiskers on kittens, bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens, round paper packages tied up with string. These are a few of my favourite things. Yeah, always in such a treat. Girls in white dresses with pink satin sashes, snowflakes that stay on my nose, and I could have had that part. I could have beaten Julie Andrews to it. I could have run up and down a hill wearing curtains. I could have done that. Cream-coloured ponies and crisp apple strudels, doorbells and sleigh bells and schnitzel with noodles. Wild geese that fly with them. See, look, I'm into the mode. I'm running up that mountain. Come on, climb every mountain. Keep up, Gretel, keep up, come on. Let's run over here, the Nazis are going to get us. Quick, come on, running up the hill. Nobody up there at all. Must be the first time in living memory the hills really weren't alive at all. They were just very dead. But it was such a good film. And it's being shown on television this Christmas, again. I mean, gradually the cast members are dying. You know, next it'll be the... High on a hill was alone. Oh, he's dead. Lay, odelay, odelay. You know, because glove puppets and string puppets go, don't they? You know. I still like that. I love that theatre. I love the puppets. I thought it was brilliant. I just think the whole film... I used to sit down at Christmas. I mean, it shows what a sad person I must have been. We'd all be around my Auntie Grace's out at Pinner, and they'd go, "Oh, Stephen, it's Sound of Music on the television." So they'd leave me alone in the room. They'd all go into another room. And I'd sit there watching The Sound of Music, even though I'd seen it hundreds of times. And even though I can still watch it now. In fact, I watched it about a week ago. God, it's sad, isn't it? Honestly, I've got to get over this. It's actually getting worse. It's getting worse. But John will agree that my tree, because even he complained at the list on the tree the other day, and it needed to be more upright. It looks fantastic now. And the lights are a gift. I just wish I could put more lights up. Why can't I put lights up? I have to go and decorate them. And I've got the new wreath as well, which I'll tell you about a bit later, which is lovely. I don't know why we call them wreaths. I prefer to call them floral tributes, because they're lovely. This is a particularly nice one, handmade for me. And have you and your brother, any siblings as adults, not spoken to each other for a time? No? No, I don't think so. No, we're not that sort of family. Definitely not. Shane says, our headmaster at high school wore a toupee. Looked false. It's a wonder. Nobody told him it looked awful. I don't know why. It's a men thing, isn't it? It's a men thing. We went to the Cliffs Pavilion in Southend to see a matinee performance of their Christmas show. Was it good? I bet it was, actually. They're normally very good down there, aren't they? Let's have a quick look. The word wreath comes from Middle England, wreath, and from Old English, wreatha, band. So it's a band. Wreaths were worn as crowns. You couldn't wear this one. Although it does go with a purple toga and an ivory rod. Whee! I do like them, though. I think they look lovely on people's doors. Even though my friend Stuart Manning and him and the wife were sitting at home, they heard somebody taking theirs off the door, because people thieve. I'd have the door electrified. Chad and Melissa are listening in Singapore on the honeymoon. 30. You shouldn't be listening on a honeymoon. Shouldn't you be in the bedroom? You know, what's the point of sitting by the pool listening to this programme? That's not going to help, is it? I'm not like Dr. Ruth or anybody like that. Would you like to go to the moon? Not really. I've got a programme to do till 7. I don't know. Anybody else want to go to the moon? Noah's offering. He's obviously got some rocket or something in the back garden. It'll come as a bit of a surprise to the neighbours when the ground opens up like Thunderbirds. Noah. Oh, we could wouldn't get him inside. You'd have to take 3 or 4 of us to push him in to actually get him inside the rocket. I just suppose the good news is you could then be weightless inside the rocket. You don't lose weight on weightless. No, it just means it's the way it goes with the atmosphere. I'm just trying to explain things to somebody who's been through the school education system. And but I like the idea of your back garden opening up, a bit like Wallace and Gromit, and a rocket comes out very slowly and then heads up to the heavens. Because they always look as though they're really slow, don't they? And they obviously gather speed. I don't think I'd be sick. I would really be sick. I couldn't do anything like that. It's not my sort of thing. Actually, everything's not my sort of thing at the moment. What have we got here? Steve, you're on top form today, laughing into my pillow. Oh, I have days like that as well. Laugh into the pillow. Ha, 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 ha. James says, to whom do you say don't speak when they come into the studio, and why can't they speak? Well, because it's a bit like Emmerdale Farm. Emmerdale, when it was first on the television, they used to do a lot of shots in the Woolpack, and there'd always be somebody sitting in the corner of the Woolpack. Sadly, he's passed on now to the great bar stool in the sky, and he would sit there, but they weren't allowed to speak, because if they spoke, you had to pay them money. So he was so somebody would go, "You're all right today, Seth?" Just nod his head. And that'd be it. I can't remember what his name was. It wasn't Seth, because there was a Seth Armstrong, wasn't there, in it? But he sat there for about 35 years, and he would nurse a pint, and they'd say, "Oh, great to see you today." It's like we did the other day, tickling of the feet, because most people are ticklish on their feet. It's like, and you can't really, I don't know what it is. It's something really big. Even thinking about it makes your skin creep, doesn't it? And then the worst thing was what we used to do. Come closer. We used to do this to the little boys in school, in the junior classes. Some of us bigger boys would ambush them as they were about to go into the toilet. And we'd sit on them and tickle them until they let go. And then gradually they wet themselves. And we thought it was the funniest thing ever. We really did. You know, Bin's mine are lying on the ground. Until somebody does it to you. But tickling under your... I'm not ticklish under my arms. They're funny. Not my neck. Some people are very funny about their neck. They're very sensitive. You sensitive on... like that. No, it's feet for me. No, not armpits at all. No, nothing. Nothing, not ticklish. No, I don't think midriff, no. When I say midriff, there's so much of it. I mean, I don't know. You need about 4 pairs of hands to enjoy yourself. And, no, it's mainly feet. It's mainly... I remember thinking, feet, why would anybody want to mess around with your feet? And so we all hate it. We don't like feet messed about with. Are you all... Oh, and of course, Luke will be very ticklish. You can just tell, you know. Yeah. Oh, don't... laugh. Where would you find this much fun, ladies and gentlemen? Seriously, for no price. Used to watch Emmerdale with my nan and granddad when it was Emmerdale Farm. Those are the days. Is it still on? Says Ian. Yeah, it was a only at the moment it's all going on. It's gone are the days of Annie and the kitchen and everybody crammed round the kitchen table. But now it's just called Emmerdale. They've had everything. Oh, they've had everything. They've even got gays in the village. Seriously, unbelievable. In all of them now, it's taken them about 500 years to get round to it, but they have got round there, actually. Dorothy says, keep running up the hill, you're getting carried away. Thank you. And so, I want to know what the pantomime is down at the Cliffs Pavilion. Who is doing the pantomime? Somebody says here, not working today, and I'm up away... and you're blooming brilliant. Well, it is absolutely true. Absolutely true. We are particularly blooming brilliant today. You can say that, can't you? Wouldn't it be lovely? No, it says, I'd like to go to the moon because it's obviously made of cheese. Oh. Robin Hood's the pantomime. Who's starring in it? Have we got a photo of the Robin Hood pantomime? Robin Hood? How can that be a pantomime? Is it Robin Hood and his... Ashley Banjo and Diversity. Oh, wait a minute, they've actually used that before, haven't they? And Kevin Orkian. I don't know who he is. We know who Ashley Banjo is because he did the Palladium pantomime the other year. And so the whole of Diversity were fairly ancient by now. They're looking a bit old. There's been a lot of creaking bones on that stage. So it's Robin Hood. They run through till... in fact, they haven't started yet. They don't start... How can you bear... Go on, they haven't started. They don't start till the 13th and run through to the 4th of January. So that'll be their pantomime. They'll do very well, don't they? The Palladium one, I think, is sold out. It's done very well. I think that's Goldilocks, but it's got an all-star cast. I mean, it's got like a big cast. Big. Julian Clary. There's... oh, God. Oh, there's loads of people. Loads of it. We'll run through it, actually, and let you know. Sam says, I can't bear being tickled. I hate being tickled. Makes me panic. Doesn't make me panic. It's just a case of... it's sort of, I don't know, it's just one of those things. It's odd, very strange. A lot of people talk about Donald Trump. Oh, here we go. Goldilocks, Paul O'Grady, Julian Clary, Matt Baker, God knows why, Paul Zerdin, very good with Sam, Nigel Havers, done it before, Gary Wilmot, done it before, Janine Dubitsky, I don't know her. I don't know the name, but I think I recognise the face. Sophie Isaacs and Lauren Stroud, who looks like she's playing a cat. Sophie Isaacs obviously playing the... Oh, are these the 3 bears? In fact, actually, Janine and Lauren look like they're the bears by the look of it. But Julian Clary, the outfits get more outrageous. Seriously, I've never seen such outrageous outfits. Paul O'Grady, I think he's playing... He looks like the rat catcher. Matt Baker, well, I don't know what he's playing. Paul Zerdin will come on and do his act with Sam, and brilliant he is too. And Gary Wilmot is excellent. So it's a really good one. Goldilocks and the 3 Bears. the world of pantomime. So they'll be at the London Palladium, and good on them as well. Thank you. There's an ocean of tea swashing around inside me. I've got some tea bags for you at home, and I have to try and remember to bring them in tomorrow. And I've got the best... I won't see Ollie tomorrow. I've got the best Christmas hat you've ever seen. I got the best Christmas hat. I've had some good Christmas hats in my time. This one is pretty... This is like something out of Hogwarts. Yeah, it's fantastic. You're going to miss it. You're going to miss it. It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. It's a hat, Christmas hat. It looks like a Christmas hat. It's what it does that's different. It does things. Thank you. Don't say anything. Right, Chockies in a box. Chockies in a box. They've shrunk, but actually, thank you. I would expect them to shrink. So, for example, Cadbury's Heroes, very popular. 2014, 760 grams. 2019, 600 grams. That's 21% less. Okay. Mars Celebrations, 2014, 750 grams. 2019, 650 grams. So that's 100 grams, 13% less. That's the least number. Cadbury's Roses, 753 grams originally, now 600. That's 153 gram difference, 20% less. And Nestlé's Quality Street, 780 grams in 2014, 2019, 650 grams. That's 130 grams less, 17%. So the best ones, Mars Celebrations. That's the best value because they've taken less away over the 5 years. And they were all the same at £5, but some of them, you've got to check the size of these tins because they do different ones where they'll do 2 for £7. So you think, oh, good, I'm getting 2 £5 tins, but they might not be £5 tins. They seem to pack for lots of different people. So, good luck. Good luck. Bake Off winner and show off, Candice Brown is back in the papers again. This time... And having not heard anything from her for ages because she didn't want to be in show business, she's obviously decided she does want to be in show business. Thank you. Okay. Don't say anything. Don't look. Don't look either. Don't look or say anything. She's been on medication for 5 years. Baking helped ease her mental health issues. I would think that's probably accurate, actually. Baking is very good for things like that. So it takes your mind off it. Anything. It doesn't have to be baking. It could be just about anything, isn't it? There's also a book here. Get your exclusive 8-page Queen of Clean pull-out. Somebody called Lindsay Crombie. Who are all these people? You know... I'm the queen of mean. I'm the queen of this, of cleaning and everything else. Guess what's getting back together is Starsky and Hutch. Getting back together. I couldn't tell you what the theme tune was for Starsky and Hutch. Baker Street? No, it was a cop thing. No, it wasn't. Type in. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Get your purse out. I'll put money on it. Yeah, no, it was. I can't remember exactly what it was. It wasn't Baker Street. For Starsky and Hutch, making a return. David Soul and Paul Michael Glazer. David Soul I interviewed a few times, actually. It was lovely. He had some few hits. Silver Lady. God, blimey. That is so hot. So hot. So, here we go. Starsky and Hutch. And the theme tune is called... Doesn't sound a bit like Baker Street, does it really? Wait a minute. Bumming away down in Baker Street... No, not really. It doesn't sound anything like it. No, you'd never know that was If somebody played that tune and said for £1 million, what theme tune is that from? You wouldn't know it was Starsky and Hutch. I remember Hill Street Blues, but I don't remember that one. But it definitely wasn't Baker Street, Sweet Cheeks. Definitely wasn't. I wish I could tell you it was, because I know you'd be very happy knowing that it was. But it isn't. Okay? I tell you that now. I just love it when I'm right. Hate it when I'm wrong, but love it when I'm right. So far, you owe a lot of money. Victoria Beckham has released the clothes she hopes will save her fashion firm. The singer-turned-designer brand is mired in debt after huge losses. Shall I tell you what the problem is? I'll tell you what the problem is. Victoria Beckham is a young woman, but the clothes appear to be designed for old people. And old people don't have the sort of money she's expecting to get. She thinks if she flogs off the high-end designer stuff, that's going to turn her into a Dolce & Gabbana or a Gucci, a Balenciaga. So she's not. She's Victoria Beckham. She's the daughter of an electrician. She was only called posh because she went to school in a second-hand Rolls-Royce. That was the only reason. But it's not working. You ask anybody. Have you been in the shop and had a look yet? Have you bought anything? No. Because people go in there, they look at the prices. She's going to up them because she thinks she can solve the problem, like Jordan. Jordan thinks she can sell her engagement rings given to her by Peter Andre so that she can get herself out of this money problem. Well, she can't. She won't be allowed to sell them. She can sell them, but the receiver will be down straight away. She still owes £150,000 to the man she was married to, Alex Reid, over the revenge porn where she showed people at a show. You have to pay for that, and that's £150,000. And if she thinks that, she'll be living the normal life, forget it. Rogan in Broadstairs says, I'm 75 today, got my free TV licence till May. Oh, well, that's good, isn't it? I quite understand that. Does it make a difference? Because a lot of people say, why does everybody get free TV licence because you're over a certain age? They're assuming that if you get to a certain age, you're poor. But of course, there are a lot of very, very well-off pensioners because they've saved and they've had their, money invested in things. It's like being a diabetic. I could probably afford to pay for my medicine, but I get it for free. I get a freedom pass for the trains. I could probably afford to pay for the trains every single day. Loads of people do. Why should I be any different? Matt says, I don't know about you, but this SWT strike is driving me wan. One every 2 hours yesterday from Hampton. That's why, you see, you're just that little bit further out. I got the underground to Richmond much quicker. Really, really quick. Really quick to get home. Quicker than going by train from Waterloo. So I'll just wait. I think that what the RMT will have to do, because they've done themselves no favours with the public. Seriously, they've upset more people, more children. People got to go to hospital. People trying to sort of, get to funerals and all sorts. People don't realise how much the RMT have screwed you up. Nobody's remotely interested in it's your safety because we get the underground every day and they don't have secondary guards on there. Why you'd have to have them on the trains, I don't know. And James says, I've not spoken to my wife for 3 years. I didn't want to interrupt her. Noah says, how tricky is it to drive a desk? I don't know, I've never driven one. Well, if Ollie can manage it. It's not that hard at all, he says. Can you drive a desk, Luke? You've done it a few times. Honestly, there's no end to your beginning of your talents, are there, really? I mean, you are just the gift that keeps on giving. You can drive a desk and everything. The Harper Beckham of the Steve Allen Show. Because she's brilliant. She's absolutely marvellous. We're all looking forward to her getting her first tattoo. Because it seems to run in the family. They've all got tattoos now. Even Victoria. Imagine your mother's got tattoos, your dad's got tattoos, and the oldest son in the family has got tattoos as well. Steve, the problem with Victoria's clothes, the majority of people aren't stupid enough to pay £400 for a vest. She was doing a T-shirt for $398. $398. I mean, that is just, and I'm afraid the public have kicked her where it hurts. And that's in a case of, she's laid off people before. I think it's going to happen again. I agree with you, Simon. I think, no T-shirt is worth 400 quid. I don't care whether it's made of solid gold. Steve, I seem to remember the theme. Starsky and Hutch had 2 different theme tunes. The one you played was the first one, says David in Brentwood. Oh, there were 2. Oh. It's definitely not going to be Baker Street. You recognise the first one? Oh, OK. It wasn't Baker Street. It's never been Baker Street. I don't know why they'd have something as dreary as Baker Street. It's quite a dull tune. I used to like the Streets of San Francisco. That was very good. That was a very good theme tune. Very sort of fast-paced-y. No. That was Scott McKenzie, and it was a hit in the charts in the 60s. If you're going to San Francisco. If you're going to San Francisco, da-da-da-da, in your hair. Yeah. Some flowers in your hair. It's a lovely tune, actually, but it's nothing to do with the Streets of San Francisco, which was a cop series. Which one's this? This is Starsky and Hutch again. I don't think you'd recognise this as Starsky and Hutch. I certainly wouldn't. You would. Oh, you don't. Oh, you can't remember last Thursday. How can you remember something that finished on the television back in the 80s? Honestly. But I do like theme tunes. I do sometimes buy albums that have got theme tunes in from television programmes. Or best theme tune ever. Dun, 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 dun. I can't remember what that one is. Somebody will phone up and go, oh, I'll tell you what that one is, Steve. Will you have to lend your car to Nick Abbott? You must be joking, of course. Apparently he's buying a 3rd car now to replace his 2 broken cars. Yes, I'm not in that fortunate position. The trouble, you see, because he's not spending money on a car, you don't get a very good car. That's why. Whereas, if you spend money, it's like buying a pair of trousers or a suit. If you spend money on a good suit, then it'll last you. If you buy a cheap suit, it won't last you. It's as simple as that. Another one here. You talk of show business, says Matt. I'd love to be in it, even a reality TV. Oh, I don't know. It's not all it's cracked up to be. People think my life is all rock and roll. I'm just a working presenter who sort of toddles in, does a show, says hello to a few people and toddles out again. I don't regard it as show business. And in fact, most of these reality people are so thick. And the people from The Apprentice, that's why they sort of pop up years later. They go, oh, look, so-and-so. And we go, oh, blimey, it's still alive. And they go, yeah, they're not actually in the business now. They've decided to sort of go and do something else. Because that's what they're all going to have to do. You know, little Amy Hart, you know, she needs to find a job. Because at the moment, she can't be surviving. Because you don't get paid for turning up to a charity event. You just get a little goodie bag or something. And so she turns up with the boobies hanging out and all the rest of it. And that apparently is a career nowadays. Season 1 of Starsky and Hutch had a different theme, says my friend Ian. He would probably know that, actually. He is of that age to remember these sort of things. And yesterday, my friend Chris Lowry, over in Spain, as you know, we were talking about smoking in the studio. I said, I remember you smoking in the studio very well. And Johnny, smoking his pipe. Yes, Johnny Perry used to sit there smoking his pipe in the studio. You could smoke in the studios. How? I mean, well, I say how. It was a case of everybody did. Everybody did, which was quite nice. There's a woman, she's in the paper today, I'll come around to this again in a minute, who claims she saw Prince Andrew with 17-year-old Virginia in Tramp in London. In March 2001, she saw him with Virginia. She remembers it because she was told this is a member of the royal family. It was a big thing for her. It's really odd, isn't it? I mean, who do we believe? Who do we believe? The answer, they're all complaining outside Buckingham Palace for Trump. It's pitch dark out there and they're all complaining. He wouldn't even know they were out there. You just take people out the other end of Buckingham Palace. They don't need to go out through the front gates. Good Lord, they've got so many entrances to that. Steve, your little last hum was Rockford Files. The Rockford Files is the theme you like, I think, says Barry. And John says, see, I'm actually better than I thought. You hummed the Rockford Files, Steve. My favourite was the Sweeney. I was only 6 or 7, says Mike. Always remember Regan and Carter drinking booze from chip teacups. Oh, chip teacups, how lovely. And, Steve, have you seen The Elm Tree is making a comeback? Not really, I hadn't noticed it. It hadn't featured in my life. At the moment, I'm just getting used to Christmas trees. My one's very good at home, very good. So that's quite nice. I've heard of Dutch Elm, yes, of course. Also, the Starsky and Hutch theme is called Gotcha. And you played it twice. Oh, right. S&H had 3 team tunes, but Gotcha is the most famous. Gotcha? Is that on it? That was Gotcha, was it? I wouldn't have recognised it. Seriously. Somebody just says it sounds like rhubarb and custard. Rhubarb and custard. The Minder theme was the best, says David in Broxbourne. Yeah, I could be so good for you. And guess what's happening tonight? Yeah, only the Aston. Yeah, up the Aston. And Chelsea Villa will be playing as well. I think down at Chelsea. Is that the one owned by Roman Abramovich? We don't like him. Because we are the Aston. We'll be up there, I tell you. I'm taking me rattle and everything. Me and Prince William, yeah, whoopee-doo. I'll probably sort of go over. All right, mate, how you doing? You know, a bit of how's your father. You want to borrow my rattle? Go on, treat yourself. Apparently, according to the producer, I don't know what games he's been going to recently, but they don't use rattles anymore. You don't seem to have rattles at football matches. And my brother used to sit watching Southampton, I know, don't laugh, in front of the television with his hat on, his scarf, his dressing gown, and a rattle in one hand. I don't know why Southampton. I've got no idea. Well, you know, trying to explain away things. You know, why does he love Paddington? Why does Marion, his wife-to-be, this coming Saturday, enjoy Paddington Bear? They both love Paddington. They've been on the Paddington tour in London. They have Paddington Bears. I bought him a stiff Paddington Bear. I bought him a stiff cell from the movie. You know, from the series. Yeah, he's got all sorts of things. Limited edition Paddington Bear coins and stuff like that. They really like Paddington. But I'm not sure if everybody going to the wedding knows that they like Paddington this much. They better do. Is he the best man? No, he's getting married. Oh, Paddington. Oh, do you know if you could get Paddington in? Have you seen the one that goes around as Paddington? He's enormous. He's enough to frighten little children. It's like meeting Donald Duck or Mickey Mouse or Minnie Mouse. Hello, Minnie. And they're uncanny, isn't it? Almost as if they walked into the studio, but you didn't even hear the door go. Could have been Luke's new alter ego. Hello, Steve. Would you like another cup of tea? Oh, Kermie. We can do all the impressions, I tell you, on this program. You're very lucky, actually, to get me at this time of the morning. Normally you'd get somebody cheaper, but I'm actually much better at doing the impressions. Are you a fan of roast duck? Well, when it's dead, yes. But not normally, no. I mean, I don't look at ducks and go, I wonder what you'd look like with a bit of hoisin sauce on the top of you. John Barry, TV theme tunes, Persuaders, says Paul the Cabbie. I like that, actually. Somebody says, have you decided how to vote yet? Well, I know how to vote. I'm a bit over the age of, that I can vote. I do know how to do it. Have I decided who I'm going to vote for? Of course. Of course, yes. Very simple. Very simple. Not a difficult thing at all for me. What you have to do is actually go. You have to go out and vote. Simon says, my tree's up. Well, lucky old you. And he says, I hope you like it. And he sent me a picture, but I can't open these pictures, which comes through on the Twitter. I can't open that, can I? You can open that. I can't do it. Oh, you can't open it for me? Can't you transfer it to another screen? We're just finding out whether we can do that. I have a feeling we might not be able to, or we think we can. Oh, it's a nice tree. Oh, right. Oh, so you can see the tree. Oh, it's a lovely tree. Oh, right. Oh, they're all agreeing it's a lovely tree. It's a lovely tree, Steve. Click on the tweet. No, it says loading. That doesn't mean... Oh, blimey, you've got a lot of balls, haven't you? Crikey. That's an old Fortnum and Mason's hamper there. That's what food comes in. And the tree's very nice. Very nice, isn't it? That's a very good one. And you press back at the top. Back. There you go. We're so clever. So that was a very good tree, actually. Very good tree. I got a lovely Christmas wreath, which I'll tell you about shortly. Because we do love a Christmas wreath, and we do like a nice tree, and we do like, as well, lots of lights. So I think this year I've used 4,000 lights. 2,000 on one tree, which is like a lot of lights, and 1,000 on each of the other trees. Yeah, the electricity bill's through the roof, but it is the festive time of year, and who can deny a little bit of happiness to a fat old presenter called Stephen W. Allen? Why not? Goodness sake, it's only... I see the cranes. Oh, they always put lights on at Christmas. Yeah. We get those going out of town on the Waterloo line. All the people up on the cranes put lights on them. So naff. And, but it's, it's for the little people. I've noticed actually on the top of Pimlico Plumbers, they usually have a roof covered in blow-up Santas, nothing this year. Nothing. It's very low-key. Very, very low-key. But I can't remember exactly what was on there, because I'm not using that line at the moment, because I'm using the underground, because it's free. So they're not even getting any money from me. So we'll see how long we can keep that going. I suppose about as long as Luke can keep his diet going, really. That's not easy. When, the lady comes past and go, and what would you like for breakfast today? And he goes, I'd like a bagel, please. So he has his bagel. I think they're quite fattening, actually, bagels. Yes, I think it's, yeah. I mean, could you not pick something better? Could you not pick something a bit lighter? No, you can't have yoghurt. No, yoghurt's very, very full. No, I wouldn't have a fruit pot either. No, melon's very high in sugar. Very high. That's the trouble. It's mostly high in sugar. It's everything is bad for you. Everything is bad. That's the trouble. It's finding something that isn't. And the only thing that you found is water. But to be honest with you, you can't live on water. That would be ridiculous. You need to get some sort of, carbs into your body in one way or another. Even those, when they go sugar-free or, fat-free and all that kind, it's rubbish. It's rubbish. Okay, the options here. This is what the option is for breakfast. Bacon sausage, veggie sausage hash brown, bean scrambled egg, poached egg, smashed avocado, smoked salmon, toast, brown toast, posh toast. What's posh toast? What's posh toast? Oh, granary bread. Oh, right, okay. Posh toast. Posh toast. Well done, girls. What's the other thing on there? Granola. I bet they've got granola. White bagel, brown bagel, fruit pot, whole fruit, porridge, plain yoghurt and granola. Well, I suggest yoghurt and granola, to be honest with you. I mean, really, I wouldn't have the smashed avocado. Really. I know you like it, but, I think you should just do granola. Little bit granola. Or what? Avocado. Yeah, but I think it's the right fats in avocado. Paul Cooper's doing 10 for £1 at the moment, avocados. 10 avocados for £1, which is very good value. Beans, full of sugar. Full of sugar. Baked beans, full of sugar. Yeah, it's all full of sugar. And, and the toast would be nice, but then you put butter on it. And so there's nothing really that you can eat on there. Unless as fast as you sort of, have it in, it's suctioned out of your body. So water is an option, yeah. But the trouble is you're not supposed to drink cold water, are you? They say you're supposed to drink room temperature water. Well, I only like cold water. So I leave all my cases of water in the car and then just take them out as I need them, which I quite like. I like cold coffee as well. They do a nice cold coffee, which we talked about before. That was very nice. All these different things. But everything's bad for you. A fully cooked breakfast is just loaded with calories, as you know. Yeah, because over the years you've eaten most of them. And, even a vegetarian sausage. I don't think that's going to solve the problem. I mean, have you tried amputation of maybe some of your limbs, to sort of cut back? I mean, do you need both arms? Both legs? It's difficult. I told you before, didn't I? When we've always talked about diets on this programme, I've said diets don't work because there'd only ever be one. Somebody would hit on the one diet, but it's such a big market. You constantly see fat, overweight, bloated people in the paper, and then they go, and by the way, this one's been on the Winnie the Pooh diet, and look at them now. They're really slim. And you think, yeah, that's one person out of hundreds of thousands of people who do it. It doesn't work for people. I find it very difficult to maintain, sort of weight. In fact, I was out the other day and I saw some friends I've not seen for a while, and they said, "You've lost weight." I said, "You taking the Michael?" "I haven't lost weight at all. I wish I had." "Yeah, really? If I took all my clothes off now, Ollie, you would realise I haven't. In fact, if you ask nicely, why not? Any port in a storm, as they say. But I think it's impossible to lose weight. Dale was on a constant diet. He spent his entire time taking tablets, Tenuate Dospan, Ionomin. He took all sorts of things to lose weight. And it didn't work, because he'd then sit in the middle of a meal, go, "Oh, I've got to take my tablet." He'd take these fat-busting tablets, which he got from some place. And he thought that he was obsessed by weight, as all people on television are. You look at people on television, they're all slim. You meet, Stephen Mulhern in real life, he looks bigger on television than he does in real life. You look at Holly Willoughby and Pip Schofield, they're thin, little tiny people. The camera adds a load. It really does. It's just one of those things. And if you sweat, I was only saying to Prince Andrew the other day, I said, goodness sake, I tell you, if you're ever out in a nightclub and you've sweated, you take out surreptitiously your hanky and just mop your brow a little bit. But to be dancing on a dance floor in a sort of a light-coloured shirt and sweating under your arms, not a good look. It's not appealing, is it? Not really, Are you sweating already? Hence where you wear dark shirts. I've never sweated, actually, when I've been out. Not for loads of times now. But I've discovered the more I walk, and I'm not doing that much walking, but the more I walk in the morning, the better it appears to be. But to be honest with you, there's so many people in London. London is so busy compared to, wherever everybody is. My friend Danny's up in Leeds, and various other friends are spread around the country. It can't be as busy up there as it is down here. Down here, it's hot as well, isn't it? Yeah. I wonder if we can have snow this year. I predicted snow this year, but I have been wrong in the past. Steve, tell us what you think about the new Pirelli calendar as seen in the Mail Online. Possibly the most depressing collection of pictures you'll have seen all year. And I think I might have seen them, actually. Steve, you can eat as much fresh fruit as you like. No, you can't. No, you can't. It's a different kind of sugar. It's fructose. It's fructose. It's really bad for you. I can't have fruit. Grapes out. Strawberries out. Mangoes out. Loads of things out because they're full of fructose. Really bad. Really bad for you. Oh, no, you wouldn't take that. That's cheap. 10 avocados for £1, Steve. Avocados here are $2 each. To Luke, the best-known producer on LBC. Luke is the wise in Steve's Morecambe. Just a relative of yours. And the balls in his cannon. Right, you've just been texting him from there. It's outrageous, isn't it, really? Another one here says, Christmas tree lights are like Celtic and Rangers fans. They're all twisted. Half of them don't work. And they look great hanging from a tree, says Ian. Well, that's not nice, is it? We think they're really nice, actually. But listen, I'm going to take a picture of my Christmas tree lights today. I think they're really good. I think they're really, really good. lights. And the trees are nice. It's the shape of a tree. If ever you see a tree wrapped up, which you will do today if you're buying one, make them unwrap it. Make them unwrap it and then shake it, and then you can see how nice it looks. It's got to have a firm sort of bottom, and it's got to have lots of no gaps anywhere. So get a nice tree, because it will be the tree that you own for this festive season. How much you could do Christmas lunch for, and they worked it out. The cheapest, if you shopped around a little bit, was about £22 for doing Christmas lunch, which is, within most people's remit, I would have thought. But now they've got, and I think they worked it out that most of it came from Iceland. So Iceland doing Christmas pudding, mince pies, carrot baubles. I've never even heard of carrot baubles before. But I know you can buy carrots, because I sent off for them ages ago. Somebody said they're round. So it looks like a ball with and you grow them and they come out of the ground like that. So they sell those, plus they do luxury Yorkshire pudding. Villages, everything at Christmas is luxury. Luxury turkey, luxury brandy butter, luxury cauliflower cheese, luxury Brussels sprouts, luxury stuffing parcels, luxury chipolatas in bacon, and luxury roast potatoes. Looks lovely, doesn't it? And all of that you get for £38.78. 11 luxury items. The nearest to that was Asda at 48. Sainsbury's was 56 quid. So there's a lot of difference if you shop around. Depends if you like the quality of something. Perhaps some people, I've got a friend who won't go anywhere near Iceland, but that's, I go in there all the time. I'm always finding you get twiglets. Twiglets in Iceland. We love twiglets. Another one here, Steve. Your AP should try Slimming World if he likes yoghurt, beans and melons. You can eat as much as you like. Yeah, these are all different diets. All those sort of people, they'll lose the weight. A lot of people put weight back on when they've been on a diet. If you're trying desperately to lose weight, and also I don't think it's for his age group. He's too young to go on a diet. Your mum's doing Slimming. Yeah, see, that's it. See, Ollie's mum's doing Slimming World, which is who I think it would be aimed at. It would be people who've got to middle age, and she doesn't need to do it. Yeah, but she probably thinks she does need to do it. That's the way it goes. I think it's impossible. Actually, in my day, we didn't have that. We had Weight Watchers, I think, which was the only one about then. Or failing that, I don't think you saw as many fat people years ago. You know why? We didn't have all this fast food takeaway stuff. All we had was a fish and chip shop. And you never had that every night of the week. You would only have it maybe on a Friday. And that used to be quite nice. Stuart says, not only calorie counting for me, I'm now told I need to cut down on my potassium intake. Very little left to eat. I agree. What are you eating with all the potassium in then? Like bananas? You're going banana? Because some people, we used to have years ago, we'd do cornflakes and you'd slice up half a banana on it. We were very economical in the early days. You never had a whole banana. That'd be a waste. So you shared it with your brother. And that would be it. And we thought that was good, actually. And another one here. Are you not slightly worried that a few of those little boys that you sat on and tickled until they weed might be out for revenge? I should imagine they're all dead by now. I don't think we'd be worried about things like that. Have you visited BMW Park Lane yet? I don't drive BMWs. I don't do BMWs. It's not for me at all. But you can get, I know where they are, you get a free Twinings Earl Grey. Yeah, Luke's immediately interested. Free. You just have to go in there and listen to the salesman doing the pattern. You could drive out in a brand new BMW, and for that you get a cup of tea. I would expect a cup of tea just through walking past the door. That's the sort of thing. Oh, no, we're all right, aren't we? We're all right. The theme tune for Nationwide was very good. Yes, I agree with you. Steve, says Matthew, I managed to find Louise Redknapp in her underwear. It was the Daily Star. Jacob says, is your producer still on a diet? Well, I have 3 producers for different programmes. Yes, Ollie's vegan one didn't last. He couldn't do that. At least he was honest about it. He came in and said, I couldn't manage it, so that was very honest. Thomas, I don't think, has ever taken that seriously at all, so he wouldn't bother with it. Luke is sort of, well, he's kind of lapsed now. He's almost given up, really. It's a case of, yes, I'm doing this. I mean, because he was so obstinate for those few weeks or whatever it was. I come in and go, would you like a chocolate biscuit? No. He'd look at me very disapprovingly, like sort of, I'd said the most awful words in the English language, free chocolate biscuit. And he didn't want to do anything like that. No, I'm just drinking water. And he'd sit there drinking this water, and I knew it was not working. I knew he was hating every minute of it. Why? Because I'm the one sitting this side of the glass, and I know these things. I have to talk to people in conversation. I have to get the lie of the land, and so I knew that it was. And then it started. Oh, I lapsed the other day. Of course you did. Of course you did. It's just that you've left it till this time to tell me about it. If you were honest, you'd have told me 2 weeks ago that you'd been cheating ever since then. And then he came in, then he ate a whole packet of Butterkist. A whole packet of Butterkist, which is basically toffee popcorn. I mean, all this ridiculous, spiel that he was giving me about, I'm losing weight and I'm getting, because I think I'm a little bit too fat. Well, he's still too fat. And then he was eating grapes the other day. Do you like white grapes or green grapes? As he shoves another handful in his mouth. I mean, seriously. If he was working on a farm that had strawberry, he'd just be eating all the time. Wouldn't you? You would be. I mean, Christmas is going to be a nightmare for Luke, because he's going to have to send me a text going, this is what our dinner table looks like, and I've eaten most of it. Yeah. Other table as well. It's not good, is it? Steve, there's no such thing as a vegetarian sausage. Well, it looks like a sausage and it's vegetarian. To be a sausage, it must contain meat. Really? Well, I see loads of people using the word sausage and it doesn't contain meat. Chris in Brentwood says, have you ever heard of Yankee candles? And have you ever burnt one? Well, of course I've heard of Yankee candles. And have I burnt one? Yes. You always have to remember to trim your wick. I always tell people that. There's no good having a big wick after it's burnt and then you burn. I've had a few candles, though, which they're burning the wrong way. They're not burning the right way. You end up with sort of just the middle bit burnt out, and around the outside, it's a bit of a pain. It doesn't look as good, actually. A big wick is a bit drippy. I bet you have never had a big wick, have you? Ever? I bet you've always had a little short, stumpy one. I've just got this feeling. And then you sort of have to get your thing right in there to get it going and, make sure it sparks up a little bit. No, I'm the candle expert around here. I've been burning candles. I burn an average of 4 a day. I've four lit. 1, 2, 3, 5 a day. 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 candles and a fake water candle, which is very nice. Looks like a big thick church candle, but it lights up and it flickers, but it's a little fountain at the top. It's brilliant. Brilliant. I can't tell you. I bought 2 of them. I was so excited. Now you can't get the blooming thing, so I shall wait till next year and you'll be able to get loads of them. But you put in three batteries and it lights up at the top and it's a waterfall. Little water spout. It's really good. I mean, really good. It's too big. It's like that tall and about that round. Really thick. Really, it's a two-hand to get round it. Bring it in, honestly. You'd probably find it. I tell you where you'd find it. You find it on Amazon. Go on to Amazon. Type in water candle. Hopeless, honestly. Seriously. We spend more of our time on this programme sitting on the naughty step than anything else, don't we? We don't think we go anywhere else. We sit here every morning. We always laugh. I don't think there's been a day where we haven't laughed, actually. There's always something that makes you laugh. If it's not Luke coming in one of his little outfits, this morning an elf, and it's okay, it's fine if you go for things like that. Ollie comes in wearing my yellow shirt, slashed open to the navel with a medallion down the middle. I said to him, "You need a medallion." He looked at me like I was mad, absolutely mad. Steve, there we go. No, that's not it. No, what you want is type in water candle, okay. WATE, water. There you go, water candle. And wait a minute, go down. Oh no, this is not looking very promising. I've obviously got something that's totally unique. What else would you call it? I'll have to bring it in. If you don't call it a water candle, what else do you call it? It's quite big. Fountain candle. Try fountain candle. Every combination, but all the things I'm looking at look horrible and cheap. Mine looks beautiful. Fountain candles. Here we go. No. There. Bethlehem Lighting Flameless Candle Fountain. That's it. £50.31. Oh, I paid less than that for 2 of them. And that's it. It lights up and the fountain is in the middle. You think your grandmother... It's really good. That's way... Don't spend 50 quid on it. That's way too expensive. I got 2 for less than that. 2 for that. They haven't got a video of it. No. It's... The water is in the candle. You fill it up and you can see the water. And it obviously has got a little thing in there and it just pushes up the thing. Go to YouTube and type in water candle and you'll just sit... I think it's brilliant. And also it keeps the air moist wherever you are in your room, which is very good for you. You've got... Oh, right. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? That's rivetingly exciting. You've got an advent calendar. God in heaven. Yeah, so it's one-upmanship, isn't it, really? Yes, I've got a water candle. I've got a whole army of candles, for Advent. Honestly, can't wait to meet the rest of the family. It's going to be very exciting. I might drop in on Christmas Day in the car. There it is. There. That's it. The Glow Company. It's beautiful. I love it. I mean, I get through a set of batteries about once every week and a half, 2 weeks or something, and that's it. You there you look like that, and you top it up every day, and it just goes into that there, and it lights up as well. It's fantastic. And that's a 20 centimetre. That's the first time I've ever seen 20 centimetres that close up. But it's very good, but it also, because it keeps the air moist in the room where you are, if you've got heating, that's much better for you. And especially for broadcasters everywhere be going, Steve, you're quite right. Our voice is our tool. We need to keep it well lubed. And so that's good. Steve, you burn 5 candles a day. Yeah, I do. I don't know why, actually. I've always done that. I've always done it. It doesn't happen because it's just Christmas. It happens because it's all the time. Why not? Listen, we'll take a short break. We've only got an hour of the programme remaining. Good company, welcome to Wednesday. I know, I'm telling you, it is racing through this month. Have you done all the Christmas shopping? I know what you're saying. I know what you're going to say. It's too early. Well, it isn't too early. You need to get it all sorted as quickly as possible, because otherwise you're going to get to that day and it'll be the same. You'll rush out the night before Christmas Eve. You'll be rushing out going, what have I got to get? Right, got to buy something for the wife. What shall I get for the wife? So you go into one of the big department stores and there's a rather busty young lady standing by the perfume counter. Would you like a smell? And you go, I'll buy that. What's that? She leans forwards into the counter, and you go, yeah, I'll take the gift box. And you rush home and you buy this art. You've got no idea what you bought, no idea. Or failing that, you go in and you go, I'd like to buy some exotic lingerie for Christmas for the wife. Okay, sir, says the assistant with large breasts pushing forward. What size? And of course, men haven't got the faintest idea. They've got no idea. They go, kind of your size, and they go, are you sure? And you go, well, I'm not really sure at all. So nobody knows. Why don't people, write it down before it, make it so much easier? Don't buy perfume for the wife at Christmas or the girlfriend, because chances are they've got their own perfume that they always wear. You don't want to buy them something they wouldn't wear. They go, oh, lovely, sounds like the cat's been around. And so you end up with another box sitting on the thing. Most women, 90% of women, know what they like and they would use it all the time. So don't think you're being clever by surprising somebody. Okay? And if you're going to buy lingerie, at least have the courtesy to check on the size. Makes it so much easier. Otherwise, somebody's got to buy it and then you go, oh, I've got the receipt. And you go, oh, it's not the same, is it? Yeah, they always ask you in M&S, I think, is this a gift? When I'm buying pants. And you go, why would I want to buy pants for somebody? Nobody's going to wear the sort of pants I wear. I'm into the old man pants. I think that's much more preferable than anything. I don't go for these sort of trendy Speedo type pants, which they sell everywhere. Some very odd pants out there. I don't like that sort of thing at all. I try not to mention the undergarment bit. So I got a lovely wreath delivered the other day. A lovely wreath and a Christmas card, which says, Dear Steve, I hope you like your door wreath. I have my own florist, so I wanted to make you one for making my mornings bearable, because my brother of 46 years has got a brain tumour. Me and my sister gave a bouquet of flowers about 2 years ago at your Magic Circle. We saw you live, so have a lovely time. Wendy, thank you ever so much. Thank you so much. It really is very sweet. I'm sorry to hear about your side of it, but the Flowered Corner are at Ladbroke Grove. That's Jane, Wendy and Jadie as well. So thank you ever so much. It's ever so posh. Ever so posh. I don't deserve anything as posh as that, but thank you very much indeed. We get some lovely people who listen to LBC over the years, and I really mean, you know, you've made me get glitter on my hands now. You know me and glitter. It's all over my fingers. Oh, well, there you go. Might as well get it on the coat as well. But truthfully, we get some fantastic people who listen to LBC. Very loyal audience. I feel sorry actually for other radio stations that don't seem to get the loyalty that we get, or if they do, they don't get as many. You know, and it's just one of those sort of things, isn't it? I feel like we're a member of some giant organisation, which of course we are, and we like it. We like hearing from you, and I'm glad that we get you through some really difficult bits and pieces and times in the morning. I should imagine when Stuart is in his fish shop, Sandy's in Twickenham, and Mr. Shah is in the chemist. You know, loads of people know who these people are now. People may make a pilgrimage to Twickenham. Although we're just going to end up with another hairdresser. How many more hairdressers we can accommodate, I do not know. Steve, you can't beat jockey Y-fronts. I'm looking at the boy. They'd have no idea what jockey Y-fronts are. Oh, you know what they are, Ollie? Oh, right. Never worn them, no. It's funny, actually, as you get older, your taste in pants changes. I used to buy slips. You know what, I know. Oh, sorry, what's the matter with slips? Is that not normal? So, boxers? Nobody wears boxer pants. Do you mean trunks? Oh, sort of. Oh, no, we don't do things like that. No, briefs. You've only got one pair? How embarrassing is that? You've only got one pair of pants. I've got loads of pairs of pants. In fact, every time I go out to M&S, I always buy about another 10 lots. Always buy loads and loads of pants. They always think I'm sort of restocking for the winter season, which of course I'm not. But there's so many different types for men. They're just not very attractive. I don't do anything with sort of patterns on or sort of funny hieroglyphics or something. I don't know. Who's ever going to see them? It's only going to be you and your hands, and your bits are going to see them from the inside. So it's not really much use, is it? No point in buying pants. Unless all of a sudden you get... My mother used to say, make sure you've got clean pants on every day in case you have an accident. I said, she said, well, it could be a road accident. I said, well, they're not going to be undressing me on the main road, are they? I don't think. Unless you're very lucky. But, you know, there's so many different types of pants. But I've worn loads of different ones. I did buy Calvin Klein pants at one time, thinking if I wore them, I'd end up looking like the model who was modelling them. That didn't work either. That was a total waste of time. It's always the people wearing them. They've got ultra slim bodies, so of course not for us, Luke, as you can imagine. And then everything looks sort of neat and in one place. But no, in my ones, there's enough room to run a circus, I think, inside, including every animal under the sun. Next time in M&S, Steve, if the assistant asks if the pants are a gift, ask if they'd like to unwrap it. Oh, I don't think I could be doing things like that in Marks and Spencer's. Heavens about it. I don't enter into conversation, really. And am I missing a marketing ploy, Steve? Should I call all my milk luxury milk? Yeah, luxury milk. Luxury milk. We just had all the jokes. Good to hear no BMWs for you and you like a nice smooth drive off. Do they still supply golf tees with the Bentley? No, umbrellas, which is quite nice. But I don't need them, I've got loads. Can we have a little video of your flat's incredible interior design, says Janie. We're all fascinated by your hoarding of things. I agree, actually. It is amazing. But we do like... Actually, I've got to go and get some more candles. I can't do them today, I've got some things to do. But I might tomorrow. I like those crackling candles. Have you seen those? They've got a wooden wick that goes down the middle and it crackles. I mean, very faintly, obviously, but it does crackle, and they're quite nice. But I am a sucker for candles, and I don't care what anybody says. People say, oh, you're not going to save the planet. I thought, I'm 66. I think I'm past saving the planet, thank you very much indeed. I'd rather have a nice candle for Christmas, which is lovely. Steve says, Blake in Wigan, I don't wear pants. Commando is the only way. Oh, you're in the forces. How lovely. Steve, I always take the bra that fits my partner the best when I purchase lingerie. Has never come back with something that doesn't fit. Honestly, we've all got funny little idiosyncrasies, haven't we, really? Which is, what I find is quite interesting. I gather Nick Abbott, Steve, is buying a tow truck. If he breaks down, he'll tow himself to the nearest garage. He just has no luck, does he? At all. No luck with cars. I mean, I'm not particularly good with cars. I don't know anything about cars. I just know that you put petrol in one end when it goes bing, and it always frightens me. It does two bings on the car. One is to tell you that there's no petrol or you're running out of petrol within about 150 miles or something. And the other one is when it goes... what was the other one? Oh, that's right. Bing, when the temperature drops and up comes a little symbol of a snowflake, which could be anyone, a number of people, and then it puts next to it, 4 degrees outside. It tested the temperature outside of the car. Why I should ever worry about that, because I have been outside of the car to get into the car, so I know just how cold it is. But if you are going out today to buy the tree, make sure, always get them to unwrap it. Always get whoever, they won't mind unwrapping it. It doesn't make any difference to them. And they want to show it to you, so they want to sort of buy it. And don't ever underestimate. It's an awful lot better if you go and see a tree. Paul Coop will always unwrap a tree. If you look at a tree and go, that looks nice, and they'll cut it open and show you what it looks like. Make them bang it on the ground, which they'll do automatically, and then you can see what shape the tree is, because it's got to fit your room. Okay, some of them require watering, some of them are pre-soaked. Either way, listen, if it's inside and you don't keep the heating on all the time, it'll be absolutely fine. Seriously. Does anyone use the... I can't say that's far too rude about pants. All I wear, says Matthew, is Calvin Klein boxers. Oh, that sounds quite expensive, isn't it? Because I shouldn't imagine Calvin Klein wears them. He probably just puts his name to something. It's amazing how many different types there are, actually. Steve, now you're walking down to the Bankman station and going home by the underground. Have you checked how many more steps you're taking? Well, actually, not that many more. Funny you should say that. I checked it this morning. And yesterday, I thought I was doing quite a lot of steps. So Monday, I did 5,155. Yesterday, I did 5,001. So we're upping by about 1,000 steps a day. Whether or not we're going to go... I mean, so far this morning, I've done 737, but I haven't actually been anywhere. So by the time I've walked down to... In fact, the walking down to Embankment is actually good. I think it's great. I like things like that. So... at least that's giving me a little bit more exercise. And also, I don't have any problem now standing on a train. Before, I'd be leaning up against the door. But I've always decided if you stand by the door, that's my space. People try and shove in front of you. I don't let them. I really don't let them. Russ says, if you have too many Bentley Brollies, I'll look after one for you. I bet. Lovely. So we've got a nice cup of tea. We've got a freezing cold day. We've got the papers. And... do you know they're offering discounts on everything? Even in, where's this place? National Tyre and Auto Care. £15 off steering and suspension, including shocks, coil springs, steering rack. Who'd want to work doing tyres in this weather? Freezing cold outside. I feel sorry for them in the car washes. Because it's freezing cold. There's no heating, is there, really? At all. Another one here. Chris says, have you heard of Zoflora disinfectant? Absolutely, yes. Yes, I know all about these things, actually. And somebody else says, wait a minute, we've got all sorts of jokes about pants now, some which are totally unrepeatable. And lots of advice for which pants to wear. Pants called different names, which sort of go along with something that might have happened in history. So what we'll do in a minute, we'll go through the papers. We'll tell you about the hero who escaped Dunkirk on a shed door. Corrie's Christmas offering this year is a gun siege, and Emmerdale bosses are going to play out a Christmas whodunit. It's all going on in Soapland. No point in having happy news. Nobody wants that. They're much happier with a murderer on the loose or something else. It'll be a disaster, because that's what gets people watching until the new year. And another one here. Of course, we've got Donald Trump in the country. People demonstrating outside the front of Buckingham Palace, which is sort of a little bit of a misnomer, because he'll be eating inside the palace, because we're looking at the back of the palace, really. There's an inner courtyard, and then there's the rooms the other side, and that's where he's going to be. So he wouldn't have seen anything like that. And no other one here. It says, Lidl are releasing a pigs in blanket pizza, says Dan. Not for me, though, as I've lost 7.5 stone on Slimming World since January. Yeah, the danger is putting it back on again. It's not so much losing it. Ask anybody. People can lose it and they go, oh, that's it. I've lost the weight. I'm going to be like this for the rest of my life. No. Whatever you've done to lose that weight, that's why most people put it all back on again. Look at the size of Scarlett Moffat. Look at the size of all these people who've sort of gone on diets. Gemma Collins, apparently, is taking injections. Very unwise. Very, very unwise. Very dangerous. But of course she knows it all. She knows it. She will balloon again. People do. over Christmas. And then she'll put it down to the fact that Arj is off again or something. I wish Arj would hurry up and go and marry somebody else and do us all a favour and disappear. I'm so bored with them. And now we know that poor old Katie Price is going to ask her ex-husbands for money. That's not going to be happening anytime soon, is it? I mean, who's actually going to bother giving her money? She said, I supported them. In your dreams. In your dreams. Your favourite show tonight, Steve? Who'll be fired from The Apprentice? Hopefully all of them. Hopefully all of them. We got rid of the peculiar little boy of 19 who was more affected than anybody I've ever seen on the television. He was a bit rubbish. You know, obviously thought he was very clever, but obviously not, because he was fired. Mainly because he didn't know anything. I don't know who we're going to fire from The Apprentice tonight. I'd have to ask my cohorts on the programme as to who deserves to be thrown out. Lottie Lyons, I think, or whatever she is. She's a peculiar one. In fact, actually, she's not just peculiar. They're all peculiar. So I really don't care, actually. I just like seeing them sitting there squirming when Lord Sugar says, you know, and you're fired. I quite like that. It always looks as though it's been cut in afterwards, doesn't it, really? Another one here. This is... Ian the Skip says, Steve... 7 admin Dave buys his underpants extra small from Mothercare. Now, that joke would have been good had not Mothercare gone bust and into liquidation and don't exist anymore. You could have come up with something better than Mothercare. Goodness sake, honestly. A lot of people have jokes about running a circus in your pants. Thank you very much indeed. And somebody says, you own a Bentley, actually made by Volkswagen. Great car, though. Of course. Doesn't matter who it's made by. Goodness sake, honestly. This is a radio programme made in heaven. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's the best on... Wait a minute, it is the best on the market. It's so exciting. I mean, it doesn't mean because it's made in heaven it's going to be the number one podcast. It is the number one podcast. You have to do that, don't you? You have to sort of say that just to keep reminding yourself. It's like that bloke who, Haskell, has been kicked out of the jungle, mainly because he's dull and boring and he was a bit bullying, even though they've been trying to play that down. He apparently wants to be an actor now. Yeah, well, there was no end of demonstrations of that in the programme. Donald Trump has denied knowing Prince Andrew. Unfortunately, all the photographs say something different. He has met Prince Andrew on numerous occasions. And dog owners who believe that their pets understand them, you know, when you say, are you all right? Are you all right? We do the same to children, don't we? And apparently you may be right. Dogs do really understand you. There's also Jeremy Corbyn. He's finally apologised about the anti-Semitism, sort of, to Holly and Pip. And Donald Trump has thumped the chump who keeps telling lies, which is Mr Corbyn, about the NHS. They're not buying it. It's not for sale. They've been told on no end of occasions this is false news. But, of course, you can't stop them. They've got nothing else to cling on to at the moment, have they? Plus squirrels being the deadly threat to our trees, and millions of people are overweight. Why? No exercise and bad food. But, I mean, sometimes you like a bit of bad food, don't you? You like a little... You mustn't have bad food, Luke. You've got to sort of try and eat healthy. Perhaps if you brought in a little Tupperware box, like Connor brings you bring in a sandwich. Well, sandwich is no good for you. That's bread, isn't it? You don't want... What's generally in the sandwich? Today is fake ham and spinach. Right. Bread and butter. Yeah, you see, butter bad for you, the bread bad for you. I mean, it's not... Well, I don't know what Connor does. I don't know, but I mean, he seems to be sort of but he's slim, isn't he? So he's sort of maintaining his sort of... It's obviously a good metabolism. You're right, actually. A friend of mine married this this girl. She could eat anything, and she never put on an ounce. In fact, she was so slim, she could eat like 3 or 4 curries and a box of crisps and not put on any weight at all. This friend of mine who married this girl, she just didn't put on an ounce. Some people are lucky, they just don't put on anything at all, and other people, like you, only have to look in the window of Patisserie Valerie to put on half a stone. You know, that's what I mean, I can't eat in Patisserie Valerie anymore. I go in there and I think, I quite like to buy an apple turnover or one of those strawberry millefeuille things, which is quite... But you think, you can't do it. The most I'll go is one of those donuts in Greggs, which has got the cream down the middle of it and a swirl of jam. Those you can eat a lot of. Or they do a nice apple turnover with cream in it as well. It's the gift that keeps giving. But again, you know, for some people it's fine. You can eat it if you're a workman or a scaffolder or something like that, but not if you're a radio presenter who spends most of his time on his bottom. You can't do that. You just have to find something else. And I don't really do any exercise. The only exercise I'm doing, I mean, I could be lazy and order a car, turn up outside the front door, just get in the car and go home, but that's lazy. I'd much rather do the walk. Well, I wouldn't really, but I have to say that because it makes it sound. People say, "Oh, you're not encouraging people to exercise." I mean, I am. It's just that I don't enjoy doing it. Steve, I see the pop group Steps have a sister band. They're called Stairs. God, I watched an old Victoria Wood show the other day, and who was on it? H from Steps. So irritating. So irritating. Ian H. Watkins. He's going into the Dancing on Ice programme. That'll be irritating for everybody. And, Steve, you're still buying ex-Royals cars? You could have Randy Andy's old car. Yes, I don't think he paid for it. I'm sure it was a freebie. He gets a lot of freebies. I think that, not anymore, of course. Nobody wants to... You can't go anywhere near him at the moment. People are distancing themselves as quickly as possible. Perhaps he'll disappear and go and live in Verbier, like we care. And apparently, somebody was saying in one of the papers today, one of the cruel critics, one of the people who've got a column, saying, it's been a while since we've seen Harry and Meghan, and we've not missed them at all. You know, best that we don't have them bleating on about the way the press treat them. I imagine, Steve says, Noah, you're a fan of mulled wine. I am, actually. I do like a mulled wine. I do like a mulled wine. Not all the time, because I'm not a red wine drinker. It doesn't go with white wine, does it? But, no, a mulled wine on a really cold morning. Oh, delicious. Slices of orange. Oh, I don't do red wine, no. It gives me a headache, red wine. So I don't really drink white wine unless I'm out, and I might have, you know, a glass or two or three or four of white wine. But I would much rather have a bottle of Prosecco. Well, when I say a bottle of Prosecco, what I mean is a few glasses out of a bottle of Prosecco. I don't want people to think I have a proper... Then maybe another bottle if it wants... Because one of them, sometimes they seem to evaporate. I don't know where it is. Sometimes you go to pick up the bottle and you go, I could have sworn that was full a short while ago, and you pour it, and there's nothing in it. Or failing that, I might this year treat myself to a bottle of sherry. A bottle of sherry kept in the fridge is very nice. You know, a glass of Enver cream or something like that. That could be quite nice. I've got the glasses for it, and I might treat myself as a bit of a sort of Christmas treat. I think you have to have treats, but don't drink and then get in the car and drive. It's not worth it at all. James says all food is fattening and bad for you. Yeah, just do what you want and stop moaning. I never moan, James. I only moan at snowflakes like you who live in Kent and moan about other people moaning, which makes you a snowflake. There you go. Steve, have you seen the BBC Christmas schedule? Yes. I shall now be listening to LBC all day as a result. Well, listen, you could do no worse, because I think, I can't remember exactly actually, but Christmas Day, Boxing Day, day after, I'm doing breakfast 7 till 10. So if you really, really want to sort of get up at that time of the morning, and you will want to get up. There'll be people going, and we will do Christmas messages this year. We tried to do them last year, but I didn't quite get round to it. So I'm going to try and do Christmas messages this year. So if you've missed sending a card, which most of us do nowadays, we'll be doing that Christmas Day. That's what I've said now. By the time we get there, I'll have different. Steve, how are you going to deal with climate change? I'm not bothering with climate change. I don't really care, actually. I couldn't care less. It's not going to affect my life. Costco, says Dad, has a 6-pack of mini Black Forest Gatto. They're smothered in cream and gorgeous. Get some for the boys. I couldn't justify that for the boys. Listen, I've got to watch their waistline. I don't want them getting any bigger than they are at the moment. I mean, they're actually coming up to sort of Christmas, and it's a little bit difficult. So if I actually bought them food that was very fattening, they wouldn't thank me. Their respective girlfriends and things like that, they'd be going, well, thanks a lot, Steve. Fatty has just come in the door, and yeah, you'll be all right, Ollie, on that one. But no, I couldn't justify. I don't mind giving them, you know, some fruit or a little bit of, you know, things like that. This morning they've had little pieces of Christmas cake, and it's very nice, isn't it? I know. And also some Twixes, but the mini Twixes with hardly any calories, provided you don't unwrap it or swallow it. You know, if you don't do that, you should be absolutely fine. Steve, now I'm 40. If I look at food, I put on weight, says Stuart Manning. And listen, I'm exactly the same. Now I'm 40. I wish. How lovely. Steve, have you tried ginger wine? Stone's ginger wine. I've heard of that. Yes. Who gets your vote in I'm a Celebrity? Well, it's obviously going to be Roman, isn't it? I'm not going to be voting for Jacqueline Josser, thank you very much indeed. No. I'm going to vote for Roman, who got hit in the lower regions the other day. James Haskell threw a ball at him, and of course he was expecting up here, and it went down there, and he went, wow! as us boys do when that happens. You know, if you kick somebody into touch. Also, how you gonna? Oh, somebody else asked about climate change. Do you like Carver? Says, not particularly bothered. Not particularly. I mean, I'm not going to change anything. You're definitely not lazy. You make our mornings, Steve. It says here, we used to listen to Mr. M. Not anymore. It's LBC or nothing. I think somebody's just done that so that he will then drag that off and play it on his programme. He's so naughty. Seriously, very, very naughty. My golden retriever, Steve, used to understand hand signals. Neither of us was deaf, but the walks took us to places where you had to be very quiet. Oh, right. Morning, everybody. Nick Ferrari's with you at 7 o'clock this morning. With breakfast, Jeremy Corbyn has apologised for his handling of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, taking the opportunity during a TV interview to say he was very sorry for everything that has happened. But is it too little, too late? Nick will bring you live coverage from the Grove Hotel in Hertfordshire, where various heads of state will congregate for the NATO leaders meeting with President Trump and Angela Merkel among the attendees. Plus, you'll hear reaction from Bristol, where a set of teachers have taken the decision to don high-vis vests and act as bouncers to prevent children buying fast food on their way home from school. There are pictures in the paper today of one very angry shopkeeper going, "This is my business." And there's people standing there stopping kids buying it. You can understand where both sides are coming from. Is he coming on with Nick? Wow. Well, the shopkeeper? Oh, wow. Great. So that's with Nick Ferrari at breakfast from 7 this morning on LBC. Because kids want to do that. They don't want to do the school meal, so they leave school and they go home. Surely once they've left school at the end of the day, isn't that up to them where they go? I mean, I don't know where the law stands on that. I don't think actually teachers can go... I mean, it's like a teacher coming into your house and going, "What are you eating? We're not supposed to eat that." Surely kids on the way... Have I got this right? Wait a minute, just read it again. So, to prevent children buying fast food on their way home from school. What's it got to do with them? I mean, I can understand... you know, going out lunchtime to go and buy food, but they're going home. Surely if you're going home, the school kids can go, "If you touch me again, I'm going to call the police. I want to go and buy something in this shop. I finished school for the day and I'll be back again tomorrow morning. What I choose to do between now and the time I get home is my business." I don't know how the school's got a leg to stand on that one. Could be an interesting one, couldn't it? I mean, we didn't do that. Well, you know, when we left school, we used to go and buy sweets. But this is fast food shops because they might be a latchkey kid. Their parents might be out working or something. It could be all sorts of reasons. Matt said it's my birthday, Monday the 9th. And, well, I hope you have a very nice time. You will do. Most people have a nice time for birthdays. Steve, I'm not surprised the papers haven't missed Harry's uncle Andrew, having more than kept them busy with creditable stories, saving the press having to make up their own, says Ollie. I find it fascinating, actually. I find it absolutely fascinating that we've managed in a space of a few weeks to bring down Prince Andrew. The papers have managed to bring down Prince Andrew through his own doing. Nothing to do with them. Nothing to do with the newspapers. It's just to do with him. Interesting. Steve, I'd love a schooner or two of sherry, but it always gives me a blinding headache, usually from my head hitting the coffee table. Great show, as always, says Kev. Thank you very much indeed. Well, it's a Wednesday morning, and you should have started doing some sort of Christmas shopping. Have you ordered the turkey and that sort of stuff? Have you made sure you can get all the vegetables? You should be able to. There's not going to be any shortages this year. We're not living in outer Mongolia where there might be a shortage of turkeys or stuffing or something like that. It's going to be, it's going to be all right. Should be okay this year. But you have to make sure that you get all the right presents and stuff. So my advice is to try and get things now. You need to get the presents now. I'll give you my list a little bit later on, just in case you were wondering. You want to miss out on anything, You thought of a present for me. It'll be something awful, I can tell. It's going to be something I'm going to go, oh, that's definitely an Ollie present. Definitely an Ollie present. Tumble in the Jungle, they've lost their audience. They've lost 4 million. I mean, which is fantastic. Apparently, you, great British public, are not buying into it this year, even though Ian Wright's on it. Miles Stevenson, who, to be honest with you, I don't have the faintest idea who he was. 32 Ofcom complaints over Ian Wright's perceived bullying. Other rows have seen James Haskell branding campmates a circus of stupidity. Well, you'd know. You'd know, matey. You would be the ringmaster in that one. So, I don't know, actually. Perhaps when they all come out of the jungle, all they're in there for is money. They're not in there for anything else, really. So, what have we got? BBC One Christmas Day. This is why you'll be listening to LBC. The Queen's Christmas broadcast is at 3 o'clock. It's very quick this year, because at 10 past, it's Finding Dory. 4:40, Strictly Come Dancing Christmas special. Then at 6 o'clock, Michael McIntyre's big Christmas show, all of which are recorded. They're all done and dusted. 7 o'clock, Call the Midwife. 8:30, Gavin and Stacey Christmas special. Then it's East End. When are you supposed to eat in this thing? It's all programmes that people are going to watch. Mrs. Brown's Boys Christmas special. And at 11:15, the Two Ronnies Christmas sketchbook. Well, I mean, that must be as old as the hills, mustn't it? Boxing Day, Mimi and the Mountain Dragon. How's that Christmas? What's that supposed to be? 3:45, The Jungle Book. 5:25, Wallace and Gromit. 6:20, Wurzel Gummidge. What? Did they used to... I don't know. The Greatest... I don't know. Paddington's at 7:20. Paddington 2. My brother would be very happy by that one. And EastEnders at 9. 9:30, Would I Lie to You at Christmas. And then 10:20, Match of the Day. Up the them. ITV... On Boxing Day, 3 o'clock, The Queen's Speech. 10 past, Shrek the Halls. Dear. The Chase Bloopers 2019 is at 3:40. 4:40, News and Weather. Then Tipping Point, Lucky Stars Christmas Special. That'll be exactly the same as Tipping Point during the week, except they'll have a few trees decorated about. Then at 6 o'clock, The Chase Celebrity Christmas Day Special, already in the can. Emmerdale at 7. 8 o'clock, Coronation Street. 9 o'clock, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Celebrity Special. It's when they say Celebrity Special and your heart drops. Can we find out who Wants to Be a Millionaire Celebrity Special, who they are? It might actually be on the rundowns already. Then at 10 o'clock, you've got Gordon, Gino and Fred, Christmas Road Trip 3, Unwise Men. Sounds a bit dull, doesn't it, really? But there you go. But we do love Gordon. And that's it. I don't know what Fred's lumping himself into this thing for at all. But let's try and find out Who Wants to Be a Millionaire Celebrity Special on Christmas Day on the television. What major A-list celebrities have they got for us this time round? The answer is it'll be people you go, who the dickens are they? Because I never seem to know who anybody is nowadays, and I'm supposed to know these things. And it's not because I keep forgetting, it's because I look at them and think, who are you? Here we go. So Chris Tarrant presents a festive... Is this it? Simon Cowell, Jim Davidson. No, this must be a... Yes, it's Jeremy... Oh, that's a point. I don't know. Yes. Oh, that's an odd one, isn't it? Is it Jeremy Clarkson or... There you go. Celebrity Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Christmas special. Is that it, do you think, there? Is that it? No, because it's Chris Tarrant doing it. Oh, that's a bit worrying, isn't it? Because now we don't know. They've got here this morning Eamon Holmes... Oh, not Eamon Holmes again. Godfathers. Contestant Eamon Holmes... No, host Chris Tarrant. Alex Ferguson. Well, obviously they're not telling us who it is. So we'll have to wait and find out nearer the time. You'll have to get the Radio Times and then have a look through it to see who they are. Over on Boxing Day, Tipping Point, Best Ever Finals. Then Tenable, All-Star Christmas Show. And Paul O'Grady, Love of Dogs at Christmas. Then Emmerdale and Coronation Street. Then Skyfall. Oh, God, the most boring Bond film ever. It's not very festive, is it? Where's the festive stuff? BBC One Boxing Day, Wallace and Gromit. We've done that one, haven't we? And to be honest with you, I think you're better off with LBC. It's far more entertaining, and it'll be current, and it'll be up to the minute. You know, we can probably do an impression of Paddington or something like that. I might take a call. No, not necessarily might take a call. I'm not sure. I'm not promising people that. Otherwise, you get people writing and going, well, Steve Allen's definitely said he was taking calls. No. I said I might let you come on and sort of wish people a Merry Christmas. But not even sure about that now. I'll have to think about it. What else we got? Steve, TV doesn't go on Christmas Day nor Boxing Day. Spend the day with the family playing games and eating. Never understand why people spend Christmas glued to the box. No, I mean, some people do. Why is the Christmas TV schedule always a big thing? Because they love to find out how much of it is repeats. And the answer is all of it's repeats. All of it's repeats. Or programmes filmed ages ago. Steve, interesting, the fast food school story. One thing we used to do was go to the post office where they had the large plastic tubs of sweets, quarter of cola cubes, 50p in a paper bag. Good for the environment too, says Dan. But I don't see how they can actually stop school children going to fast food places when they leave school. What's it got to do with them? They're responsible for them while they're actually at school. But I'm sure they'll be discussing that a little bit later on today. Admin Dave says, I wish the LMD skip driver to buy fast food, the speed they work. Can you speak any Bristolian? No. I didn't think there was anything called Bristolian. I didn't think so, actually. And somebody else talking about what people do over the festive season. And the answer, well, most people listen to LBC, which is very good news. And the other people are probably face down in the gutter somewhere, surviving from the night before, because there will be lots of people. Corbyn's the bomb maker's friend. This is, guess which paper this is. You'd never guess in a million years. It's in the Mail today. They've got a picture of an IRA terrorist, Gerard McLaughlin, in the 70s. He was imprisoned for buying radio parts like the ones used in the 82 Hyde Park bomb. And then they've got a picture of Jeremy Corbyn with him. And they say, Corbyn, the bomb maker's friend. Corbyn lied about meeting this man at the House of Commons. They say it's an expose. You're going to get lots of this. Lots of these sort of things. Really is quite amazing. Apparently, if the kids are wearing school uniform, then there's still the responsibility of the school. Difficult to tell nowadays, isn't it? You've only got to take the tie off and that's it. You've got no idea. Steve, Claire Balding, Stephen Mangan and Catherine Tilsley are in the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Oh, blimey. Catherine Tilsley was that disaster. Stephen Mangan, whose show's just closed, and Claire Balding, who might be on a few ones over the festive season. So that's who's going to be on the celebrity thing. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm a bit bored with some of them, but we still like Claire Balding. Front pages of the papers, deadly gamble in our health. NHS bosses slam the gaming giants after millions more turn to betting online. I do betting online. I will do the lottery online. It's so much easier that way. Much, much easier. Forget John Lewis. There's a £100 Christmas ad which will melt your heart, which I quite like. It's very good, actually. And it's a real shop, a real company. And they've made their own little sort of Christmas advert for £100. They've said it puts the other one to shame. The other one to shame. So they've got little Arthur, who is here. It's no big budget thing. It's a 2-minute advert. Took 1 day to film, featuring 2-year-old Arthur Jones, made by his dad Tom, whose family owned this hardware shop. And it's quite cute, actually. Only goes to prove when you look at how much they spent on the John Lewis advert? £7 million. Is it really possible to spend £7 million on an advert? That's amazing, isn't it? I mean, that is just a phenomenal amount of money. Steve, did Mr. Corbyn succeed last night in persuading Mr. Trump not to do what Mr. Trump said he was not? That he was in the background with people like Anjem Chowdhury. I don't know. I mean, I know that there's loads of pictures of loads of people taken over the years, and you have to sort of look at them and take it in context. I mean, there are, Boris is pictured with people. Boris says we will crack down on US tech giants. Also, Trump, I wouldn't want the NHS if you served it on a silver platter. They keep saying this, but Corbyn keeps waving this piece of paper and books and everything else, sort of saying, well, you're going to be taking over the NHS. And Boris has said, no, they're not. It's not for sale. And Trump has said, we're not interested. So, but Corbyn keeps on banging. It's like a tired old gramophone, really. Here it is, the tremendous Queen, but your NATO delinquents got to shape up. And the Queen meeting Donald Trump with the Duchess of Cornwall. And, look, no Andrew anywhere for some strange reason. I wonder why that would be. He was probably sitting at home watching it. And then Boris, and then, strangely enough, Mr. Corbyn being interviewed by Pip and Holly, and then saying sorry, but not really specifically saying sorry for anything in particular, which is a bit of a shame. Plus, the off-key XX X Factor, Sarah Vine, talks about this one. And she says, no wonder so many girls feel obliged to dress and act like porn stars if this is what now passes for family entertainment. You're quite right. Sarah Vine absolutely hits the nail on the head. You've only got to see half the bimbos from Love Island. I've never seen anybody dress so badly. As I say, if you want to dress like porn stars, you've achieved the objective. And the Pussycat Dolls were shamefully, I'm not surprised, 700 people complained about it. Just inappropriate. They should have known about it. If you want to try and save the X Factor, no more of this rubbish. Thank you very much indeed. There were lots of young people watching that programme, and they don't want to see that kind of thing. That's why you see little girls out there wearing outfits which are wholly inappropriate. Wholly inappropriate. It's bad enough when you're watching sort of school children wearing outfits that are wholly inappropriate. Steve, you're a good egg. I like the idea. And somebody says it's all about repeats. All that, after you've eaten all the food, it's repeats all the way through. Paul the Cabbie says Noel's Christmas presents are sadly missed. Yes, I mean, it does exist somewhere, but I think it's on a minor channel. I don't know why the BBC never picked up on that and came back with it. That was absolutely a stunning present. If that programme was put back on the television, that would be the one that would wipe the floor. Or there was a man who used to work at the BBC who was in charge of programmes who's not alive anymore, and he didn't like Noel Edmonds, so they canned the programme. And it was brilliant. The programme was where you would write in and you'd go, I'd like to nominate Steve Allen for a special Christmas present this year because he's been very good and he's doubled his audience and he's done all sorts of things like that. And they would then do a surprise hit. And it could be all sorts of things. It could be all sorts of things. There was, the ones that I repeated on the programme before because I keep remembering them. One, there was a boy, he was cleaning cars. Only a young lad, about 13, something like that. And Noel Edmonds turns up with his microphone and he goes, so what are you doing? And he goes, oh, it's you. He'd seen him on the television, but Noel said, what are you doing? He said, I'm cleaning cars for money. He said, what are you doing that? He said, because there's an elderly couple down the road. He said, and I've noticed that they haven't got a Christmas tree. He said, so I wanted to buy them a Christmas tree. And his parents had written in to say, this is what he's doing. He felt it was, a really nice thing to do. And Noel said, well, actually, I knew about this. And he opens up the back of this lorry and there's this beautiful Christmas tree decorated. He said, do you think that'll do for them? And he went, yeah. It was a really excitable sort of kid. Yeah, wow. It's like cool. And things like that, which are all really, really sort of lovely. And it was Christmas. Couples who'd done wonderful things for people who are, a lot less worse off than they were and didn't have a Christmas, and so they helped them out and they did cooking for them. And he's actually done it before. In fact, he did it for years, and I watched them. I think they love. They should bring them all out on DVD, and you should watch them to make yourself feel really good. To make yourself feel that's what it is, actually. You're talking of Claire Balding. Met her at the Epsom races. One of the nicest people I've met. She's lovely. She's lovely. Is there a Real Housewives of Cheshire Christmas special? If there is, I hope they all fall in the pudding. What a ghastly bunch of people. They really are dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Also, the takeaways with war. Here's some poor man, Bobby Sadev, confronting a teacher. He says, I'm losing money in my takeaway. And the teacher's just looking like, well, we're not letting them in there. And you think, I'd take it to court. I'd take it to court so you can see what happens. But teachers stop students going into the shop. It's called Monica's, surprisingly. Monica's. Jabir Shah, the owner of nearby Tuck News, says he was losing loads of money and could be forced to close if the school doesn't change its policy. I'd take them on. I don't think they can stop this happening. Once a kid comes out of school, you take your tie off, you're an ordinary person. There's a Deliveroo TV ad as well that's been banned for misleading customers. The clip shows a woman pulling meals from a number of fast food chains, including KFC and Burger King, from a single magic bag, but it failed to show it's not possible to get a single delivery from multiple chains using Deliveroo, so there was 300 complaints. I just saw it as somebody opening up a magic bag and they were producing meals. And so I thought that was okay, didn't I? Here's the Duke of Cambridge speeding through the Strait of Hormuz as he joined a crack naval team protecting tankers against the Iranian forces. And what purpose does that serve? I really don't know. I'm sure it's wonderful, but... and here she is. She's not been seen for ages. The last time, 2000. Prince Andrew and Ghislaine. Yes. Where is she? Where is she hiding? Why has she not come out? Come along. And the Grinch primary head who limits pupils to just one Christmas card. Jonathan Mason was accused of rank hypocrisy. This is at Grantham in Lincolnshire. He would allow pupils to send one card to their entire class after pupils approached him with concerns about the impact of sending Christmas cards on the environment. Oh, God, honestly, do me a favour. It's like mamby-pamby time, isn't it, really? Happy birthday to Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges is 70 today. Many happy returns. And in 1956, on this day, who had an impromptu session, a jam session in Memphis? It was known as the $1 Million Quartet. Elvis Presley, Jerry Lee Lewis, Carl Perkins and Johnny Cash, all together in one room. I was thinking of a Johnny Cash song, actually, thinking I could actually sing it, and then I thought no. And Britain's happiest town is Hexham in Northumberland. Harrogate is number 2. Number 3 is Richmond, down the road from me. I'm practically Richmond. Other places, Sevenoaks, Dorchester, Altrincham, Skipton and Southport, the friendliest places to live. So there you go. But Richmond, number 3, it's friendly Richmond. Whoopie-doo. And that's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. I'm sorry it's cold. I can't do anything about the weather. There was that man on YouTube complaining, I want a refund on my flight. Why? Well, you've cancelled the flight. No, the weather's cancelled the flight. Well, I want my money back. well, tough, you can't have it. Before I go, let me tell you what's happening on my free podcast today. On the Little Bit Extra, you'll hear about the great news that James Haskell's finally been kicked off I'm a Celebrity. Another Z-lister booted off the programme. You'll also hear about the latest talent of Harper Beckham. She can now apparently, wait for it, brace yourself, open advent calendars. These skills never end, do they? And you hear about why I didn't get on with Father Christmas as a child. We're friends now, but it was a bit of a stressful time. He's above the law. Perhaps he's a bit like Katie Price. Perhaps he's a lot like Katie Price. Also, London's Christmas tree in Trafalgar Square. It's a bit sparse this year. Very sparse. It's not the best. Could we have money instead next year? And perhaps boxes of chocolates? That'd be very nice. They must be able to get a better tree. But I've been out there, and these trees that grow sort of 75 foot tall, they sort of look a bit sparse. They don't look as exciting as they actually could do. Gemma Collins reveals her trick for losing weight. She must think we all fell out of a tree or something. She's been taking these injections, which are appetite suppressants, and you shouldn't have them. A lot of them are made for... I told you I've got some in my fridge. I've got the fridge, and you do this injection, and it's like opening the door on an advent calendar, isn't it, really? You open the door and they go, good Lord, there's a Steve Allen behind this window. It's unbelievable. And he's holding a chocolate. Is that Connor hiding out there again? Not surprised with that blooming backpack he's got, really. I mean, honestly, where you get things like that from, I got no idea. What's the matter? Oh, here we go. Moan, bloody moan. Honestly, you really are, aren't you? He's made you buy a backpack as... Well, this is... Do not be influenced by him. He's a bully when it comes to backpacks. I've taken no note... Oh, you got one too? Is it something that young... I mean, what do you keep in it? I mean, it's... Cycling. Oh, right. And a change of clothes. And yes. No, well, I think the satchel is more in keeping with the programme. I mean, some of the other programmes you're working on obviously work on backpacks, but this is far more sophisticated. It's like Thomas. I will not let him wear shorts on this programme. This is not one of those. If you want to wear shorts, go and work on another sort of programme. Go and work on Matt Stadland's. Go and work on Weekend Breakfast. But don't sit on my programme wearing shorts. I'm not having it. There's a dress code on this programme, and Corey's nearly achieved it. We're not sure, but the bag is nice. Have you seen his mug? Seen the mug? I got sent in this lovely mug. We thought we'd christen it this morning, and it's a reindeer mug, and it goes. His red nose goes red when you put hot water in. When it goes cold, his nose will go black again because he's Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose, and if you ever saw it, you would even think it glows. All of the other reindeer used to laugh and call him names. They never got poor Rudolph joining any reindeer games. Then somebody... And so it goes, there's about 300 verses of Rudolph. Rudolph came to stay. Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you drive my sleigh tonight? Sod off. No, because Rudolph's going on strike. You know, some days he doesn't want to do it, some days... That was that great line, wasn't it? When they exposed Father Christmas in the Miracle on 34th Street, they take him to court, and they go, this man isn't Kris Kringle, which is what they call him in America, I think. This is not Father Christmas. And so they then prove that he is, because they get all the mail redirected to the courthouse. And they say, but this is the United States mail. They are obliged. It's like when you put your letter in the postbox, your Christmas card to me, Corey, and you write Steve Allen, care of LBC, Leicester Square, but they'll find me anyway. That you've entrusted the post to deliver that to me, not to go to anybody else. It comes to me. And so they did it with Father Christmas. And so the prosecution said, but, and here is a reindeer. And he brings the reindeer into court. He said, go on then, make it fly. And Kris Kringle thinks for a minute and he goes, well, he can't fly. And the prosecution goes, And he goes, he only flies on Christmas Eve. And that was it. He was then acknowledged as the right Father Christmas. Because you wouldn't know, would you? If somebody came back today and said, I'm Father Christmas, he'd be locked up very quickly. You know, because there is only one Father Christmas, and I've seen him. I've seen him inside the Arctic Circle. He lives in a little hut surrounded by elves and tourists. And we all go out there, and it's lovely. It's beautiful. You have to go. If you've never done the Father Christmas trip, might be a little bit short notice to do it now, but it's expensive, but it's well worth it. If you've got little kids, you know, and I mean 12 and 13s, they're not going to buy into this. But little children, Connor would buy into it. That's quite good, you know, see this elderly man and you can take a sort of present out. Although what you buy for Connor would be a bit... You must be a nightmare to buy for Christmas, mustn't you, really? I don't know what money, is it? Generally money. Yeah, money would be the thing. That's what I give now. I give money to my godchildren. When they were little, I didn't, because they went through the Argos catalogue, or as we call it in our house, the Argus catalogue. And but now they just want money. Because 2 of them are driving, why would they not want money? But we did ask the question the other day, how long do you keep buying presents for your godchildren? I mean, does that go for the whole of their life? I don't know when you're supposed to stop. I know when they're little you buy things for them, but, I mean, you know, one of them's about 23, 24, and I don't know whether or not you still keep buying. It's a bit difficult to know, isn't it? It's not that I'm mean in any way, shape or form. I'm a very generous person. But I just don't know whether or not I keep buying for them. So I've got a little one as well, who's about 15. But I don't know whether... So I just give them money. I do a Happy Christmas from Uncle Steve, and that's it, and stick in, you know, money. No, never vouchers. Never, ever vouchers. I think vouchers are the worst possible present you could ever give to anybody. That's almost like going, I can't think of anything to buy you, have a Boots voucher. It's not the same, is it? Going in there, you walk out with bath cubes or condoms or something, you know. Oh, goody, we're having a party. You know, I've never done that, actually. I've never done that. I've never sort of given a gift voucher. I'm supposed to buy condoms. I know. Trust what you were thinking. What a sad, shallow existence. So we thought Steve Allen was buying condoms. Think again. Think again. I'd rather have bath bombs. Have you ever had a bath bomb? That's quite nice. They're quite nice. From Lush, yeah. Which used to be called Cosmetics to Go. And I knew Mark and Rowena 35 years ago when they started Cosmetics to Go. And they used to come in every month and they would talk about things and they would give away all their products. Then Cosmetics to Go went under, and up rose Lush from the ashes. And so it's the same stuff, exactly the same stuff. But we used to get all sorts of stuff for Christmas. They used to do chocolate bubble bath. You imagine chocolate bubble bath, Luke. I mean, that's only in your wildest dreams, isn't it? That you sit there and it smells like chocolate. And they did fruitcake soap and everything else. Really, really fabulous stuff for Christmas. Good fun things. Because it's difficult to get people to sit in a bath unless they're going to smother themselves in chocolate or something like that. I got given that once. You know, that sort of chocolate body paint for Christmas, which I used to think was actually quite exotic and erotic. And apparently the idea is you paint yourself, or your partner paints you with sort of chocolate paint with a brush, and then it hardens the paint. And then you sort of... And then somebody licks it off. 3 days I was on the bed. 3 bloomin' days. Covered in chocolate. Nobody came to the front door. I couldn't move off the bed. The whole thing was a nightmare. But, so I've never had it since. Never had it since. Never done anything like that. Nobody ever buys me erotic things. Except my parents years ago. They bought... I don't think you can buy pants for people. We had that trouble before. I got pants, and on the front of it was a picture of a banana. I mean, really unnecessary. I don't know who's more embarrassed, all the people watching me opening the blooming thing, or me looking at it. You know, 13 years old and your mum buys you a pair of pants with a banana on the front of it. It's not right, is it? It's not right at all. Look more like an avocado, to be honest with you. But so we had that. So we're enjoying the mug this morning, which is great. We're enjoying your texts and emails. My brother's wedding gets ever closer. I've just got to remember to do everything. I've got to remember to put everything in the car. Today I need to get a haircut, but because I banged my head on the blooming bus thing and I banged my head on the top of the cab, you've got to be careful. And what else have I got to do today? Pick up tablets for the weekend. Remember to take down insulin. Oh, so many things to think of. So many things to think. I didn't realise just how... And then Connor's going up to Manchester for a few days, be with the girly, you know, woo, which is very nice indeed. You're going up are you both on the train up there? Going up there? Both on the train up. That's right. Do you have a if you buy a train ticket to Manchester now, are you buying a fixed seat or you're just buying entry onto the train? Generally the fixed seat, right. Do they have a buffet car on the train? Because I've actually been on trains before and you could sit down and... Oh, right. So you wouldn't do that. It's quite expensive. Oh, right. A tenner. For what? For a Kit Kat? So silly, honestly. Nobody charges £10 for a Kit Kat, honestly. If they charge £10 for a Kit Kat, I'll buy you 3 or 4 packets of Kit Kat. I've got Kit Kats on me today, surprisingly. Dark chocolate and light chocolate, you know. £11 each. Very good value. Why not? Actually, the funny thing is, if I'm hungry, although I wouldn't buy those sausage rolls again, I've decided, I thought that was an awful, the £9 for £9.50 for two. I thought that was the biggest rip-off in London's history. I thought that was absolutely outrageous. If they would, I could have bought a packet of bratwurst, which would cost me about about 3 or 4 quid. I can cook them myself and stick them in a bit of pastry. It's not difficult. I could still come away with change. And that would be about 6 or 8 bratwurst. Oh, here we go. The bag's going on. Here we go. We're running for the bus again, I can tell. Did you get on the bus? You nearly ran into Kelly Brook. Did you? Oh, right. Oh, just mention my name. She knows me. She knows me. Yeah, no, she doesn't know you. You're just trying to run into her. Deliberately, I should imagine. Mind you, I mean, you don't get really too close to her. Not with the size of those bazooms, do you, really? I mean, heavens above. You must have been about 3 feet away from her. She probably never noticed. No, she's a very, very good, dear, close friend of mine. Very dear, close friend. Nice to see you. See you, boys. Off they go. Honestly, it's like, you feel like they're going to walk out the building going, hi-ho, hi-ho, it's off to work we go. Although they've done the work, so they're going home. Steve, I'm just wondering if my last place of work, do you have a social area with a bar? A social area with a bar? Well, we have social areas in this building. We don't have a bar. I mean, I don't know, actually. Is there booze available in this building? I'm not even too sure about it. I don't think there is, but no. Yes, I mean, on the Hart floor, there'll be lots of booze floating around. But they've all got fridges with water in and stuff like that. Is there booze in the Capitol fridge? Good heavens above. I was going to say, are we supposed to be telling people this? This little sort of nugget. I've never looked. It's in the... Actually, I tell you, I have seen it in the fridge. I have seen it in the fridge. But we sort of go there to pinch the water because they have cans of water and it's quite nice. I might have a can of water later, actually. I might go for a fizzy can of water. I like fizzy every so often, but definitely today, haircut day, and try and get everything ready for tomorrow. I'm going to have to do a little list of stuff that I need to take, because I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to drive down the motorway to this wedding for the Saturday, but I'm staying tomorrow evening, which is quite nice. And I'm going to go, I've forgotten something. Got to take the money to pay the artists, so I shall have to do that as well. Steve, do you think Greggs will be selling a bacon sandwich flavoured body wash for Christmas? I shouldn't think so. But they did do... The other day I went in there, I said, because I was buying for the boys in Paul Cooper's place, I said, 4 bacon rolls, extra bacon. Ain't got no bacon. That's all right, we'll have sausage then. We'll have sausage. But, of course, we just got normal sausages in there. But they're quite nice, quite sort of tasty. But we're still trying to find the pigs in blankets, but they don't do them at Twickenham. It's not big enough. Interesting. Steve, you ever been on a blind date? What, a date that's blind? Or you mean a date I know nothing about? No, never. Did you like what you saw on first sight? No, I would never go on anything like that at all. Wouldn't interest me in the slightest. Why would you want to go on something like that? Unless you're really desperate. I'm going on a blind date. Oh, you can't find anybody, can you? It's like poor old Colleen Nolan. I mean, she's complaining on the front of OK magazine that she hasn't had sex in ages. I thought, why would you want to tell people like that? It just makes you come over as immensely simple. Nobody's interested. We don't care how many... I mean, goodness sake, if I told you how many times I'd had sex in the last week, you would be amazed. Seriously, I am like a little rampant rabbit. I'm out there, helping everybody, bon ami for the festive season. I mean, just lie about it. Don't tell people the truth. Tell people fibs. If you tell people will believe it. They believe it. I mean, I don't expect the producer to come in and go, oh, by the way, last night, Steve, a full 20 minutes. And you're sort of going, riveting. I mean, why? You don't need to know this sort of thing. I mean, it's just unnecessary. And especially as somebody on Loose Women. I mean, you just make yourself look like a complete turnip. But another one here, which says, oh, a lot of people talking about the thing about the Queen. Corbyn caught out on the day of chaos for the leader. He even fibs about the Queen's festive TV message by claiming he watches the broadcast on Christmas morning. Well, everybody knows it's in the afternoon. It's never been in the morning, has it? It's already pre-recorded. She's already done it. It's already pre-recorded, done. It's in the can. and they send out to the radio stations. You get the audio version, and then you get the one with the pretty pictures on. Probably filmed, I should imagine, at Buckingham Palace. They normally are. And she sort of does it. My family and I have had a very annus horribilis. Because it has been, hasn't it? I mean, Andrew. I wonder if she's going to mention Andrew in it this year. What can she possibly say? Son number 2, bit of a pain in the bum this year. We don't know what we're going to do about that. We thought it was bad enough with Sarah. Now we've got Andrew as well. 2 planks in the same family. Very embarrassing. Annus horribilis for them, I think. Philip going, I agree, absolutely. Couldn't get rid of the old bag quick enough, and then Andrew comes along with this thing. I mean, good God in heaven. What's his Christmas going to be like at Sandringham? Very quiet. Do you think they go and sing? Do you think they sing? I'd like to mic up the Queen to hear what she sounds like singing. I think she'd be brilliant. I think do you think she sings along to God save our gracious me, long live our noble me, God save me, da-da-da-da, send me victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over all of you, from me, God save me. I think it could go quite well. I've seen Philip mouthing the word, God save her, and things. I quite like the national anthem, though. Do you know somebody spray painted a polar bear the other day in the Arctic, or Antarctica, wherever they come from, and they reckon it's now going to die, because they've sprayed this toxic paint onto it. What sort of dipstick would do that? Like there were people the other day from Extinction Rebellion or whatever they were who superglued themselves to an electric bus. Are they a bit stupid, or are they permanently stupid? Why would they do that? Joe Swinson's bus is electric. Ridiculous. Steve, what's the most embarrassing thing you've ever done on the radio? Hello, welcome to Thursday, the 5th of December. I don't know, we don't do embarrassing things on the radio. Well, not as far as I know. And none of it that would ever be like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I've said that. No, I never go like that at all. Because it's radio. Once you've said it, you've said it. You can't sort of go and relive the moment. And so I don't think I've done it. Oh, a break, isn't it? I know. I like being late for breaks. I think because it annoys everybody so much. It makes me happy to think, I haven't conformed. In fact, if anything... Morning, I would never, ever go on a blind date, but applied to go on dinner dates, but was declined. Apparently beans on toast, Arctic roll and a bottle of Pepsi Max wasn't considered romantic. I quite like that idea, actually. Actually, we did have somebody from here who I think applied to go on, not blind date, the other thing that they do, the dinner dates, and he didn't get a call back. I said I wasn't sure, actually, that it would be possible to go on television and admit that you can't find somebody to go out with. That would be a bit awful, isn't it? Really, Steve. Somebody else saying I would never go on blind date. No, I mean I wouldn't. Other than featuring on a tea towel, what's your biggest claim to fame? The fact that you and nobody writes to me. That's my claim to fame. How amazing is that? You're writing to me. What a stupid thing to write to somebody. That makes you look a bit daft, doesn't it, really? Steve, the polar bear was spray painted. How do they get near enough to do it? Because they dart polar bears. Never heard of this? Because they start getting too close to town, so they dart them, put them in a net, pick up the bear with a helicopter and deliver it about 300 or 400 miles away. And that's the only way I can describe it. So they don't go near to town, because when they're hungry, and polar bears standing up would be about 13 feet tall. They're very tall, polar bears. Not all of them are 13 feet tall, but quite a lot of them are. So that's how. Wayne says, I've often wondered, do you broadcast from the big studio with the TV cameras that Nick, Sheila and Eddie use at Global? No. I'm in the Steve Allen Petite studio. Because it's much easier to be in here than it is to be in the big... Apart from the fact you've got to walk further for the big studio, and I can't read the screens in there. I'm the one person in LBC who cannot read that. They're too far away, and the microphone is in front of them. I can't explain exactly what it is, but I have to look round the microphone to see the screen. So I don't like it. It's not as personal as this one for me. Not as personal. It's all right if you've got guests in downstairs, and of course they all have guests. Nick, Sheila, Eddie, they're all down there. Ian Dale's down there. Whenever you've got more than one or two people on a programme, you need a bigger studio. This one here, I think Nick Abbott uses it. I think James O'Brien uses it for recording things, but he's also downstairs. Most people are downstairs. I've tried downstairs, but when this one became available, I sort of commandeered it as the Steve Allen Celebratory Studio. Yeah, because it's easier. It's all within. I can reach everything. I don't need to, and I can see the screens. As long as the screens are no more than about 1.5 feet away from me, I'm absolutely fine. Any further than that, somebody says I agree. Gift vouchers are a bad idea. What if the company goes out of business? Well, that doesn't really happen that often. They always warn you if you see a company that's going. Put it this way, you'd be daft to accept Mothercare gift vouchers, wouldn't you, and stuff like that. But no, I mean, normally speaking, if you go for a high street shop, most of them should be okay. But you can never tell. You're right. You can't tell. So that's why I think you are protected if you put them on a credit card. Put them over a credit card, and then if it's over the £100, I think you're all right. You're covered. But I can't think why you'd ever want to give anybody a gift voucher. I think it's a bit naff. You open up a card and there's a voucher that goes £25. You go and spend this in Boots or wherever. But I don't use Boots. I only use independent chemists because they need my business. So I always do that. Oh, this is to say, though, we have got another hairdresser's opening in Twickenham, another one. How many? So that's in a literally an area that borders about 50 feet by 100 feet. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 hairdressers. I mean, really. Somebody's going to be struggling very, very shortly. Somebody. And another one, somebody else. Ian Payne's doing a double shift on Sunday to cover your show. Is he? Is he doing a double shift? I don't think he is. I think he's doing my show. He's doing 3 p.m. Oh, right. Well, that's okay. You can do 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. That's okay. That's not a double shift. A double shift is where you do, say, like Matt Stadler's show, and then you do the Steve Allen show. That's a double shift. No, if they're split like that, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he finishes at 7 in the morning, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That gives him 5 hours before he's even got to... I mean, he could probably get 6 hours sleep before he's even got to come back in again. So that's not too bad, is it? Most people can manage that. He does work hard, but it's not a double shift. Tina says this Christmas we're not having pigs in blankets. The in-laws can't make it. You know, I often wonder why they were called pigs in blankets. Till you realise, of course, it's a pork sausage, hence being pig, and then you wrap a piece of bacon around it. They're still quite nice. Still quite nice. Another one here, which says, a lot of people saying Ian Payne's doing a double shift. No, he's just doing the one shift. He's doing 2, but it's not classed as a double shift at all. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. So, Jesse Wallace, chased by the tax man. This time of year, they seem to be chasing people all over the place. David Beckham in a bit of trouble, they say, for using a mobile phone in a parked motor. He wasn't driving, though. He was parked, but he was double parked. He was illegally parked. People had to go round him. And he's already been done for this before, so quite clearly has no regard for the law whatsoever. The Dunkirk hero who dies aged 101. The British Lagerlouts facing a crackdown in Magaluf, otherwise known as goodness me, is that where it is? I mean, to be honest with you, they've been milking it in Magaluf for years. It's a ghastly place. It really is dreadful. It's not for the likes of us. Not for the likes of us. But the people in Magaluf who've got all the bars, they've been minting it for ages. Then they go, oh, we don't want all the trouble. No, happily taken all the money, though, haven't you, for years and years? Plus, the royal courtiers considering banning Prince Andrew from going to church with the Queen on Christmas Day for fear of protests. There might be people who would go up there and would heckle the royal family. So it might be safer if maybe Prince Andrew doesn't go to these things. He doesn't, he doesn't need to go. I don't think he's that religious, really. I think it just sort of comes with the territory. Lovely. Paul Hollywood's ex still posing in her underwear, bit of an embarrassment. And Gemma Collins could be hired by the government to promote Brexit, because she looks like she knows all about Brexit, doesn't she? The Sky News presenter, Sky Sport News presenter, who weeps on air after announcing the death of Bob Willis. And the artist who lets obsession go to his head. He only wears Victorian clothing. I wasn't sure if I'd read this story before, because I'm sure that a few months ago, probably 6 months ago, there was somebody else who walked about in Victorian clothing because he liked the era. Different people, some people dress up in 40s and 50s stuff, and they love it. They love the 40s and the 50s, and they love the music. Some people who dress still as teddy boys. Some people who are still dressing up as skinheads and things like that. It is dressing up, though, isn't it, really? I think just having your head shaven doesn't actually make you a skinhead. But I think Victorian clothes are quite nice. He always wears a top hat. But, I mean, he's not going to be going on buses, is he, or anything like that? I don't think so. The average family now owes £12,800. £12,800. That's how much debt people have got. And have you got debt, Corey? Have you got debts? Not yet. Look, oh, here we go. Bound to be debts here, isn't there? I can just tell. Look at, yeah, you've got debts. Are they student loan debts? You had to fight for benefits. You had to apply. Oh, no. Oh, dear, honestly. Can you apply for that? Is that sob story? Is that tears? Ooh. Oh, right. How much have you applied for? Sort of, they don't know. Right. Oh, dear, that's a bit bad, isn't it, really? Anyway, I mean, to be honest with you, it's happening to you, and it's your business. I don't like to get involved. I'll still buy you a chocolate Christmas tree or something like that. Yeah, no, it's okay. Sell it if you like. Right, I've decided I love orangutans. I don't know why. When they're babies, they just look... out of all the monkeys, they just have got these faces. They just look like you want to talk to them and go, are you happy with your life? Because there's a place, isn't there? And you keep seeing them on the television where they look after orphaned baby orangutans whose mothers have been taken and they've been sort of cast aside, and they look after them. And they had a picture of them the other week all sitting in a wheelbarrow. It was so sweet. It was one of those cute pictures, and you think, oh, that's really nice, isn't it? But you can't keep them as babies because they're just not. But they look after them in this place. Somebody else was fired from The Apprentice. Did you see them? My God, they're thick. They really are thick. You've got Lottie, what's-her-face, the dreary librarian, who's sort of saying, oh, I know all about this, and she's so snooty and so horrible. The old programme is rubbish. They couldn't spell parfum. They couldn't spell that. In fact, they couldn't spell quite a few things on the actual bottle, on the actual packaging. But as Alan Sugar said, it looked like it was something that sort of kept a rheumatoid preparation in or something. It didn't look like a perfume or anything. It was rubbish. It was absolute rubbish. And so they got rid of somebody who then moaned all the way back. Steve, if you have 8 hairdressers, 9 barbers in Twickenham, it shows how vain people are who live there, says Ian in Somerset. They were in London, darling. It's not called vanity. It's called we're rich. That's what it is. They can afford to go to the hairdressers. And because it's not very expensive to go to the barbers. Anywhere from about sort of 7-8 quid up to about 11, 12, 15 pounds. But you can... Listen, a haircut nowadays... Literally, a haircut nowadays takes them about 10 minutes. It's very quickly done with a pair of clippers. And they just do it. And it's quite nice to have done. But I wouldn't want to sit there for ages and ages and sort of have preparations. Steve, if you literally ran into Kelly Brook, you'd probably get 2 black eyes, says Kevin the restaurateur. Oh, I don't think so. I see him, if I'm in here doing an interview, I'll nip upstairs and do a wave through the window. I like waving at people like that. It's good. Steve, I've banned Christmas crackers this year as my husband pulled a Christmas cracker and I didn't see him till spring. Well, I'd have got rid of him immediately, Tina. On earth would you take somebody back like that? That's dreadful. And somebody says, do you have any single, good-looking, fit male friends or acquaintances looking for romance? Sadly not. It's no good waving. No, I don't know anybody like that at all. I just know the plain, unattractive ones, who owe money. You don't want people like that, do you? Yes, I mean, put it this way, if you were sitting where I was sitting this morning, you'd be saying the same thing as me. No, there's no chance that we're going to be sort of putting out the staff to see if they could sort of help people out over a Christmas date. Definitely not. You imagine, honestly. They all think they're so good. When they're younger, they all think they're good looking. I don't know why that is, actually. Hello. Don't talk. And, thank you. Okay, lovely. Nice looking cup of tea. The tea bag's vanished again, as usual. I don't know where they go, the tea, but it's in there. Yeah, so you say. He always says the tea bag's in there, and I never find the blooming thing. So the front pages of the paper, they like the David Beckham story today, the papers. They like the David Beckham story. This is Davy Boy Beckham, who's out in the car, and it's a whole page. And he's parked illegally on a yellow line. Cars have got to go round him, it says. He's holding his phone whilst at the wheel. He appeared to be texting testing while sat near a busy junction. He kept the engine running for over 20 minutes, and I don't know what he was doing, actually, where he is. He parked illegally beyond allotted bays and next to a row of Santander bikes. Parking warden at the spot said yesterday he was sat there. No way, that's totally wrong. He's in a whole heap of trouble. What a silly guy. Well, he's been done for this before, hasn't he? The rules say it's illegal to hold a phone in use while driving. The law still applies if you've stopped at lights or queuing in traffic. You can use a handheld phone only if safely parked or need to call 999. If caught, they face 6 figures or a ban and a fine of up to £1,000 if he gets taken to court. He already had 6 licence penalty points when he was caught using a mobile in his Bentley in London in November last year. I mean, when they contacted the Beckham spokeswoman, she said, no comment. Don't want to talk about it. Well, there's a picture of him here doing it. I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't know that they could get you for things like that, but everybody's got to pull out to try and get round him. But because he's been done for this before, you'd think actually he'd have half a brain cell. Iceman says, I'm off to Tony and Guy's today, and for £10 or £11, they wouldn't even pick up the scissors. No, I know that some places are very expensive. You can pay 20 quid, if not more, £20 for a male haircut. But if you, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm just done with clippers. You know, tidy up around the ears, and that's it. And Corey doesn't do anything, as we know. He just sort of goes in there, and they go, "Okay, see you later," and he walks out the door again. He just walks in, walks straight back out again. Like, yeah, they need to get the shears out for him. They always go, "Ooh, wait a minute, we'll find an Australian sheep shearer who can come and have a go at his hair." It's very cheap round our way. Hounslow's even cheaper. You can still get a haircut for £5 in Hounslow. I think one of them was doing it for £3.50. £3.50, that's it. And because we've got hairdressers opening up all over the place, most of them are about 11 quid, which seems, about right, isn't it, I suppose? But you need it done every 2 weeks. You can't just sort of have it done and then it lasts for 6 months. It doesn't work like that. I don't think so, anyway. Plus, greeting card company Clinton's has been given a reprieve after it was sold out of administration the other day. Oh, that's good. So 2,500 Clinton jobs are safe for now. For now. It's like there was a story in the paper the other day about a radio presenter who'd been dropped, and it turned out to be fake news. I was beginning to wonder, where do these fake news stories emanate from? Does somebody sit there and make up a story, and then they go, oh, let's put that out into the media, and somebody runs it? Before you know, like the £45 million that Katie Price never had, and you find all sorts of it. Even Kerry Coke Toner, not that you'd expect her to know anything at all. She goes, I've offered out a hand of friendship, just so, we can sort of look after Katie Price. But as I pointed out the other day, she can sell the rings, do whatever she wants, but the money is not hers. It goes to the creditors, and I would expect her. Oh, look, here's little Chloe Madeley. That's the little Richard and Judy's daughter, although she should be really Chloe Haskell, I suppose. Anyway, he's been kicked out, thank goodness. But as I say, what he ever did in his life, God alone knows. But he couldn't cope without the food. He had a lot of problem with not getting enough food. But he was only in there to earn money anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. Jessie Wallace has been chased by the taxman over a hefty bill after her company failed to pay $70,000 on time. She's paying it back, actually. It just takes a bit of time. And then the London's huge Christmas tree in Trafalgar Square needs a spruce up. It is very sparse. I mean, seriously, this year's gift has been slammed as anemic. A Westminster Council spokesman said before tonight's switch on, it's a shame people have to be so negative. Oh, come on, look at the tree. It is awful. Seriously, I've seen Yetis with more fur on them than this tree's got branches. It's appalling. It'll have the most awful lights on it. They don't do them properly, whereas mine at home is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. All of mine, the lights, they do shine brightly. Unfortunately, on the Trafalgar Square Christmas tree, I think we need to get perhaps something not 75 foot tall and something that looks a bit more like a nice tree. I mean, there are better trees out there, I promised you. We got them all over London. Really, really good trees. You'd think Leicester Square, Trafalgar Square, would have the better ones. Steve, reading Jeremy Clarkson in the Mail Online about Greta Thunberg, all I can say is I think Clarkson is good. Have you had him in for a conversation? He's been in about 3 times, I think, actually. Most people have, apart from the Queen, Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Andrew, Sarah Ferguson, 2 ghastly children, Charles, Camilla. In fact, actually, anybody in the royal family, we haven't had anybody in at all, which is a shame, isn't it? Really, perhaps I should look sort of differently. and start heading for the royal family, because I do like bits of the royal family. I'm not a fan of Andrew, though. I can't help it. You know, sometimes you're a fan of somebody, and sometimes you're not. And in the case of Andrew, not. I don't know why. Perhaps it's because he rubs people up the wrong way. That's the only problem. Lovely. 5, welcome to Thursday, which means nearly the weekend, which means... Oh, it's party season, isn't it? People start going to parties now. You'll see lots of sort of people lurching around the West End or wherever you happen to live. Susie says, how old were you and where did you go for your first holiday away from your parents? I went to Calella in Spain with my friend Terry, and we went there for a weekend. How much do you think a weekend in Calella was? 16 quid. £16. That's how cheap it was to go to Spain in those days for a weekend. I think we flew on the Friday, including flights, food, and everything. Yeah, 16 quid. Yeah, that was a long time ago, though. I mean, I'm fairly ancient, so that's why it was that cheap. You could actually get cheaper. We were in a nice little hotel, but yes, it was 16 quid, including the flights, the transfers, and half board at the hotel. I don't remember us eating any other food, to be honest with you, but then you don't remember things like that when you're younger, unless you go to Pizza Express, in which case you can remember it from 20 years ago. Fantastic, isn't it? I can't remember anything. We went on holiday when I was young. I would have been about probably 17, 18. I went with my friend Terry, and we went over there, and it was about 16 quid for a holiday. Now you pay a little bit more, don't you, if you want to go somewhere special. You paid £400. Where did you go for £400? Malta. Oh, it's a bit boring, isn't it? Malta. There's not really a lot on Malta. It's one of the cheaper ones, but it's not really for young people, Malta. I would think that's more for sort of slightly older people. Romantic holiday. Oh, right. God. Makes your flesh creep, doesn't it, really? It really does. You know, I thought ours was quite good, but that was the first holiday we went on, by ourselves. That's when... But I remember Dale was going on holiday with somebody that he was seeing at the time, a guy called John. And they got to the airport and they'd had a row. And they stood at the airport, nobody was speaking to each other. There was Dale's mother there, and there was John's parents, and nobody was talking to anybody. It was hilarious. He said, we're standing there. He said, we get on the plane, nobody said a word. He said, we sit down in the seats, nobody says a word. I said, I had a holiday like that. I went with a friend of mine, and we did America. And we drove. It was all organised for us by a very nice travel company called TWA. And we went and we got given a hire car, air-conditioned, very nice. And we drove from... Where did we go from? San Francisco to LA, I think. And I wanted to stop off on the way. We did route, whatever it is, the route where you follow the ocean round. Could have been 66, 67, who knows. And we stayed overnight in Carmel, which was okay, because it's got an aquarium there and you could touch rays and things like that. And then we set off the next day to drive. And it's great, because when you look at the ocean, you go, oh, that's really nice. After about the first 10 miles, you've had quite enough of looking at the ocean. And so we weren't talking. And I wanted to go to San Simeon, which was Randolph Hearst's place. And it's a big tourist attraction now, because he was super, super rich and he bought all sorts of things. And we weren't talking, and it was awful. We sailed straight past it. I was so cross. I was so angry. Hilarious. We always laugh about it now. And then a friend of mine, Helena, she actually went over to America, and she bought me the DVD of San Simeon and stuff like that. So I was really pleased. So I've seen what it looks like without actually having to go there. James says, I wouldn't go on a blind date. I don't see the point. To be honest with you, some people have to go on blind dates, don't they? Or Tinder or something like that. But it depends really what you're looking for in a relationship. You know, if you're just looking at sort of a normal, easygoing relationship where you're not particularly bothered about it, well, then just go on a dating site. I suppose you could. I mean, nowadays there's so many apps, aren't there, that you can have an app. I can remember a friend of mine going on an app, and he said, there is somebody of great interest to me, he said, and they're 100 feet away. I'm looking around thinking, are they going to pop out of a drain or something in the ground? Where do these people come from? Unbelievable. But that's what people will be looking for. People will be looking for, romance over the festive season. Because that's what you do, isn't it? You go out, you have a few sherbets, put your arms around somebody, hi. And then they go, oh, and some of the girls, and then you get the New Year's kiss. I mean, I always used to take my own mistletoe around with me. It was easier that way than looking for it. Go, you want to snog under the mistletoe? Nothing like the old smoothie, Steve Allen. Are you a member of the Eamonn Holmes Appreciation Society? No, of course not. Why would I want to be the sort of member of that? But he has been to Vienna. I think he took Ruth there, and that's where my brother's going for his honeymoon. Very nice. Very nice. And, see, I'm not sure anyone from the Royals would agree to such type of an interview with you. On the other hand, having the Queen as one of your biggest fans may help quite a lot in persuading. Go for it, says Monica, already warm in the cab. Oh, it was cold this morning. God, it was cold. Really, I mean, it really was freezing out there. Not as cold as it was yesterday. So today I've got to get all the stuff done, and I shall get as many things done as possible. And then head off tomorrow. And then I'm going to have a lazy day tomorrow. I'm going to come in here, I shall work in the morning, go home, pack all my bits and pieces up, pop them in the car. And after I've done that, I should just get to the hotel and put my feet up, which is going to be very nice. Steve, do you remember a song by Greg Lake? Do you remember Father Christmas? No, it's I Believe in Father Christmas. They say it's the peace on earth. Yes, it's very nice. I did that on my honeymoon, Steve, but we went the other way round via Lake Tahoe and Death Valley. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, it felt a bit like Death Valley. Highway 1 you're thinking of, says Simon in Stockholm. Thank you. I just remember thinking it was quite nice looking at the ocean, and then I just got bored looking at the ocean. But we stayed in Monterey. We were in like a Days Inn there, which is the cheapest way to stay around America. And we went out and we went into this place where I think we were the only customers. But I can't remember what I ate. I just remember there was an aquarium. We went to the aquarium and we touched stingrays, which are very big. They're very big. That's what stingray is the thing that killed Steve Irwin. Do you remember? With that barb at the back of it. But they're floating in port. They look very lovely. Not sure whether you could actually get friendly with them. And somebody says, I love your banter with Corey. He seems adorable. Think again. Think again. He's not adorable. He's, I don't know who it is. It just says, I love your banter with Corey. He seems adorable. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, sort of like a teddy bear, I suppose, or something like that. Or a small Tamagotchi that you can turn off if you kind of get bored with it. You click off. Steve, I'd laugh if that polar bear smelt out whoever painted it, says James. Yes, I mean, it's... you don't mess with them. I think it can only have been done when it was sedated. You couldn't do it when it was alive. You couldn't get that close to them. They're not exactly cuddly-wuddly, are they? It's a polar bear, 13 foot tall if it stands up. That's why the vehicles that take you out on the ice to see them are so high, so that the thing can't actually get at you. I wouldn't want to risk it. They're only there to hang around for food. If they think there's food, that's why they come into town, and that's why they have to dart them and get them away. We found a male stripper who sponged benefits while still performing at ladies' nights. Andrew Goodyear, who used the stage name Rebellion, blamed his high-maintenance girlfriend for this £4,000 con. He was caught out by investigators after he advertised himself for a butler in the buff, life drawings and hen parties. So basically everything. Also emerged he'd previously been caught swindling more than 18 grand in benefits and received a community order a few years ago. And he carried on, and yet, strangely, a suspended 16-week jail sentence. I've had him in prison for 5 years. Otherwise, what does it send out? Yesterday, yesterday I decided to go to Waitrose. And I sort of wandered there. I'm sort of wandering around. I'm sort of looking, I don't know what I was buying, actually. And there's a bloke. I'm aware of a bloke. Scruffily dressed bloke, and he's looking at the chocolate bars. Now, you can look at somebody, and I defy anybody to prove me wrong, and I can decide if they could afford to shop in there. And this bloke couldn't afford to shop in Waitrose, and he looks at the chocolate bars, and I think, oh, perhaps he's decided which one to sort of spend his money on. Wrong. He picks up a whole tray of chocolate bars, and he literally picks them up and starts shoving them into his bag. Now, he's got his back to me, but I can see what he's doing. He's putting them in this black bag he's got around his shoulder. He's thieving. So I thought, well, I've done this before in Marks and Spencer's, and they don't really seem particularly bothered. In Waitrose, I go to a girl, she's standing there, and she's watching the self-service tills. I said, there's a bloke who's stealing half your chocolate. Well, she took off past me like an Olympic runner, followed him round the shop. He then realised he was being followed and could see that they were heading him off at the front door. So he turned round and came back past me again and tried to get out, hotly pursued by 4 staff from Waitrose. Thieving little toe rag. I'd have tasered him. I'd have had him down in seconds. Psh. Ridiculous. These people who thieve. You wonder why there are high prices. It's to cover toe rags like that who are thieving. But anyway, at least they got him, I hope. Another one here, as I would never, Steve, go on a blind date as I'm obviously gorgeous. And if the date was, I'm too nice to say adios, and I would sit there all night till I remember to ask for Angela. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, people quite like going on blind dates. It doesn't, I would rather sit, why would you want to go on a blind date? I'd rather sit in and watch a bit of telly. With a bottle of Prosecco. I don't fancy the idea of blind dates at all. Steve, my husband doesn't have to pay a penny for his haircut because he does it himself using a hair clipper. Always looks great and hasn't been to a barber in years, says Connie. Well, do you know, I know somebody like that. My friend Chris, he does the same. He does his own hair. I don't think he's ever sat in a barber's chair. Whereas I can't do that. I can't, I need to go to the hairdressers. And I quite like going to the hairdresser. They can do the back properly. Much better. We went to Monterey a couple of years ago, Steve. Don't the sea otters that ate everything look fantastic? I don't remember seeing the sea otters. I just remember seeing the rays. It was a long time ago. Where did you stay in Vegas? In a hotel. And have you decided who you're voting for yet? Yes. No. Of course I'm voting for. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? You don't sort of change your mind halfway through. And Tina says, I love your sense of humour. You're much better than that Nick Abbott. Oh, you think? Oh, that's quite nice. I like being better than that Nick Abbott. Apparently, my friend Ant says, I don't know what he's doing up at this. He must be going home to bed. He can't be. He's not getting up at this time. The Waitrose near me in Pimlico, he says, have so many shoplifters, the security guards are always running down the street. I know, it's terrible. People just go in, pick up stuff. They work on the assumption if you can run faster than the security guard, you can get away with it. But this one, I was determined. I thought, no, we're going to make sure. I don't want to talk about the football last night, OK? I really don't, actually, because Villa lost 2-1 to Chelsea last night. Boo Chelsea, says James. I know, nothing we could do about it. Perhaps they were having an off night or something. Can't do it any other way, can you? Also, another one here. Lonely people go on blind dates. You have millions of listeners who adore you, so you're never lonely. Is it lonely people who go on blind dates? I don't think it is, actually, all the time. I think people go on blind dates because I don't think it's lonely. Some people just like being with somebody else. You know, it doesn't kind of appeal to me. And also I have a job where I'm surrounded by people. At home, I'm surrounded by people. Literally. So, I mean, I don't ever feel lonely. I think, which I think is fantastic. Some people do, I realise. I'm always fairly a happy little soul, actually. Thank you very much indeed. Also, Gemma Collins has revealed her trick for losing weight. We know what it is, Fatty. It's called those injections. You were taking those injections. You've told us about it often enough, so no good backtracking. She says, stash the fattening stuff away in the car. And all she's got is a little Nissan Micra. I mean, is that all you can afford? How do you get in it? Nissan Micras are not big cars, are they? They're little cars, I seem to remember. So she buys the fat food and then sticks it in the car. I don't quite understand what that's all about. But anyway, she tells lies, as we know. Despite her efforts, because she's now back with James Argent, trolls are still mocking her size. Well, don't keep giving us all this garbage about I've lost all this weight and I'm losing weight and I'm doing it on this. You're not doing any diet at all. You're doing the injections. We know that. You've told us countless times. Or were you lying? I hope you weren't. That would be very disappointing, wouldn't it, really? Very disappointing. Do you know, it's amazing how cheap things are. Yesterday I was looking at the price of a turkey in Iceland, 16 quid. I found another supermarket this morning, same sort of turkey, 9 quid. £9 for a turkey. Admittedly, it's a frozen bird. But that doesn't matter, does it? As long as you remember to thaw the thing out, you should be absolutely okay. So Captain Birdseye has now got a perfume. Captain Birdseye has a perfume. Who is going to be buying it? I've got no idea. The woman who shot JR and her father being Bing Crosby. Danny Dyer, that's the daughter, criticising the end of free TV licences. Yeah, heavy company, I hope you're well. It's cold. If you're out, you'll know it's cold. If you're not out, you've got that to look forward to. The Captain Birdseye fragrance, Steve, sounds a bit fishy. Isn't it odd? Isn't it odd that they're bringing out their own perfume? Having seen the Apprentice people do it the other day, I mean, they were just total disasters. I mean, they just didn't seem to know anything. They're coming up with all these big words, which they quite clearly don't know what they mean. And they sort of bluff their way through it. I mean, all of them. I wouldn't trust any of them. They go, oh, so-and-so does this. You think, no, they don't. No, they don't. Steve, we drove the PCH, Pacific... Is that Pacific something, from San Francisco to LA years ago. Stopped off at Hearst Castle. Oh, that's it, actually. Interesting place. Then desperate late-night search for a room. Ended up in a scary motel, says Nigel, like the one in Psycho. Fantastic. Yes, it was Hearst Castle. He just built and built and built and built and then bought things. He bought a castle from over here, and he would buy rooms. Apparently, there is a huge warehouse in New York where he stores all his stuff. And it's still there. It's still being looked after. They were very rich. Famous rich. Andy said, didn't you mean James Largent? Yes, good old James, lardy boy. Lardy boy. The trouble is, it's just rubbish. You know, the other day, Gemma Collins was spouting off, usual sort of claptrap, saying, I think people are looking forward to me on Dancing on Ice. No, we're not. You never danced on it last time. You just sat on your bum. And that was it. James says, I'm a fan of Serena Farrow. Well, just as well, that's why she's here. Doesn't it annoy you all these supermarkets, including Waitrose, sell uncooked chickens, turkeys, beef pumped full of water? Well, if it's frozen, that's the way it works, unfortunately. So you have to thaw them out. And I think we don't have a frozen bird. We have had frozen birds in previous years, but we've always bought fresh. But we always have turkey crown. How many we've got for Christmas Day, and whether it's a whole turkey or not, I've got no idea. I leave that to other people. I've got no intention of cooking anything at all. I leave that to all the better qualified people. I just sort of sit down there, and it's got to be a bigger mug. Bigger mug. It's got to be bigger than that. It's too small. You can't find one. We'll go make one. Honestly, get in the potter's wheel out again. Look at this. I mean, honestly, Corey. Hello, I ask you. What point is that? Might have to swap tea from the big mug. Okay. So this is the water. Oh, it's cold. How lovely. We've got cold. Do you know all our... Oh, two. Does this come from our friends at Capital? Was it? Oh, from me. Oh, from you. Oh, right. Oh, that's for you. Oh. That was a bit short-lived, wasn't it? 1 minute down on the table, the next minute gone. Oh, done it. Somebody the other day, we offered water to, and they went, oh, it comes in a can. We went, yeah, better for recycling. Do you know, I haven't had fizzy water for ages. I quite like fizzy water. I've decided, actually. I don't know whether it's good for you or whether it's not. Excuse I. Excuse I again. Thank you. There's nothing better than... I tell you, there's people lying in bed now going, I wish you'd not done that. I wish you'd not done that. We now need to get out of bed. I always think, no, stay in bed. Makes it more interesting. Oh, it's quite nice. Is it normal fizzy or is it put in fizzy? Do you know, they put it in and then give it a sort of squirt of... They actually put it in. It's very nice, though, isn't it? It's very pleasant, ice-cold water. There you go, sourced from natural springs. Look at that. How lovely. And it's called water. Sparkling. From life. I love that. That's very nice. Excuse I. What? You looking at? You want to say? Oh, right, okay. Non-alcoholic. It is. It's non-alcoholic Prosecco. Isn't it? How lovely. Very nice indeed. Talking of fragrances, Lionel Richie now has his own one called Hello. Yes, that would make perfect sense, wouldn't it? There's too many celebrity perfumes, aren't there? Really, too many. And I don't use one. I had to laugh the other week because I got another bottle of Creed, courtesy of Jamie Oliver, which was very nice indeed. I felt a bit guilty, actually. I felt, he gave me a present. Perhaps I should have given him a present as well. Time check. I know you need to worry about these things. It's 8 minutes past 5. 8 minutes past 5, and here we go. Winner, turkey dinner. Deals on them. How you cook your turkey. Some people don't have turkey. A lot of people are turning to goose. But goose is very fatty. But Jamie Oliver told me that you have to let it rest for 2 hours. I didn't know that. I'm not sure I could wait 2 hours, but apparently it takes a while because the meat's still cooking, which is lovely. Do do you know, ice cold water, which has got a fizz in it. It's quite nice, isn't it? It's like breaking off an ice thing. You know, I bought a thing for Corey the other day which makes circular ice cubes, and he tried it the other day. He said it's brilliant. He's actually, you know, so they're balls of ice which you can put in your drinks, which is lovely. I haven't had ice in drinks for ages, but he made balls. Oh, he found a big, lovely. He's found the big mug, which is good. I don't know why why couldn't you find it? He found it in less than a minute. He didn't probably go upstairs. It was probably just sitting in a cupboard where all the big mugs are. Bless you. Thank you, Corey. You will do from now on. You will do from now on. There you go, we've got the big mug. We've got a collection of mugs in the studio, actually. Both sides of the glass, which is quite nice. Thank you. Also, the woman, she had her dog in the garden. An eagle comes down and tries to take it away. And eagles are fairly big. Fairly big. You've got to lift this up. And also, angling shops. Neil will love this story. Angling shops, I didn't know there was such a thing, are facing the end of the lines, sinking numbers of people taking up the hobby. Nobody seems to want to do fishing. I mean, you don't do fishing in this weather, do you? Would you go fishing in winter? Would you go sitting... I was watching a thing the other day, and I think it's called extreme fishing. And they do it in the Bering Straits, where they've lost people overboard. Ships have gone down in the Bering... I mean, you wouldn't want to go out there. What are they fishing for? Crabs. Crabs. That's all they're looking for. And so they push these huge cages over the side of the ship. They've got a little marker buoy, but the swell in the sea is like dangerous. I mean, unbelievably dangerous. And they have to watch, because they only have a short period of time to bring up the crabs. So sometimes they bring up a cage and it's only got 2 or 3 crabs in it. And then the next one, solid with crabs, and they empty them all. I mean, there must be millions of crabs crawling around on the ocean, and lobsters and stuff like that. And these boys go out there and they can make 20, 30,000 quid, but they're working. I mean, they actually put their lives on the line to bring crabs in. Steve, I've asked Father Christmas for a dishwasher this year. Put it this way, if I don't get one, this'll be the last Christmas dinner I'll be cooking. I don't have a dishwasher. I really don't. And Tracy said, stop with the water pouring. I know, it is the most annoying thing you can ever hear on the radio, isn't it? When somebody does things like that, it drives you mad. Drives me mad. If somebody was doing that and I was lying in bed, I'd have to get out of bed. I'd have to go, I'm sorry, I've got to head for the bathroom. I'll come back again. Steve, I'm struggling to get out of bed these days at 3 a.m. How about you? Has the cold weather affected you being able to get up? No, not in the slightest. No, listen, even before the alarm, I'm up. So the first thing I do is I have 2 alarms. I just put the hand on both of them and stop them doing their beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. It goes on forever and a day. It drives you mad. If I could throw them across the room, I probably would. But no trouble getting out of bed. No trouble getting into bed. Let alone getting out of bed. I love getting into bed. I get very warm very quickly, and I absolutely love it. And then when I'm always awake before the alarm. It's odd, isn't it? You would think that maybe I would stay in bed because of the hours I work, but it doesn't work like that for me. I'm really good. Really, really good. Daily Star this morning. Oh, look. Dreary old James Haskell with dreary old wife. God. The only way is Brexit. Gemma over made up Collins here. The government think they're going to ask her to call on her sort of... most of the people who follow her won't know what Brexit is. They've got no idea. Phoenix Knights Max and Paddy have met in secret, raising hopes of a TV comeback, because otherwise poor old Peter Kay's all sitting around by himself. Loose Women. Jane Seymour was on yesterday saying that she's done with marriage. She has a boyfriend at the moment, and they do live together, but she's decided they don't want to get married. And the audience applauded that. A very odd audience they get. I don't know where they get them from. So Gemma Collins set to be hired by the government to promote Brexit. What does she know about it? I shouldn't imagine she knows anything at all. She says a lot of this politics stuff is quite difficult for people to understand. So I was going to do the GC breakdown. Why does she talk about herself in the sort of third person? Very odd, really. Gemma, pushing 70 at the moment. A cricket legend, Bob Willis, whose heroics helped England retain the Ashes in 1981, has died aged 70, following a long illness. And who's this? Oh, James Boring Haskell. And a very early picture of poor old Chloe Madeley when she used to rather ridiculously start posing in bra and pants all over the place. Really, nobody ever took her seriously. Nobody ever took her seriously. Father Ted Starr on the run from police. And hats off to Rio and Kate Ferdinand, who took over a Nando's restaurant as it kicks off their first married Christmas. God, how boring. Sorry, can we take over Nando's? I'm sorry, they just sell chicken. Can I find somebody else? Go to somewhere a bit more upmarket. Perhaps they can't afford it. I mean, having discovered that poor old Gemma Collins drives a Nissan Micra, I feel a bit sorry for her, really. She's obviously not earning the money we thought she was. Mind you, at least she doesn't have to lie about it, does she? If you're not earning it, you're not earning it. Oh, it's delicious. Delicious. So the Queen is selling Christmas hampers, and I'll tell you all about them in a minute. Now, I don't mind a markup in a Christmas hamper, but I like to get value for money. Whether you think these are value for money, I'll let you know in a moment, because they're priced at... I'll save that. 5:15, a check on the road and rail, the LBC Travel, is with Joanne Webb, company Nice. Just sending a quick thing to my accountant, saying, do we need anything else to do the VAT? Hoping he's going to say, no, it's all sorted. Just need to take the money now. What else we got here? Why did I save this page here? It was somebody. Oh, Jay-Z celebrating his 50th birthday. Also... some of these people I've never heard of, actually. Jeff Lynne is sitting on thousands of unreleased ELO songs, but has no way of playing them. He's got cassettes. He's got thousands of cassettes. He said, I still haven't listened to it in about 20 years. He says, for a start, I haven't even got a cassette player. No, I don't think I've got a cassette player. I used to have one in the car. They used to be standard, didn't they? Oh, guess what's the number one Christmas song on the radio? It's that one that we complained about the other day. Do you remember? It's the Pogues, Fairy Tale of New York, with all that language in it, and people go, oh my goodness. But anyway, it's the number one Christmas song. So there you go. That's upset everybody. Also, coming in closely, Wham! Last Christmas and Slade's Merry Christmas. Gee, I can remember working in nightclubs years ago and playing that Slade. So, and people would jump up and down and think, oh, they're going to break the floor, really. But they didn't. Also, so the Queen's Christmas hampers. OK, now, the official website is selling traditional basket of goodies for £75, £125 and £175. Now, the smaller basket, OK, this is where you have to remember things, OK, contains mince pies, a wooden spoon, strawberry jam, chocolate praline crowns, handbag shortbread, afternoon loose-leaf tea, and a Christmas tea towel. And that sells for £75. But if you buy them all individually, it's £42.20. So you're paying quite a bit over the odds. The £125 hamper is even worse value. Contains extra chocolates, shortbread and tea, but bought individually, all the items add up to £57.65. Where they sell it, it's... mind you, I suppose you get the hamper, don't you? But is it a proper hamper? Is it a proper hamper, or is it a cardboard box made to look like a hamper? I suspect... I mean, I would like to think that Her Majesty would be selling a proper hamper, but they're very difficult to get hold of. Not Waitrose, actually, yeah, Costco do a big hamper, but it comes in like a trunk of all their sort of goodies for about £400 to £500. I know because I've had one in the past. I had one delivered here to the studio, not to this building, but to another building we were in, which was very nice. And Fortnum and Masons do a very nice one. It's a proper wicker basket filled with straw and everything else, and then all these wonderful goodies in there. I don't know who you'd ever give it to. I really don't know. Nigel says, my daughter works for Waitrose, comes home every day with stories of thieving, mainly spirits. That's why they have the booze at the furthest corner from the door. Yeah, the trouble is in this one, we have a door that's very near the booze department. They just need to pick up and walk straight out. They do have security standing there, but, I mean, how effective they are. I've always maintained if somebody wants to pinch something, they will pinch it. Which is, I mean, you know, I find it a bit disgusting, but there you go. Steve. You always talk about the Magic Circle. I love magic, if you heard of Hans Clock. Yes, he never comes to UK. He was in the UK only a short while ago, actually. I went to see him. And, well, I always have a show at the Magic Circle every year. Sells out very, very quickly. If you want to be in for next year, you need to get in quickly. The moment we mention it, the moment it's released on the website, they tend to go very quickly. Steve, how on earth does the GC even fit into a Nissan Micra? I don't know. I seem to remember Nissan Micras are quite small. That's why they're called Micras. The clue, have we got a picture of a Nissan Micra? I just want to see what they look like. Because I can't believe that's all she's got for a car. I thought she'd be driving something, really cost a bit of money, like a Mercedes or something like that. That's a Nissan. Oh, they're a lot bigger, the Micras, than you imagine. They're actually quite nice, but how much are they? Are they very expensive? I like it in gold or the blue, like all the different colours, actually. So how much is a Nissan Micra going to set me back? How much am I going to have to pay for a Nissan Micra? Let's find out. Here we go. Nissan Micra prices and specifications. So we got loads of pretty pictures, which is great. Do I want to know? Oh, 14,190 quid. That's in the Vizier. The Accenta N Sport. Perhaps she's got something better than an N Sport. A Tecna. Perhaps she's got a Tecna. Well, that's sort of 18,000. I mean, presumably because she's so rich, she must be paying cash for these things. So she's probably paid. She wouldn't be the one to sort of have it on, credit or something like that. She'd be. Oh, it comes in both, does it? I'd like it in automatic. I only drive automatic cars. I can't do manual. So you can have one here. So petrol, CVT. I don't know what CVT is, but it sounds. Oh, that must be the transmission type, isn't it? I'm assuming. Only guessing, of course. I don't know any of these things at all. I'm absolutely useless. But so they're not too expensive, are they? So it's a 20 grand car, and that's all she can afford. Wow, that's a bit worrying, isn't it? I thought she'd be driving a Mercedes, something reinforced sub-suspension in there, and something that had all sunroof, all that kind of stuff, but obviously not. Here is Joanne Hine holding 3 bundles of joy after her super pooch, called MJ, gave birth to an astonishing litter of 21 puppies. The dog looks knackered. As you'd expect it to. The puppies are gorgeous. So she still had the brood over 18 hours. 6 were stillborn. Another died soon after. And Joanne says she did amazing. I'm so proud of her. I've got 1 child, and I've stopped at that. How she coped, I've got no idea. She doesn't make the Guinness Book of Records. Guinness Book of Records stands at 24 for the largest litter, born to a Neapolitan Mastiff called Tia in Cambridge in 2004. But these are gorgeous. They're so beautiful. I don't know what sort of dog it is, actually. Oh, the Great Dane American Bulldog Cross. Right. She's done really well. She just sort of popped them out, really. So 6 were stillborn, another died soon after. But there they all are. They've all got their little collars on and everything else. There'll be people clamouring to get hold of these. I bet your bottom dollar. Steve. Wonderful to listen to you now, live, as opposed to on catch-up. But I'm on my way to Italy now, taking a mini break from Selfridges. The store looks great. You should visit. And we all laugh in the office talking about your show. Shout out to Sue, Rebecca and Charlotte. Big fans of yours as well. That's what we like, actually. We like the big fans. So very happy Christmas from John Paul. So going off to Italy. I mean, is that for the festive season, or are you just going over there to do a bit of shopping or have a look at the scenery or something like that? I don't know what the weather's like in Italy at this time of year. I don't know if it gets very, very cold or sunny. I don't really know what it is, actually. Is it hot or sunny or something? Don't know, do you? Don't care. Don't know why I asked you, actually. I know you're useless. Here we go. 45 degrees in Rome, the metropolitan city of Rome. Oh, that sounds quite nice. 45 degrees? What is it in centigrade? It's gone down to 7 now. It's gone down to 7. 7 Celsius. 7 Celsius. So double it and add 30. 14, 44 degrees. Oh, it's a little bit chilly, isn't it? The precipitation is 0%, whatever that is. We don't know. I don't know what precipitation means. Humidity is 69%. It does look as though there's sort of rain around. Yeah, and so then you go onto the internet, so 7 degrees. Do you know, I saw a marvellous programme. Who was it went with? It was somebody, they were showing you under Rome. They went under Rome. There are certain places you can go, and, well, you can't. You have to, I'm not even sure it's open to the public. And it's like a manhole cover, but it's bigger than usual. You go down, and they open it up for you, and they went down on a lift thing, on a rope. You were attached to a rope. And then you went down to discover all the underground things in Rome, like all the sewers and the water and everything else. The Romans were very good. Very good. Even under the Colosseum, they've got all sorts of rivers, presumably to get rid of all the sort of the blood and everything else that came out. It must have gone somewhere, mustn't it? And I thought that was the most interesting, but I like anything like that. There's a woman who talks about Hampton Court Palace and talks about, you know, the people who lived in it, what went on. And I think she's coming in for an interview. I think Mary Worsley is coming in for an interview. And I want to ask her, why is it that we've got all these different bits of clothing from the Tudor period and yet nothing at all from Henry VIII? I want them to discover a secret room or floorboards that you lift up, and there is all of his outfits. I mean, that would be something else, wouldn't it? To find Henry VIII's outfits. They would have been quite big, I should imagine. Steve, a micro may cost up to 18 grand, but after 3 years it'll be worth about 3 if she's lucky, says Ron. I just thought it was a very odd car to pick. I thought she'd, you know, she's supposed to be a diva. She'd have a diva-ish car. I don't think the car she's got is in the diva category at all. I'm very surprised. But, you know, there you go. Different. But perhaps she sort of went round there. I'm Gemma Collins. We'll get a discount. Yeah, get a discount. I noticed the other day, Katie Price got told off flogging some other things on the site, trying to pretend that she'd not been given something for free. So she really gets herself into more and more trouble, although Davy Boy Beckham seems to be not far behind, doesn't he? After proudly hanging, Steve, my Steve Allen tea towel up in the downstairs loo, I've woken to a text from my son. Ooh, lost it, wait a minute. I've woken to a text from my son asking what Harry Hill is doing in the loo. Unlike me, he never sees this time of day. I do apologise. I think so too. Outrageous. Somebody said he didn't look like me. Well, it was done by an artist. It was taken from a sort of a picture of me, but they're very rare. You won't see them ever again. Somebody's had it made into a jigsaw. Had it made into a jigsaw where you sort of have it mounted or something, and then you send it to this company and they turn it into a jigsaw. Isn't that clever? I've never been a jigsaw before, but now I'm a jigsaw. So there you go. Steve, I would like to know how you do then names a trick. Yes, I do that. I don't do a lot of magic, actually. I buy a lot of magic. I'm what they call a collector. I'm a collector, but you will see if you're coming, as you know, many people have been to the Magic Circle countless times for my shows down there. I host the afternoon, and so you get to see close-up magic. I mean, really good close-up magic. And then you get to see a stage show in the theatre. It's only a little theatre. It holds about 160 people, so it's very intimate. So you can see, you know, really close up. We get all sorts of wonderful people, but it's the close-up which always gets me. And in fact, that's what I booked for my brother's wedding. He wanted 2 magicians. So we booked 2 magicians, one of whom we've used at the Magic Circle before. He's done one of my Christmas shows, and very good he is too. So it'd be nice to see him in a different sort of setting. And so we got 2 of them coming down to do about an hour and a half, something like that. My brother will be very pleased. He likes things like that very much. They've been to the Magic Circle loads of times. Also, a war veteran who survived Dunkirk by paddling out to sea on a shed door. This is the one we talked about yesterday. This is Les Rutherford, who served in the Royal Air Force. He has died at the age of 101. 101. What is it about, you know, some of these old boys? He comes from a place in Lincolnshire. He fought at Dunkirk in 1940, trapped while fighting in the evacuation before his great escape. And his Lancaster plane was shot by the Germans at 20,000 feet. After the war ended, Les went on to work with local schools. Dave Harrigan of Aviation Heritage said he'll be sorely missed. 101. And you think, I like old boys like that. That's what this country is built on. And there's pictures of him out there, you know, paying tribute to the fallen. Now he's one of the fallen. He was 93 when he got back into a Lancaster. That must have been some trip, eh? Morning. Here's a strange one. This really is a strange story. This is a very strange one. This is a transgender activist, okay, in Canada, has tried to sue a beauty salon for refusing to wax her spherical objects. Okay, so it gets more bizarre. Has been slammed by Ricky Gervais after moaning that a gynaecologist won't see her. I know, I was having trouble with this one. Jessica Yaniv claimed she was shocked and confused and hurt after doctors allegedly told her we don't serve transgender patients. Ricky Gervais says it's disgusting that a qualified gynaecologist can refuse to check a lady's thing downstairs because she hasn't had it taken away. She's still got it. She's still got it. And yes. And so she wants to see a gynaecologist. And the gynaecologist, no, I don't think so. No, you haven't. You know, you might be a transgender activist, but you haven't got the right bits that gynecologists need. Anyway, Ricky Gervais then goes, what if her spherical objects are pregnant? He says she could lose the baby. I'm outraged. But anyway, Yanni from Canada blasted the College of Physicians and Surgeons of British Columbia and says, are they allowed to do that legally? But you haven't got what they're looking for. I don't want to be... You can't bring it down any more basic than that, can you? I mean, if you haven't got what a gynaecologist is expecting to see, that's going to be a bit of a shock, isn't it? I mean, she's never going to give birth because technically she doesn't have the right parts inside. Externally might be completely different. Kevin the expat. Morning, Kevin. The weather here in Rome is not too bad. The mornings are quite fresh in this period, but by the afternoon quite pleasant. No heavy coat needed at the moment. I love it. I love it at all. Somebody was saying actually about that programme, which sounds absolutely delightful. Delightful. And it's underground Rome. I bought it because it sounded so fascinating. It's not as brilliant as I wanted, but the idea of going underground and seeing exactly what the Romans built. My God, they were clever. My God. I reckon the sort of cloth used to make Henry VIII's clothes was so expensive it was recycled. I don't think they worried about money too much. I don't think Henry VIII worried about money. But would that be amazing? I still think that somewhere in Hampton Court Palace there are secret rooms that they've not discovered. There must be. There must be places that you could sort of go to and hide stuff. You imagine opening it up and there's a whole wardrobe full of Henry VIII's clothes, doublet and hose and coats and hats and jewellery and stuff. You just imagine. I wonder if they've been through everything. I'm going to have to ask her about that, because she would know, because she's part of historic royal palaces. And I've been there loads of times, and I often look at it thinking, do you think there's a hidden room behind some of these walls? Because some of the walls move, so you can go through, so the servants can get all... There's an inner bit of the palace. Must have been fantastic when they were building it, so that the servants can get in and out of rooms and then deliver the goodies to them, you know, without being seen, which is what servants were not supposed to be. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, and somebody says, I like to listen to you every day, every Thursday morning, which is the only day I have to be up this early. And Richard in Lincoln... You're not Robin Hood, are you, by any chance? Just at Lincoln Green, I always think of. And he says, I have to be up this early. I think Chris Moyle said about you is true. What a wonderful show. Is that what he said? I'm giving him money for that. It's a lot easier. If I give him money, he'll go, that Steve Allen show is very good, you know. He does a mean radio show. We were laughing, actually, the other day. They were sort of... One particular radio station, not owned by us, but they've, over the Christmas period, they've obviously decided to give all their DJs a bit of time off, and they brought in 35 other people. I don't think it's possible to find 35 radio presenters. Then it turned out they found them from BBC Local Radio, and they've decided to sort of bring them in there, because obviously they're cheap, and they've given them an opportunity to be on sort of Radio 1 or something like that, because we're number one. We're number one on the podcasting. And I was sort of thinking to myself, it's a great opportunity, but it's a very cheap way of doing it, isn't it? Because it's very difficult to find. It's like speech radio. It doesn't matter what anybody says about speech radio. It is apparently, only apparently, the most difficult form of radio broadcasting. Because what you've got to do is keep the momentum going. And if, like me, you don't have anything to fall back on, then you have to try extra hard. But, I mean, to be honest with you, it's no hardship. I always worry about when somebody says to me, oh, it must be really difficult to do that. And you go, actually, I don't think that. I never think anything's very difficult to do. I don't have to sort of sit down and worry about what am I going to talk about today, because there's always something in the newspapers. You only have to turn a page of a newspaper and there will be a story that you can get mileage out of. And that's all it is. It's the progression of the stories. So eventually, by the end of the programme, we've actually done all the stories in the newspapers that are fit to be heard. There's nothing that's particularly new. We've got, you know, today the plumber on tap for the elderly. Do you remember this plumber? You must remember him. This is the man who provides free work for the elderly and disabled. He wants to help 1,000 families this winter. He actually runs, his name's James Anderson. He runs a not-for-profit firm called DEFA, which works with a network of plumbers. He actually got a boost early this year when an invoice showing a charge of £0 for work on a boiler for a 91-year-old woman with leukemia went viral. So he's looking to raise another 30 grand via a GoFundMe appeal, and he's hoping more plumbers will get in contact. He said a lot of people haven't got a lot of income. A lot of them haven't got a lot of family that they can turn to. And he's just not doing this at Christmas. He does this all the time. Is that amazing? I mean, I'd love to be in that situation. I'd love to be in the situation of having enough money where you can be a benefactor. I quite fancy that. Steve, I'm sure you've been to the Magic Castle in Hollywood, was invited there years ago. Wonderful. Portraits watching you as you walk past, a man smoking casually at the bar, but the smoke's coming out of his ears. Yes, and a piano that you stand next to it and mention a tune and it plays by itself. The tune that you've just requested. Very clever, very clever. More of your texts. Another one here. Steve, are we sure it's a new Micra? I could imagine her buying a 300 quid wreck off Arthur Daly, like Nick Abbott would have done. You think so? Actually, the funny thing is, I mean, I'm sure we've seen her in the car, and I'm sure it didn't look very big. Secret Rome, Steve. Which was part of a series of programmes, Secret Venice, Secret Florence. Equally as fascinating, says Angela. See, isn't it funny? We're all watching the same things. We're all seeing the same programmes on the television. I watched this programme the other day. It's got the bloke who used to be in Brookside, and they go round to somebody's farm, and they'll pick up a few items, and then they take them back, and then they do them up. And it's very similar to the other programme where people bring items in and they do them up, like a clock or a tea caddy or a teddy bear. And this bloke, and I can't remember what his name is, but he'll be there with a couple of blokes who look as though, if you saw them on the street, you would, no, he was in, what was his name? In Brookside. He was in Brookie, but in the early days. Simon somebody. I'm getting there slowly. It's a slow process. Simon somebody in Brookside. Simon, and he does this programme on the television. Simon, there he is. Simon O'Brien. And the programme is Fix It, Flog It. It's brilliant. It's so good. Seriously, all these programmes where you get people who've got the most amazing talent for restoring something. I'm thinking of taking Luke in to see if we can get him restored to his former glory, which I think might be pushing it a bit, because I don't think there's any money left in the kitty just so he can go on one of his special diets. He hasn't done the special diet for ages now, so I'm assuming every morning he walks in, he's stuffed his face with something before he gets here. I tried to offer him a Kit Kat earlier on. He went, oh, no. He became quite prissy about the whole thing. I thought, it's only a blooming Kit Kat. It's only been a wafer with some chocolate on it. Have you ever had a Kit Kat? Oh, you're vegan. Yeah, have you ever had a Kit Kat? The question was, we know you're vegan. I'm just asking whether you've ever had a Kit Kat. Oh, in the past you've had the peanut butter ones. No, I haven't. They sound disgusting. A peanut butter Kit Kat. And you've had that, have you? Well, that's outrageous. When was the last time you had a good bit of steak with some chips? Come on, truth time. You've never had steak. You've never eaten steak. You've never eaten meat. Yeah, but you might be saying that. I don't know whether you're telling me the truth. Have you ever eaten a sausage? Yeah, your dad gave it to you. And then, as a joke. Oh, a joke sausage. Good Lord. And did you eat it? Did you like it? Oh, right, he lied to you and you happily ate it. Did you eat the whole sausage? You didn't twig that it was a meat sausage. There you go. And what did you say? Dad. Oh, Dad. You got annoyed. Oh, do you lose your temper? Fantastic. I love it. There you go. A bit of action going on in the team today. Do LBC do a Secret Santa? No, we don't do a Secret Santa. I tell you, I don't know. Well, they might do it on the news desk. I don't know. I'm not sure whether or not people do things like that. I know that people in banks and offices, they do Secret Santa. There might be some people in this building that do it, but I've never done it, actually. This way you go out and somebody says it's a £5 and then you buy a gift. You wrap it. You wrap the gift and then you put it into a pile. You pick a name out of a hat and you can pick a present. Oh, right. So you could either be sort of, stitched up, couldn't you? And end up with something that's really rubbish, or you could end up with a really nice gift. I quite like to do Secret Santa. I like the idea of that. So we could do it with the Steve Allen production team, couldn't we? Secret Santa. But the trouble is, you know damn well that I couldn't just do something for a £5. It would have to be £100 or something like that, or 1,000. Such a generous person. Such a generous person. And Steve, I'm sure the GC has got a Nissan Micra. She's sponsored by a shoehorn company. Now, that is not fair. Seriously, there is no truth in the rumour. You have to shoehorn her into the car. Although, to be quite honest, I mean, how those... Perhaps they're reinforced, I don't know. Another one here, that was equally as bad, actually. Steve, Chris in Alton, he said, my mate, the cannibal, went on holiday, came back with one arm. I said, what happened to you? He said, I went self-catering. Lord, honestly, we can't do terrible things like that. We really can't. Listening to you somebody else listening every Thursday is obviously the day to listen to this programme. I don't know why, actually. There's no particular reason, but it does get ever closer to the weekend. Ever closer. I still want to know, I'm totally convinced that somewhere in Hampton Court Palace there's a secret room which has got clothes in. You know, whether it's under the floorboards and then you go through and there's a set of stairs going down. A bit like discovering Tutankhamun's tomb. You know, that one there, when they had to sort of brush all the sand away and they saw the steps going down. And then when they got to the bottom, they realised that the tomb had not been broken into. And that was when they went, oh, my goodness. And that's when they found. I mean, he has become, out of all the people buried in Valley of the Kings, I mean, that would be about the most famous, actually. But to find something like that would be really quite exciting. Really quite exciting. Yes, that'll be my cup. Thank you very much. I'll have another water, actually. I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. That's very nice. In the fizzy. Thank you. I don't like to push too much, you never know. Because now we know he's got a bit of a temper on him, you know. You have to give him a sausage that's not vegan, and big trouble there. I told you I had a friend once, he wouldn't even get out of the car and go and buy me a burger. He said, I'm vegetarian. I said, I'm not asking you to eat the thing. He didn't even want to touch it. Didn't even want to touch a burger. It was very odd. I got very cross on that occasion as well, actually. Steve, why would a vegan not eat a Kit Kat? As far as I know, it doesn't have a real cat in it. Oh, the old ones are the worst, aren't they? We're really terrible today. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Global warming is causing birds to shrink. Not in Gemma Collins's place, it's not, I'm telling you. But sparrows, thrushes and other migratory species have shrunk over 40 years. Apparently, at the same time, their wings have got longer to offset the loss in weight. Do you know, the findings are based on more than... Wait for this fact. This one will kill you completely. 70,000 birds killed by flying into windows in Chicago since 1978. Flying into... You'd think they'd know, wouldn't you? Flying into windows. Things like that. I just can't believe... I've never had a bird fly into a window. Well, I've certainly never thought about it. 13 minutes to 6 is the time. Check on the road and the rail. Let's get you there nice and quickly. Ha, 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 ha. The LBC Travels with Joanne. No, it's 9 minutes to 6. I'm so sorry, actually. So sorry. When you said Mary Worsley... No, it's Mary Beard or Lucy. I think it's Lucy Worsley. I love watching those sort of programmes. I mean, I really do. I've got Hampton Court literally just down the road from me, very, very close. And I always remember that there's a big clock in the courtyard of Hampton Court, and that shows you the tides. So that when they were rowing up the Thames, and there would be a complete flotilla of people to head to Hampton Court, if you take the riverboat up from Richmond, and it comes to... You change boats at Kingston... and then you come to Hampton Court. You can imagine what it must have looked like years ago. It must have looked fantastic. I mean, it still looks fantastic now. It's well worth joining. I always say to people, if you're really interested in our history, then join Historic Royal Palaces. It makes a good present for somebody for Christmas. You're always looking for something different. This would be a different present. So it means you can go to the Tower of London, Hampton Court, as often as you want. It's free. You get a discount in the canteen, a discount in the shop, and you can just... There's also a members' room. Well, there is at Hampton Court. I don't know if there's one at the Tower of London, but it's well worth it. Get a family membership and just go up there and just pretend you live there. There's people walking around at Hampton Court in period costume. It's wonderful. And you think that's what it looked like, you know, in Henry VIII's day. Fish Court, still there. All the places, the kitchens, they're still cooking in the kitchens. The kitchens are amazing. Absolutely amazing. You can imagine what it must have been. 700 people descend on the place. Sometimes the king never actually saw anybody. He was in his own little quarters. Very rarely did people see him. But the rest of the court were there. It was a big court. And it's fantastic. I think at the moment they have an ice rink there. And what comes with an ice rink? a merry-go-round. They've got one at the Natural History Museum here in London, the big ice rink, and a big merry-go-round as well, which is lovely. Really nice. The old gallopers. There are modern gallopers, and then there's the old gallopers. And I think up at Winter Wonderland, I think they've got the same thing. I think they've got Paddington on Ice up there. My brother was very excited about Paddington on Ice. I keep telling people, actually, who are going to... What are you doing? What's the matter? You've got a stone in your shoe. Oh, right. That reminds me of a song, actually. What was it about? Something in my dum 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 dum. Hole in My Shoe. No, Hole in My Shoe by Traffic, I think it was. You ever heard it? Hole in My Shoe. No, not One for the Money. No, that was a completely different song. Hole in My Shoe by... No, we don't do blue suede shoes. We don't do rock and roll on this programme. Do I look like a rockabilly sort of presenter? No. Hole in My Shoe by Traffic. And then halfway through, it's a little girl that comes in and she goes, I look through a hole in the clouds, where a place where happiness reigns. And it's a really good song. It's from about the 60s. Hole in My Shoe, Traffic. Well, you should listen to it. Turn your nose up at it when you've never heard it. They mentioned peanut Kit Kats halfway through. I lie. Not true at all. Other stories in the papers for... quickly. Obey a desire to further your education is my star sign from Russell Grant. I have to take Russell's word for it. Enrolling on a course will bring out the best in you. Oh, I couldn't do a course. I did that once. I mean, years and years ago. Never again. Never again. Would you like to go to evening college? No, thank you. No. I went and we used to skive off all the time. Go to the off licence, get a wine box, and then just get tiddled on the swings. Far more entertaining. What else we got here? Knives out for Corbyn. Grandee Lord Faulkner demands he quit if he loses next week in a slapdown to the Union Baron Red Len. And so it goes on. You can tell which papers these are in because each paper has sort of pinned their colours to the mast. The recycled hedgehog. This is a tiny creature called Skippy. And she's actually resisted the normal perils of being run over by a car or eaten by a fox. I don't know if foxes ate hedgehogs. But this one here ended up in a skip full of bricks, taken to a recycling plant, and she survived, despite being unloaded from a skip by a huge industrial grabber and then tossed around inside a trommel, a washing machine-like device used to separate the waste. She then plunged onto a conveyor belt where her luck changed and she was spotted by Michelle Wright at Hart's skip hire plant in Stevenage. She thought the thing must be dead, but it's not. Isn't that amazing? Skippy's thought to be an adult and around middle age, judging by her size. Oh, bless them. Bless them. How lovely. I like things like that. It's quite a good story. A lot of people getting a bit upset with Marks and Spencer's. Marks and Spencer's have Peppa Pig advent calendars. Many people who have bought it because their children like Peppa Pig. I have seen Peppa Pig once. I don't understand anything about it, really, so it doesn't actually make any difference. But they were hoping to find gummy sweets behind the calendar doors, but in fact they didn't. The treat is a chocolate. Ian Jenkins wrote in and complained. My children are disappointed. Nothing Percy about the calendar at all. Another one said the reason we bought a Percy Pig advent calendar was for Percy Pigs, not a tiny rubbish chocolate. Marks and Spencer said the calendar's contents were clearly labelled. A daily Percy-shaped chocolate and a bag of Percy Pig sweets on Christmas Day. Yeah, but if you're a Percy Pig fan, you want the other sweets. You don't want a chocolate. I mean, I don't know. I've never bought anything like that. I have got a couple. I must bring them in, actually. I've got to bring them in next week. I've still got 3 calendar. Perhaps we'll have to cheat, actually, on the advent calendar and actually sort of just open them anyway to take the chocolates out. Corey'd like that. He'd like those. Hole in My Bucket. That was my favourite. Mr. Allen. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Eliza, dear Eliza. I don't know why, but we always sang along to that song. Isn't it odd? But I can't remember who actually sang Hole in My Bucket. It wasn't Harry Belafonte, was it? It might have been. He seemed to do those sort of things. And it just went, so fix it, dear Eliza. Oh, no, dear Henry, dear Henry. It was Harry Belafonte. Do you know, I'm uncannily clever. Do you know, I'm better than I thought. It's unbelievable, isn't it? You can come up with a song from all those years ago, like Hole in My Shoe by Traffic, which is very... You must listen to it. It's very good. You'll know it when you hear it. It's not like Blue Suede Shoes or anything like that. That's sort of one pull of money, see if you get rid go, cat, go, and don't you. They used to call people cat in those days, didn't they? Hey, cat. They used to go, what do you say that for? My name's Steve. Hey, man. No, Steve. See, nobody could ever come up with your name properly, could they? They all used to talk in this sort of jive talking kind of thing. Do I say Steve Allen has left the building? Elvis never said Elvis has left the building. Why would Elvis say that? Why would he say that? I don't think so. I think people would say to those people who are saying, "Where's Elvis?" And they go, "Oh, Elvis left the building," kind of thing. Sometimes he came on stage, he never sang. He would be sort of, off with the Pixies. Sometimes he'd go to his favourite jeweller and bring on a tray of rings and just throw them into the audience. Sometimes he used to lecture people, because if you remember, he wanted to be a policeman. And so he went all the way to the White House to see, I think it was Nixon at the time, and he wanted to be a policeman so he could go out and arrest people, surprisingly, for drugs offences. That was what he wanted to do. So I think they made him an honorary detective or something like that. He would go out there. Must have been a very odd life. All the people who work in Vegas, you've got so much work to do. Then you go back to your penthouse suite and people go, "Oh, aren't you lucky?" You go, "Listen, they've just worked for 2 hours on stage." And then you've got to go back, and then, of course, there's all the people who want to come and visit you and go, "Hello," and all this kind of thing. "Oh, we saw the show tonight." Yeah, obviously, whatever. Must be very difficult, very difficult. Have you ever been to Vegas? No, probably not for you, really. Yeah, only New York. Well, it's not the same. I said, "Have you been to Vegas?" And you go, "No, only New York." Like, I'm supposed to accept that. No, I said, "Have you been to Vegas?" You're supposed to say yes or no. I'm not interested in a compromise of where you've been. Why would I care? I'm surprised you got no money. It's dreadful. Of December. Whoopee! We love Thursday the 5th of December. I don't know why we like Thursday the 5th of December, but I'm now getting ideas what people want for sort of Christmas. And it was quite nice, actually. It's only the once of the year, isn't it? It is only the once of the year. And just remember that everybody gets paid. If you're paid monthly, you get paid before the festive season, which I always like, actually. But just remember, it's 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Nina and Frederick recorded There's a Hole. Nina and Frederick did Little Donkey, didn't they? I seem to remember. Little donkey, which was quite good. Froggy Went A-Courting, the best of Basil Brush. Froggy Went A-Courting. Liked Hole in My Shoe. Do you remember Kites? Kites. Simon Dupree and the Big Sound. Do you know, some of these things, it's when I listen to a lot of the stuff that was recorded in people's bathrooms and on people's staircases. Tornado, I think, was recorded in somebody's bathroom, wasn't it? That famous man who had his own problems. But yeah, I mean, great stuff, actually. Thank you for the reminder, Steve, about the hole in my shoe. I'm now smiling at the version shown on YouTube. I think Simon Dupree and the Big Sound, Kites, was a great song. I won't hear anybody say a bad thing about song, but it's like somebody was saying the other day, somebody who's not, I think somebody wrote to me and said they're not at all religious, but strangely enough, the songs that they like at Christmas are the religious ones. And I like that as well. I've been to midnight mass on a couple of occasions, which I like, but it's got to be done big. It's got to be done big. I mean, I know it's very sweet when all the little churches do it, but the big ones are really good. If you go to midnight mass at Westminster Abbey, or you go to St Paul's Cathedral, you get all the choristers. Fantastic. I mean, you can't beat it. And then you come outside. If it's snowing, it's even better. And then you go home to sort of hot chocolate, and then you get there and the tree looks good. I like all the trees. I like seeing people putting trees in their windows. I think for all those people that can't afford a Christmas tree, because they're not cheap. They're not cheap now. It's just something nice to remind you of the season. I'm dead nosy. If I see a house with lights on it, I pull up and get out and have a look. Why not? Why not? That's what they've done it for. They've not done it for themselves. The people who have the lights outside the houses, they don't sit in the sitting room looking through the window unless they're looking at me standing outside my car looking at how good their lights are. I think it's like in America, they're brilliant at it. In fact, if you've seen Home Alone 1, 2, 3, 4 and up to 27, you'll notice that they are obsessed with Christmas lights on their houses. They do them. I mean, it's just absolutely wonderful. Even if you don't like Christmas, you can't sort of knock Christmas lights. When I showed Lynn the other day, she was very excited. And I think she was looking for a tree to buy. It has to be a specific tree, but not a real one. She wants a false tree. And she's hopefully going to get that. I think she might have got it yesterday. Betty's got a very nice wreath on her door, which is fantastic. And another one here. Will you be doing an In Conversation with Father Christmas? I think we know the story. I think we know the story of Father Christmas. Well, I think no, wait a minute. I'm not sure we do know the story of Father Christmas. Do we know the story of Father? We just know that he was always dressed in green, and then Coca-Cola changed him into red, and that's become the image that is implanted in our minds. But I don't know where he came from. When we were in Hong Kong, we had him out there, but we called him St. Nicholas. And he had 2 children with him, one who had the list of all the good boys and girls and one who had the list of all the bad boys and girls. But I don't know where he came from before that. I don't know if he was a particular person, if he actually existed. I just thought he was something to do with... Because when he was in green... It must have looked awful in green. But is it Norway or Sweden that lays claim to having the first Father Christmas? Whichever way round it is, it's lovely, actually. Steve, you can definitely beat it, says Monica. Come to Yom Kippur in our synagogue. It's epic. Few thousand people. Oh, I bet. How fantastic. Monica's my favourite Jewish cabbie. Oh, dear. My band in Dundee, Strawberry Bank, covers Kites. We're a 60s mod band. Kites, it's such a brilliant tune. Do you duplicate it or you just sing it? I will fly to the yellow balloon in my sky when the wind is high, da, 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 with what is it? Colours of gold on a snow white kite. It's really lovely. I'm obviously a child of the 60s, which is odd, actually, really, because I'm not a child of the 60s at all. What else we got? 79 migrants crossing the Bitter Channel. You wouldn't go anywhere near the water. In just one day, I think it was over five boats came in. The £4 million jewel heist in a shopping centre car park. And an Indian takeaway has been fined. What for? Somebody found an inch-long metal screw in an onion bhaji. How much do you think the takeaway was fined? You never believe it. £15,000. £15,000. Nice and Spicy Curry House was found guilty of 7 food hygiene charges, including selling food unfit for human consumption. Luckily, it's in Lancaster. They hadn't done anything to protect any of the food from dust and debris, but this screw was baked inside an onion bhaji. Terrible, isn't it, really? Apparently Mark Davis from the council said, I urge anyone thinking of eating out or buying a takeaway to check out the food hygiene rating of the business. The firm was given a written warning after an unannounced inspection revealed similar concerns back in 2018. 15,000 quid. That's not good, is it? That is absolutely terrible. Terrible, terrible. Yes, I know who made Santa red, Stuart Manning. It was Coca-Cola. They used him for a campaign, and he changed his image. But there again, Mickey Mouse's image changed. If you look at early pictures of Mickey Mouse from the Walt Disney Studios, he looks completely different. He was a much more sort of butch mouse, as opposed to the cuddly mouse that we know now. Are we still allowed Christmas lights, Steve? Global warning and all? Oh, I think so. They don't give out anything, do they? They're completely different now. They're little LEDs. I don't think they give out anything at all. Also, Steve, we've got office Christmas drinky poos tonight. I'm changing before we leave, but I can't decide what shoes to take in. Sparkly loafers or racy slingbacks. Which would you suggest? Well, to be honest with you, I would actually might go with the sparkly loafers. You've got something comfortable. Something comfortable. I mean, really. You don't want anything that's not very comfortable, do you? You want to make sure that at the end of the night you can still walk to the cab or to the bus or to the train, whatever it happens to be. And well done to all the owners of their dogs and cats. And astonishingly, half of our furry friends are overweight, but they've got loads of people who've actually taken their dogs out and given them exercise. There was one here. This is a top dog. The PDSA vet nurse Karen Jones can't believe Luigi's weight loss. Before, he was 4 stone 8 pounds. Afterwards, 3 stone 3. Missy the bulldog, 6 stone 13 pounds. Afterwards, 5 stone 4 pounds. Because Missy the bulldog was eating ice cream. Ice cream. And as soon as she heard the Mr. Whippy ice cream van, God, that takes me back to my childhood. Missy the American bulldog would be first in line for the favourite treat. Soon she was waddling and unable to climb the stairs. Owner Gemma Slattery from Walsall says she started biting her paws due to the pain. You've got to keep them slim. I know, listen, it's easy to feed dogs under the table, but now Missy looks much better. Lost £1 stone 9 pounds. Please don't overfeed dogs, please. The story of Father Christmas starts with St. Nicholas, a bishop who lived in Myra, Asia Minor, what is now known as Turkey. I thought I'd heard that before, actually. I'm pretty certain. And Steve, the best film, says Trevor, showing the Americans' love of Christmas lights must be the Griswolds' Winter Vacation. Chevy Chase at his best. That was fun, wasn't it? Everybody decorates the outside of their houses. I wish we all did it here, but I appreciate the fact it's quite expensive. My friend Dan, I reckon, would be doing loads of lights. And I showed Lynn the Christmas tree with the lights yesterday. It's really a nice-shaped tree. Much better than the one in Trafalgar Square. I mean, that really isn't the best tree I've ever seen. I was a bit disappointed by it. It looks a bit sparse. Doesn't even look like it's grown properly. They're very tall, but they could have picked one that's got a bit more branches on it, just to make it look like it. And they only put lights on. They can't be bothered to put anything else on. That's the way that they do it nowadays. Shame, isn't it? And any news from Anne Widdecombe? Do you know, I was watching a programme the other day on the television where they were lampooning Anne Widdecombe. And it was Victoria Wood, where she was lampooning. It was really funny, actually. They had loads of famous people on it. Michael Parkinson was on the show. It was, we miss Victoria Wood. Such a talent, and used so many great actors and actresses. Even in Dinner Ladies. Dinner Ladies had a lovely collection of people. They were really, really brilliant, and I like watching things like that. Anything that puts a smile on your face over Christmas, or failing that in my case, anything that makes you cry. If it makes me cry, and people say, my friend Ian wrote to me, I said, I'm just crying at the end of A Star Is Born. He said, you're such a girl. And I can't help it. I watch these things, and there's something that happens, and I don't know what it is. And I don't know if it's because you get to a certain age and things appear differently. And I can't work it out. Whatever it is, I always like a good old weep at a good Christmas film. Somebody says, I always thought Father Christmas came from America. No, he didn't. No, definitely not. I mean, I think it was Turkey. I remember somebody telling us about this some time ago. So I think that's where it is. Also, boozy fruit helped our ape ancestors to flourish. Do you know, in all the supermarkets now, they've got jars of fruit pickled with booze. You get, what was I saw the other day? I think I saw berries in vodka. Oh, those roast potatoes look delicious. Berries in vodka. And I thought, but why we don't do this ourselves? All you've got to do is get some jars. They're not the most expensive things to buy. And you put the fruit in at the beginning of the year and just start topping it up with the booze. I mean, it's very good. It's very good, and you can have it over Christmas with ice cream, condensed milk, custard. Have it with anything you like, and it's also alcoholic. It's so much better than the Christmas pudding, which is very nice, but it's just a bit stodgy. Although I actually like a sherry trifle. Nice to have your company. 19 minutes past 6. We're trying to explain hoisin sauce to a member of the team today. It's not going particularly well, and dumplings completely defeated him. Completely defeated. He said, I said, I like a chicken casserole with dumplings. So he said, do you like Asian food? What he was talking about. Seriously. And then he said, I've only had 2 hours sleep. It is like discussing things with a set of traffic lights that are stuck on red. They're not going anywhere with it at all. Tricia from Hatfield is off to London today with the girl. Well, good luck. I don't know which line you actually come in on. Coffee at Fortnum's, then lunch at Fishworks in Piccadilly. Have you been there? I haven't actually, but I do know all about it. She has loved the show as usual. Thank you. Thank you. We quite like the show too, as well, actually, at this time of the morning. A lot of people talking about the office parties. The office parties, I know. And then somebody says, I thought Father Christmas came from America. I didn't know he was in green. Yes, that's what it was. And it was to do with, I forget what they call it now. It's like going from winter to summer. It's the summer, the winter solstice, the summer solstice, and it's all to do with the greenery on the trees and stuff like that. That's why he wore green. Sadly, she says, I only have one Christmas tree. Listen, one Christmas tree is enough, I think. But he definitely was green to start with. Definitely. And then he went into red. Steve from Birkenhead says, we're putting our Christmas decorations up over the next few days. Any tips? No. There's no tips for putting up decorations. You can never have too many lights. The more lights you've got, net lights, P lights, same colour lights, white lights, whatever lights you sort of want. And I quite like candy canes on a tree now. I think that's actually quite a nice thing to put on there. Because they're so cheap. If you go to Poundland, they're only going to cost you £1. And you can get like a box of 12 or something, which just hang on the tree, which is quite nice. I've got some little clips that you put on the tree and you put a little candle in there, but to be honest with you, it sounds a bit dangerous. And you know me, there is no point in getting yourself into a horrible tiz, which I don't. Steve, Ian the Skip has the flashing lights on his lorry wired to his underpants, so they flash when he walks. Can you imagine? I told you I saw a jacket once. Warner Brothers, the studio, brought out a leather jacket with the Warner Brothers logo on the back in fibre optics. Looked fabulous. About £1,000. Years ago I saw it. I haven't seen it for donkey's years. Steve, I'm not one to cry at films until I saw the film Up. I've seen it twice now. Never again. Couldn't stop blubbing. Have you seen it? I've seen Up. That's the bloke whose house is on the balloons, isn't it? And it's only cartoons. I've never cried at cartoons. I don't think so, actually. But no, that's all right. Father Christmas was born in Somalia and moved to Turkey. And Steve says, Trevor, the reason you cry is you love and care. I don't think it's that. I just don't know why it is. And I can tell when I'm going to... Even E.T., and I've seen it a million times. I know where the crying bit comes in. The crying bit comes in where, you know, they think that E.T. has come back to life again and the boy sees him. Then as he goes out, the plant's getting itself back together again, you know, and they go, are you all right? And he goes like that, and then he goes outside. He's alive. What? He's alive. Drive. And so they then smuggle E.T. out. Steve, Hole in My Bucket is a duet, but you didn't mention the female singer. I couldn't remember who the female singer was, actually. But there's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza. Well, it's Liza, isn't it? But I could, who actually played her in the thing. So, fix it, dear Henry, dear Henry, dear Henry, then fix it, dear Henry, fix it. With what shall I fix it? In the end, you were rapidly kicking your legs together, weren't you? Which always sounds good. Steve, the boozy fruit can be blasted and made into a smoothie, says Lorraine. Can you have that? Can you have that? Can you actually have booze in a smoothie? I'm not too sure, actually. Beck says it's freezing. Freezing. And somebody says, sitting on the train, somebody think it's okay to spread out and give their bag a seat. Really? Who would put their bag on a seat next to them? Crikey. Another one here. St. Nicholas is the patron saint of pawnbrokers, says David in Chelmsford. Is he really? Steve, did I hear a rumour you're lunching with Eamon and Ruth at Christmas this year? Well, you'd have to fight for the roast potatoes, wouldn't you? Can you imagine? Eamon, put the bowl down again. Just be terrible. I don't know how many they actually cater for at Christmas. I should imagine there might just be the three of them. Steve, we're meant to be going to Bruges on Eurostar on Sunday. I hope the strike is over. I don't think it affects Bruges, does it? I don't think so. All I know is that it's quicker for me to actually go home on the underground as opposed to going home on the overground trains. Much, much quicker. Trevor says, why would anybody watch the Queen's speech? Has zero relevance to me. Oh, we always watch the Queen's speech. Always. That's actually, that's just part of Christmas. Absolutely. Oh, yes, we'd always make sure that we'd finish lunch before the Queen's speech was on. Jeremy Corbyn appears not to know when the Queen's speech is on. He thinks it's on in the morning, which is a little bit bizarre. It's always recorded, of course. They never do it live. They never dare. What is she going to talk about this time round? Don't know. Should be interesting. We always watch it. That's part of Christmas tradition. You don't have to like the royal family. It's the Queen. She's giving her speech, and it only lasts about 10 minutes, I think. They'll have all sorts of things. Steve, I think it was America who brought us Santa. I don't know. I just know, Stephen, that the colour change came in from Coca-Cola, and that's it. That's it. I can't tell you anything else, because I don't know anything else about it. Plus, my Dan says, me and my husband are travelling down to the Welsh Valleys. Some reason, Dan, for that? Some travelling down to the Welsh Valleys. Talking of holes in songs, remember Neil from The Young Ones singing Hole in My Shoe? Oh, the strikes in France. Oh, they always strike in France, don't they? Oh, the French are always like that. Always striking. Terrible. Steve. The end of Schindler's List gets me every time. Yes. I mean, that was inspired. At the end of Schindler's List, the people who featured in it, the people who were actually on the list, real people, come by and they put a stone on Oskar Schindler's grave, and his widow's there as well, and it's the people they say these are the original people from Schindler's List. So having watched the film and completely drained yourself of you just can't cry anymore, then he does that coup de grace at the end, and back come the people from Schindler's List. They come over a hill, and then they're all seen in the cemetery, and it puts their names up and everything. Just phenomenal. Just phenomenal, really is. Another one here. Could you please do a public announcement that if you're on a packed train with a backpack on, please take it off. Oh, I see people trying to sit on buses with it on. It's very annoying. This common sense is lost to many people on Southern Railway. It's lost to a load of people. It really is. Steve, it was Joe Meek who recorded Telstar above a shop on the Holloway Road. There's a blue plaque. It's number 304. Yes, he recorded it there. He had his favourites, didn't he, old Joe Meek? He really did. Do you know that breathing city air, and for that I have to suggest London, I suppose, is top of the list, and it is. Air pollution is so bad that living there is like smoking more than 150 cigarettes a year. The British Heart Foundation study found that all the most polluted places are in London. Obviously, we smoke, and I'll tell you, the worst place is Newham. 159 cigarettes, the equivalent to Westminster, 157. Kensington and Chelsea, 156. Same for Islington, Waltham Forest. Slough, just outside, 145. Dartford, 144. Portsmouth, 142. Medway, 142. And Luton, 140. But Newham, you are the worst for pollutants. The equivalent of smoking 150 cigarettes. Dreadful. Also, the Boris Johnson's right-hand man has topped a list of the world's worst-dressed men. And so here they are. Number 1 is Dominic Cummings. I have to be honest, really not the best dressed. Mark Zuckerberg. Number 2, Xi Jinping. Number 4, Dan Bilzerian, the Instagram star. David Solomons from Goldman Sachs. Cristiano Ronaldo. I thought he was fairly smart. Jacob Rees-Mogg. This is the worst dressed list. Neymar, Brazilian footballer, and Donald Trump at number 10. Best dressed is Timothée Chalamet. I've got no idea who he is. He could be anything. He could be a footballer or something like that. I don't know. Do we know who he is? His name is Timothée Chalamet. Actor. Oh, right, thank you. Timothy, spelled Timothee. Is about your age? He looks so much better. Strange that, isn't it, really? Oh, there you go. Obviously somewhere, perhaps you were separated at birth. Looks so much, honestly amazing, isn't he? Brad Pitt, best dresser. David Beckham, number 4. Not in the latest outfit he's in the paper wearing. Skepta, who's a rapper. Keanu Reeves, Kai, a singer. Troye Sivan, Tyler, the Creator, a rapper. A load of rappers, isn't there? And Alton Mason, who's apparently a model. And it's good. Elon Musk told a court yesterday he should have followed his mother's advice to ignore insults. Yes, I think that's always a good sign. Always makes me laugh, actually. People get sort of, a little bit too carried away with things. Steve, this one here, says, I've taken your tea towel and framed it. It was too good and too well designed to waste on dirty dishes. I agree. So you shouldn't use it for wiping. Absolutely not. Sacrosanct, I think. Steve, when I was in Jerusalem, says Monica, I usually visit Schindler's grave, put another stone on it, plenty on as usual. Great man, truly righteous. And it was just so emotional. It was just, I didn't think that somebody could take you to that level of emotion. I remember thinking, if there is such a thing as a heaven and somebody's looking down, he'll be so delighted that somebody decided to make a film about him. Somebody decided, and absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Nice of you. Do you know I get a Christmas card every year from Steve Pound? Always. Steve Pound, the MP for Ealing North. He says it's always this one here, and it's obviously an official House of Commons card. Oh, really? We've got to read out all the rest of them now. Oh dear, oh my lord. I knew there'd be something. We'll find them. Don't worry. So Grace has only got the one tree. Thea from Shirley says, have you heard of a close in Shirley and Croydon that have a fantastic Christmas lights in the close? I've heard that. And they raise money as well, don't they? For Great Ormond Street. The big problem, Steve, with turning St. Nicholas into Santa Claus and dolling him up in an overgrown red romper suit is he can no longer be called Santa, Spanish for saint. He's now completely commercialised and secular. Yes, I mean, I always thought that it was the commercial side. I always thought that, anyway. I always thought that. In Thailand, says Mike, we have shaded mirror windows to keep out the sun's glare. And I've got birds flying into our windows. By the way, since the bad weather in the Philippines, here in Pattaya, it's down to 18 Celsius. Everybody's going around complaining it's cold. I should imagine probably people would, actually, wouldn't they? Would they not? Steve, are you planning on releasing any more one-off merchandise? I don't think so. But mind you, you never can tell. You never can tell. Steve, you're being so nice and lovely about everything this morning. Oh, don't worry, it never lasts. Never lasts. Never lasts at all. We have to sort of do this. Somebody says, I cried through the opening of the new version of The Lion King. Took me back to the 9-year-old me going to the cinema for the first time to see the original. Wow. And every Christmas, me and my brother go and spend a week before Christmas and a week after Christmas in a tent halfway up a mountain in Wales. Come what may, we love it. Folks are very strange. I think that's quite a nice thing, don't you? I think that's quite a nice thing. Also, panettone bread pudding for breakfast. Yum. Is it too early for breakfast, Steve? Says Bernard. Well, could be for things like that. The Ealing North candidates, Henrietta Bewley, Lib Dems, James Murray, Labour, Jeremy Parker, Green, and Anthony Pickles, Conservative. There you go. So my mate stepped down. Yeah. Yeah, just to be safe. But he always sends a card every year. For years. For years he's done that. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. Mind you, I got somebody in Parliament once. They sent me a whole list of I got a bag through, years and years ago, of all the merchandise that's available in the shop there. Never had so many things. We got pens, key rings, all sorts of stuff. It was wonderful. Guess who's just met the Pope? He's 83. He's called Robert Redford. And he's just met the Pope. But they say here, back in 2007, he said, I don't believe in organised religion because I don't believe people should be organised in how they think. Here he is meeting the Pope. Not going to turn that opportunity down, are you? Also, happy birthday today to Ronnie O'Sullivan. This is his father ran a string of sex shops and in 92 was jailed for life for murdering the driver of Charlie Cray, brother of gangsters Reggie and Ronnie. And then later on, Sullivan's mother was given a 1-year sentence for tax evasion. He himself had a much publicised bit of a problem with the Colombian, didn't he? I seem to remember. Another one here. Can you give me and your audience tips regarding saving up your money? It's very hard when you get paid pennies. It is very, but you can always save a little bit. You can always save a little bit. Maisie. Yes, we said thank you. Lovely candle, beautiful candle. Not only did we get a beautiful candle the other day, but we got the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer mug today, which is very nice. And the other day we got the beautiful door wreath, which was lovely, absolutely beautiful. I love the mug. It's very cute, isn't it? Very nice indeed. So thank you. Steve, another thicko fired from The Apprentice. He couldn't even spell independent. Well, actually, no, he wasn't the one who couldn't find it. It was the one at the other end who they kept. He was the one who kept who couldn't spell it. So that's it. Going for lunch today, Steve? And says Chris. Good. We like it. I'm not doing lunch, actually, today. I've decided. It's too embarrassing to do lunch this early. And I'm certainly not going to be going up a mountainside, which sounds lovely. I must get some panettone. I must get that, because that's always quite good, actually. But it's only good when you dunk it in hot chocolate, isn't it? And I'm not sure that we can actually go down there. Here he is, the Duchess of Cambridge's brother, James Middleton, driving Spencer Matthews in his dog bike. Poor old Spencer Matthews, honestly. Really embarrassing, isn't it? We don't know what you can do with him. Nothing, really. I suppose just sort of leave him. Greetings from Islamabad, says Warren. It's now midday here, but the temperature is about 22 degrees. But at night time, it goes below zero. Very strange. He said, somebody told me today it's less than 3 weeks till Christmas. I've nearly had a breakdown. It is. It's creeping up a bit fast, isn't it? It is creeping up very fast on you. I'm hoping that everybody's managed to get everything done. Looking over in I'm a Celebrity, Roman seems to be doing very well. Matt from The One Show admits that he's leaving. And Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning apparently, at 7, Donald Trump cancelled a planned press conference and called Justin Trudeau two-faced in the wake of a video apparently showing him being mocked by the Canadian Prime Minister. And after a final day which threatened to descend into farce, Nick will be asking, what does the behaviour of the NATO leaders at this summit say about the future of the alliance? Plus, he'll look back on the life of the late England cricket captain Bob Willis, who passed away earlier today. All of that and more with Nick Ferrari this morning on LBC for breakfast at 7, so 20 minutes' time. So some of the other stories that we were looking at, Kim Marsh doing her final scenes for Corrie in tears. You won't see that for about 6 weeks. David Beckham turns up to a Dior fashion event. For what reason, I've got no idea. He looks like a real fashion victim. I mean, they never seem to go out very much together unless they think it's a photo opportunity. A little bit worrying. Plus, you can buy a bridge for £1. There's a bridge for sale in the papers today. It's a stone bridge, so I mean, it could be. You've got to look after it because it comes with history. Captain Birdseye has released his first perfume called Ahoy. You'd have thought Fish Fingers would have been better. I used to love Fish Fingers. Still do, actually. Paul Hollywood's ex, that's the, whatever she is, the barmaid, posing in her underwear, getting to be a bit embarrassing. British lager louts face a crackdown in Magaluf. They've decided, having raked in the money for years and years, that they don't want all these people now for some reason. Somebody else went from The Apprentice. I mean, they really are. They're just mad as broomsticks, aren't they? Plus the royal courtiers. I quite like the idea that they could actually stop Prince Andrew going to church with the Queen on Christmas Day. I don't really think it would be a good idea for him to go, because if protesters over this kind of thing think that they can make their mark, because this is where the royal family walk from the church back to the cars, I would think if they saw Prince Andrew there would be heckling. I would think it would be a very wise idea for him not to go anywhere near the place. Jesse Wallace being chased by the taxman. It's everybody's worst nightmare, isn't it? They go, oh, the taxman's chasing me. Go, well, run faster. Run faster. Because if you've been a celebrity, then you earn a lot of money. They do earn a lot of money. I didn't realise, actually, when you looked at how much Stephen Mulhern earned last year, £3 million. I mean, admittedly, he's doing every show under the sun. Every show under the sun. And it seems to be working for him. But he's not somebody... the funny thing is, he just likes the work. He just likes the work. He doesn't think, oh, I'm doing lots and lots of shows. Steve, try the chocolate and orange panettone from M&S. It's the best, says Karen. Most moist ever. I quite like it. They're all different, aren't they? They're all different. Try toasted buttered panettone. Really? Good Lord, I didn't realise that you could actually toast the stuff. I thought you just sort of grabbed pieces of it. I gave it away one year to friends. I bought everybody panettone. Never done that again. So it becomes quite complicated to decide which one, because they're all different. They're all different. People who walk down escalators, I find very selfish, whilst texting. The Champ is one of the biggest tearjerkers. I never saw the film The Champ. I never saw it. I can imagine it was another one of these little kid movies, isn't it? Where, ooh, and I can't remember his name, but it was very good. But I just never saw the film. Steve, have you got all 3 trees up yet? Yep, I have. Neil's gone to town with his lights. Yep, I have 2,000 on one of the trees and 1,000 on each of the other ones, which I think is quite enough lights on a tree. You could actually, strange enough, I could actually get another set of lights on the trees. The 2,000, they're very impressive. Very impressive. The art world mock for splitting the Turner Prize. They've split it 4 ways. And so they had 4 winners going up on stage for the Turner Prize. I didn't quite get that. Perhaps they thought they were all brilliant. What was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, David Beckham being in trouble for using his mobile phone in a parked motor. I love the way they have to contact a spokesman for Dave. Why don't they just phone him up and go, Dave, did you do that? We got pictures of. We ran him in the paper, actually, mate. Do you not think maybe that was a bit unwise? Because apparently the law is that he was parked illegally and he was on the phone for what seems like ages. Also, the artist who just wears Victorian clothes, which I quite like as well, in a peculiar sort of way. I think Victorian clothes were the best. I mean, it's the nearest thing to us, isn't it, really? Nearest thing. The average family now owes £12,800. Roma, was not built in a day, but it was built with foreign timber. And the other one was, oh, yes, you've got to stop feeding your animals too much. You know, don't give them things like ice cream because they become overweight and they can't cope with it. They're not like us. We know what to do. We know to lose weight. The dogs just keep eating. They have an inbuilt sensor. It just keeps going, I suppose. Right. What have we got? We got 14 minutes. 7 is the time. Princess Anne's admitted she's under pressure to continue horse riding to keep up with the Queen. Although the last picture we had was Andrew, wasn't it? Horse riding with the Queen, which was very interesting. I had no idea on panettone that you can toast it. It never even crossed my mind. I mean, I would have thought, because well, somebody says you can toast it. I might try it, actually. Seems a bit pointless, really. Steve, we decorate our Christmas trees on the 24th of December because I'm from Slovakia. Mario, don't worry, most people do. In fact, most of Europe. I think you'll find, whenever I've been in Vienna for Christmas, not on that many occasions, but a few over the years, everybody does the 24th. People do that. Steve, what Prince Andrew not being allowed to go to the House of Repentance and Forgiveness doesn't seem very Christian. Well, I'm sorry, but we don't want him there. Seriously, I mean, people are considering. I mean, it would be very bad news for the people to start shouting and heckling, and then it goes all pear-shaped. We don't want that at all. And somebody else says it makes very tasty French toast, panettone. I had no idea. Oh well, you live and learn, don't you? Really. And somebody says Cafe Nero do toasted panettone with butter and hot chocolate or coffee. Naughty, but very nice. The hole in the bucket lady was Peggy Mount, says Shunter. Don't be so stupid. Of course it wasn't. It was Odette. It was an American recording. Odetta, I think, was the lady in question, who's actually turned up here. I seem to remember her appearing some time ago. She was on Jules Holland's Hoot Nanny thing, where he gets some really fantastic people who can actually sing and do everything else. Poor old Alex, the deaf one this morning, only 25 followers, so not the most popular old tart in the business, and says, this man stealing a chocky bar. He didn't steal a chocky bar. He took a whole pack of them. He took about 20 of them. So, you know, wash your ears out. Go and you can get them done today. You can get them syringed at your age. Should be okay, shouldn't it? Also, it's clear Corbyn can't be straight with the people. Say the Express. You're going to get loads of this. Loads of it. And Melania Trump confessed she's never had a mince pie. She needs to come onto this programme. She could have a mince pie every day. After being quizzed by school children, she said, I'm going to try one tonight. I thought the Americans had mince pies, don't they? Or perhaps she's just not had them. Also, they're looking at the new James Bond film. We're looking at, it could be Miss Bond. They're saying it could be possible. They're saying it could be possible. I'm not sure whether we'll ever see it. Because I mean, in the books, it's a man. But I think they've actually used up all the books, so I don't think there's anything else to use on that one. Plus, Michelle Dockery went for the new film premiere. The Downton Abbey actress stars in The Gentleman, directed by Guy Ritchie. Harry's Heroes, Harry Redknapp, has said that the stars of the hit show Harry's Heroes are returning to action, this time with a tour in Europe. And I'm dreaming my dad's Bing's memory will live on forever. This is Bing Crosby's family. There was something nice about Bing Crosby. There was something good about it. He has a CD out, as you know, at the moment, which has got all of the songs that made him famous, including White Christmas. Best friends forever now move to the same house. This is two best friends. It's such a good story. Who've been inseparable for almost 8 decades, now live in the same care home. Olive Woodward and Kathleen Saville, both 89, met at school when they were 11. Their husbands worked at the coal board and the pals lived on the same road all their lives. And so they're now living in a care home. They are two of the oldest residents. They look really happy. They look really happy. Olive's teeth look like they're about to fall out, but I mean, apart from that, the sparkle is still there. They're full of mischief, say the owners of the care home, which is fantastic. I love it, isn't it? And then Danny Dye, you know, the one who worked as the barmaid and then apparently disappeared completely. She says, keep TV free for all the over 75s. Where have you been, dear? Have you been sort of in a time warp or something? I've been doing that for ages and ages. You've just jumped on the bandwagon now, which is not so good, is it? Roman, the girl who's my only love. Somebody's been tweeting for Roman Kemp, I've discovered. I thought, how is he managing to do that from the jungle? They've obviously got people doing it outside. Kim Marsh filming her final scene. And where you can get good value for the Christmas gifts It is. It's always the same, isn't it? It's the Christmas gifts that you start going, where can I get it cheaper from? And they go, well, you can get it from here. Bob Willis, lots of tributes to Bob Willis, 1949 to 2019. And another picture of Roman Kemp, this time with his girlfriend. He does 100,000 air miles to visit his love. David Beckham, looking just the complete turnip. It makes you wonder, do you think he sits at home and they go, have you got anything for me to do? Not really, Dave, until you've started building your stadium. Yeah, okay. So they send him off to something, which I didn't quite get. Plus, a financial crisis could be brewing again as people fall deeper into debt with no backup savings. Was it James O'Brien who told us some time ago that, in fact, most people didn't even have £100 worth of savings? And I thought that was absolutely unbelievable. Steve says, Phil, what do you think about the forestry boss saying we should eat grey squirrels? I know, people have eaten grey squirrels. I couldn't personally, but there you go. Ray says, toast it, panettone. He says if you have it, he said with butter, it's fantastic. And bread and butter pudding made with panettone is delicious. Well, that I can understand. Paul says the only way to eat it is to warm it in the oven. And then somebody says, Steve, could you for once and for all explain the point of Melania Trump? Well, she's his wife. That's all I can tell you. It's the wife. Has Crosby got the Gone Fishing and Golf songs? Gone fishing on a lazy Sunday afternoon, which is good. I don't know, actually. I can't remember. I have got it at home. I'm sitting next to it, looking at it in the sitting room. But I didn't look at all the songs. I just know it's got White Christmas and a few others that feature on the advert. Gone Fishing would be a good one, wouldn't it? Really? I think so. Ben Shepherd has presented the Mirror's Pride of Sports Award since 2014. He says children should get involved. I think they've done a Christmas version of that, The Drop or whatever it's called. Plus, here's Kate Moss reading a newspaper on the beach. Why would somebody want to... She's on a sun lounger in Miami. However, the bad news is Sergei Fadeyev. You don't know him. Nobody knows him. But a brown bear broke into his house and ate him. You wouldn't have thought it be possible. Only an arm and a leg were left after the bear ravaged the body of Grandad Sergei in a Russian village. The 16-stone beast, which should have been hibernating, also killed his pet dog. Yet apparently it broke a window. Everybody was banned from going out. But Siberia, the temperatures were as low as minus 45, so they tracked and shot the bear. But it ate all of him. I mean, good grief. I mean, you can only imagine how dreadful that would be. Plus, the bridge for sale. Where is it? You're all asking about this blooming bridge. The Lake District landmark. It's a piece of literary history. It's the Calvert Bridge, more than 200 years old, Grade 2 listed. It's 12-foot stone bridge near Keswick, spanning the river that inspired William Wordsworth's sonnet to the River Greta, named after the inventor. And you could have it. There's no reserve price, so a pound bid could get it. Comes with a £1,500 auction fee. Amazing, isn't it? People who buy that. A nice piece of history. Got to go. We've got to go now. We've got to go. Yeah, we've got to go. I think we have to go. Why do we have to go? Because it's cold. It's cold and people have still got shopping to do and stuff like that, which is lovely. Just before I go, let me tell you what's coming up on the free podcast for today. Just go to the LBC website. Very easy. lbc.co.uk. And then you can download. On the Little Bit Extra, Matt Baker announces he's leaving The One Show. Thank goodness for that. Why do people tell you about these? It didn't make any difference. You could go on holiday. Colleen Nolan says she hasn't had sex in years. Try and make more of an effort, dear. And Gemma Collins is losing weight. See how long that one lasts. My little